Welcome to Screen Drafts, the podcast where experts and enthusiasts competitively collaborate in the creation of screen-centric best of lists. I'm Draft Commissioner Clay Keller. Here with me today, our guest co-commissioner, Darren Franich, is here.
Thank you. Applause rings throughout the multiverse. Clay, so excited to be here. Thank you for having me. What an assemblage of trans-universal, multifaceted experts we've assembled today for this draft that you already regret, I can tell. Usually you don't regret any drafts until at least like 2 or 3 minutes in, but even as you were saying the opening to this, I could see the regret coloring your eyes.
Wow, I cannot believe I was really all day. I've been kind of getting myself emotionally and psychologically prepared and be like, don't let them see how bored you are. Don't let them see how bored you are. You got to be professional. You got to host the show. You can make it. You can do this, Clay. You can make it. And I'm just appalled to hear that before I even finished the opening, the introduction, I had let the facade fail me. No, Darren, you're far more familiar with this concept than I am. Would it be appropriate to call the draft this evening an epic crossover event?
Oh, absolutely. Epic crossover event. 5 nights is how long it's going to last for us to ultimately record it, or at least hopefully it'll feel that way. Clay, let's just get into it. We're doing the Berlantiverse tonight.
We're doing the Berlantiverse. We're doing okay, I've got a million questions, and by a million questions I mean maybe one question, and hopefully that'll spiral off to many hours of content that I don't need to participate in. But let's bring in our guest GMs today. First and foremost, a man who I think at a bare minimum has earned this. He has been podcasting with us, Darren, for coming up on 7 years almost.
Wow.
And I think that if you ask him what's about to happen right now is earned and deserved and long overdue, but also has made this all worth it. I would go so far as to say that our first guest GM here might start considering April 1st his new birthday, because it is truly Ryan Marker Day today. Everybody, woo! Screen Drafts legend, co-host, co-commish,
yes,
Ryan Marker. April 1st, as we record this, April 8th, April 7th, as it goes out into the world. Ryan, we're going to loop back to you, but we need to bring in your co-GMs for this evening's draft. Joining you from another corner of the virtual draft table. It's a momentous occasion for him as well, because this is after again 7 years of promising him that he would get to do a draft with someone other than Billy Ray Bruton. It is finally happening. His first non-Scream Drafts episode, Kyle Anderson is here.
Yes!
Yes. And me, Billy Ray Bruton. No, he's not here.
He's here.
It's not here. It's not here.
It's Kyle, but Billy Ray's mind snuck out with him through that rift in the Scream Drafts portal he just emerged from.
It's true. Yeah, actually, our arrangement now is I don't know if anyone has ever seen the Bruce Willis film Surrogates, but that's basically how Billy Ray and I are operating.
That's basically what's happening here. Yep. It's just a classic Surrogates.
Yeah. You know when you get in the middle of a Surrogates.
Here's the thing about that: you really want to be the surrogate. You don't want to be the guy who's like in bed all day. You don't want to be. So I don't know which is which, frankly. But
Darren, I don't know what your life is like, but I would much rather be the guy in bed all day.
And rounding out our GM panel of Berlantiverse expert enthusiasts, another person. It's not necessarily a momentous occasion for him because he became an all-star on his last appearance, but I do think it was appropriate to have with us here because as Ryan is going to, I mean, I'm sure Ryan will consider this the high point of this show, and everything from here on out will just be kind of a sad, slow decline.
We're gonna shut down after this.
Yeah, this is the end. It's really appropriate that for the end of the show, we bring back someone who was there at the beginning. Episode 1 GM Chancellor Agard is here.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Hi.
Pioneer.
Yeah, I only come on for superhero nonsense and Will Smith.
Only for the most momentous occasions.
Only for the biggest crossovers.
Only for the biggest crossovers. You know, there are those characters who are only there at the most climactic moments of the crossover, and this is certainly. I mean, Clay, what a crossover, what a time to be alive here. It is amazing that Ryan managed to run the PSYOP on you, where you did a movies podcast for years and years and years, all as a build-up to a draft of TV shows. That's one of the most impressive.
I will say, we took baby steps here, because the last draft I did, which was the MCU, whatever phase it was draft, we did do both. Right. Movies and TV shows.
Well, and Chancellor, it is extra appropriate that you're here today because you were instrumental in the destruction and humiliation of the Mooch Rule, which had been a long-standing tradition on this show. Is that, yes, we did bring you in for the MCU Phase 4 draft. And Adam Very had been needling me like just because he's just in love with fucking the Loki show for some reason. He was like, we have to do TV, we have to do TV, we have to do TV. And I was holding firm.
Yeah.
Until you, Chance, also emailed and were like, well, we could include TV on this one. And then I was like, well... All right, if Chance says so.
Look, if Marvel's going to insist on calling their nonsense, 10-hour movies, then they can be judged. We can judge them as such.
Here's one thing I'll say about Arrow. Arrow never called itself a 179-hour movie, okay? Arrow was TV and proud, man. Mm-hmm. There is so much CW like days that you guys are going to be addressing today. Like CW, if you're going to go TV, I think this is the one to do it. And Clay, we should specify, people out there are always very interested in Screen Draft's continuity and Screen Draft's, timelines and realities and stuff. And we should say that, although this is technically in continuity and there are some rollover vetoes and stuff we'll get into, technically tonight's draft is taking place on Earth R for Ryan. This is the first ever Earth R draft that we have ever had.
Darren, the first of what I assume will be countless jokes tonight that I will pretend to laugh at out of politeness because I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about, but land hard for everybody else. For Ryan and Chance and Kyle, that landed really well.
In hindsight, we should have just had Clay watch Crisis on Infinite Earths, and it would have been, oh, okay, there are multiple Earths, lots of superheroes, stuff goes boom.
I thought about it.
Yeah.
Clay needed to jump into the deep end or into the shallow part of the deep end.
But then he wouldn't have seen a single scene with a salmon ladder, and you don't understand what the fuck's going on unless you've seen him on a salmon ladder.
I did. Yes, I was assigned 4 episodes from across these 11 series to watch in preparation for this, and I do have thoughts about those 4 that I watched, but yes.
Wait, are you going to reveal which ones you watched? Because I just realized I don't think Darren shared which ones he sent you.
Over the course of the episode,
I'll reveal those as they come up.
Okay. And Darren, what did you watch to then pare down for Clay?
I mean, Darren's a TV critic, so he watched everything. I'm joking.
That is certainly not true. Let's begin at the very beginning. Let's begin at the beginning here, if that's all right. Because, Clay, we should talk a little bit about both the history of these shows, but really the history of how this draft all came together.
That's what's more interesting to me. I mean, we will talk about the history of the shows as well. But yes, Darren, thank you for refocusing us. We do need to start at the beginning. And Chance, Kyle, I will appreciate your patience in advance because we do have some things we need to dig into with Ryan before we get into this larger conversation. Ryan, I met you in 2011. At that point, you basically said, I don't watch television. I don't watch television. I just rewatch Mike Leigh movies. That's all I do.
2011, arguably one of the high points in TV history, we might add. But
Ryan
continue.
We're at Vidiots. We cannot keep Mad Men on the shelves. The Sopranos is still renting like crazy. All of these things. I mean, it was Vidiots, so we were renting to a lot of old people who lived in Santa Monica. So to be honest, the Midsummer Murders is the thing we couldn't keep on the shelves.
Truth.
And Truth. Sherlock and Luther and the BBC was really having a moment back then. But no, every day I was like, Ryan, you got to watch Breaking Bad. Ryan, you got to watch Mad Men. Ryan, you got to. And Ryan said, I will watch a rerun of Law and Order sometimes, but otherwise, do not put television in front of me. Then the year 2012 comes around, and everything changes, and Ryan now, like a Mike Lee movie will come and go, and Ryan won't even see it, because he's too busy filling every waking available hour with whatever Greg Berlanti has most recently executive produced for the CW network. And everything changed. Darren, like a kind of the primary running joke, and I shouldn't say joke because for me it's a joke, and for Ryan it very much is not. The longest running bit on this show is that the thing that is most important to Ryan in the world are the Greg Berlanti universe DC shows. It comes up on almost every episode. And it finally got to a point where maybe, I don't know, a year ago or 2 years ago, the idea first got floated of the Berlanti universe seems to be winding down. We should do a draft. So Ryan sort of planted that seed early. And I was, of course, resistant to it. And it would come up every so often. And then it would be like, oh, maybe someday, when after the last episode airs, maybe we'll do a Patreon draft or something. And then on about January 10th or 11th.
This was December.
Well, not what I'm about to talk about, Chance.
Oh, okay.
Chance, I know when the Eaton fires happened, because that's what I'm going to talk about next.
No!
About January 10th or 11th, I'm sitting in my sister's living room, having been displaced from my home. The last thing I want to think about is scheduling episodes of Screen Drafts. And Ryan knows it's the time to strike. And he swoops in and says, hey, the Berlantiverse stuff just wrapped up. Maybe it's time for that Berlantiverse draft. And I, in my weakened state, acquiesced. And this got put on the schedule just because I wanted to fill a hole. And we are here now today. Ryan, would you care to comment?
You make it sound insidious, like I was waiting for a weakened, vulnerable moment to do that.
However,
I will say
completely wrong.
Not unlike how Ed pretended to be in that wheelchair on Flash and then waited for his moment to strike.
Wait, Clay, this fills in a gap in my own timeline because, see, when you brought up a date, I thought you were going to say in December when Superman and Lois ended, and I responded to a Screen Drafts tweet, and I was like, Arrowverse draft when? And then you sent me a screenshot saying what we were just talking about last night. And then we talked about it for a few days and then silence. And then January 14th, out of nowhere, Clay goes, okay. No, sorry, January 14th, Ryan comes back. Here are my favorite episodes. And I was like, oh, I guess we're doing this.
Chance, thank you so much for running us backwards in time here. That's exactly what we were looking for, because yes, the prehistory of what Clay is talking about is a certain TV show came to an end. We'll be talking about that show later in this episode.
Right.
And I'm forgetting if it was Ryan or I who initially texted Clay and was kind of saying, here we go. And then Clay kind of mentioned that.
Well, okay, thank you for the reminder, because I do remember this now. That is when it was just going to be a Patreon thing as a little gift for Ryan. He did in a very nefarious way, again, take advantage of me to get this on the main feed. want to make that abundantly clear. But yes, Superman and Lois ended. Ryan and Darren were like, hey, it ended. Can we finally do Berlanti? This was when they had already swept me up into this Craven delusion, delirium that they created.
It was big. It was big in that Craven period.
We were just right in that Craven spot. And I was like,
Clay
fine.
was still recovering. Clay had a 1,000-yard stare from that.
We can do Berlanti. And then we're like, well, you know, and Darren was like, I am not absolutely not qualified to draft with Ryan on this. Who do we get? And we all just immediately said Chance. I mean, the first name that came up was, well, let's get Chance. And then, yes, Chance, unbeknownst to you, you did not know any of this conversation was happening. But that same day, you did tweet, it's time for the Berlantiverse draft. And at that point, we were like, okay, it'll be a Patreon thing. Flash forward a month, Ryan swoops in at my lowest point and says, we could fill a spot on the schedule. And I say, okay. At that point, I'm like, wait, there's 11 of these fucking things. We're going to need a third GM. And at that point, the only additional name that came up was Kyle Anderson.
Right.
We reached out to Kyle. Kyle pretended he didn't get the email for a little while. Then we reached out again. And Kyle, I believe your level of enthusiasm was, and I'm paraphrasing, essentially, they made me watch all of these for work anyway. I may as well have put all of that time to good use. Is that a fair characterization of the vibe you're bringing this evening?
I mean, I did host first a live radio show and then a weekly podcast where that launched as exclusively a Berlantiverse recap program. First with Natalie Abrams and then with Mr. Chancellor Agard. And it was and we did that for a very long time.
We love to reunite former colleagues here on this show. Kyle, I knew that you and Chance were both in the trenches on this shit professionally.
Yeah.
But I didn't remember that you actually literally co-hosted a show on this stuff. We'll loop back to Ryan again. We got out of the Ryan loop. We're in a new loop, but we'll get back into the Ryan loop in a minute.
I'm just in the Speed Force, just waiting for you.
Just waiting. Ryan, look, we recalibrated the pulse conductors. We've trapped Reverse Flash Ryan in the thing.
Clay kind of knows his stuff all of a sudden. I'm
look,
I will be able to make references.
I'm voting for the moment that Ryan Marker ran into the Speed Force as a cinematic.
People can't see it, but Chance did stand up and cheer.
Yeah. Ryan is phasing in and out and making threatening looks at me.
Now you're just referencing the same single episode.
That's all.
Still very, very impressive.
I will be able to reference. I will be able to reference exclusively the things that happen in the 4 episodes that I watched. So I'm going to be talking a lot about Jack Reacher's butt on this episode.
Oh, okay.
Because that's mostly what kind of stuck in my head from watching these 4 episodes. Kyle, you and Chance co-hosted. So for this universe, sometimes called the Arrowverse, we've been, obviously, the name Berlanti is always associated with it when we talk about it on Screen Drafts.
Which Greg Berlanti hates, by the way. If he listens to this, he'll be very unhappy.
He hates it being called the Berlantiverse.
Doesn't care for it.
It's the Arrowverse. It is the... sometimes we often evoke the CW when we talk about this, but at the end it did sort of extend out past the CW.
That's why we're using Berlantiverse and not Arrowverse. Because Arrowverse, I think, speaks to just what was on the CW.
Sure.
And Berlantiverse then allows us to bring in, a few titles that did not air on the CW and aired on multiple streaming networks.
Superhero shows produced in part by Greg Berlanti.
Yes.
Yeah.
This runs from 2012 to 2024. How long did you two, Kyle and Chance, since I want to get a read on how much you guys might kind of be able to predict each other's movements on this draft, how long did you two cover this universe together?
I think the first time I went on Superhero Insider was in 2016? Question mark?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember when I want to say that, that show maybe launched in the fall of 16. Natalie and I started doing it every week.
So then 17 for me then.
Again, because my old boss came to me one day. He was like, people seem to be into this superhero stuff. Should we do a show? I was like, sure. And it was almost exclusively an Arrowverse recap thing. Because at the time it was, I think it was literally like half of the CW's broadcast week was just that stuff.
Like,
and the only superhero game in town.
Yeah.
Maybe Agents of
S.H.I.E.L.D. Four or five weekly shows, more or less. Then, right? Like some running at different times and otherwise. But yeah, and that was even before the big flood into into the Max years. Let me just say very, very clearly here, speaking with some bias because I love them all, but like Chance and Kyle to me are like the two defining voices on the Berlantiverse. Chance truly in his coverage at Entertainment Weekly, frontline reporting on these shows, what's happening behind the scenes, what's happening in front of them, Kyle's amazing superhero insider work. And to have those two with Ryan Marker, who I want to note is the only Ryan Marker. Like that is a true Justice Society collection of experts on this, I have to say. So it's very exciting to have all those voices together. Really, as you said, Clay, they'll be going all the way into what was going on with Hawk and Dove in season 3, episode 4, or whatever.
We have assembled, Darren, you and I, the absolute perfect GM panel for this. Chance, obviously, his background in his Zoom is 75% inspired by this universe, from what I can tell.
Okay, I will say, like, half of it is just, like, the cover stories I wrote about it, plus a big plushy blue monster, but yes.
We've got Kyle and myself, who seem to have the same amount of love for this universe. The difference being that I've seen 4 episodes and Kyle has seen, I just ran the numbers, 899 across all of these series. And then we've got the man of the hour, the birthday boy, Ryan Marker. Ryan, the floor is yours now. Take us back to 2012. What did the introduction of Arrow to the world mean for you? In terms of being a TV fan, in terms of being a comic book fan? I mean, bring us back to the earliest moments of this.
Well, what I remember most of all is that Arrow is a DC character that's not at the forefront of what people think of as the, primetime DC players. In fact, like, it's kind of like Green Arrow is sort of like a real sort of a bit of a deep cut. I grew up with a Green Arrow book and I loved it a lot in the late 80s, early 90s. And it's really hard to find now. Like, it's a book that I have sought out at comic book stores because it's not on DC's digital online library. Like, it's even today, like, it's kind of lost. And I feel like when Arrow came around, it really harkened to that book where it's very grounded. And I also have to say, this is coming in the wake of the Nolan movies very quickly thereafter. And I just felt like everything was kind of geared towards this gritty, sort of dark, brooding character. So you've got the Snyderverse happening, which was all a big disappointment from pretty much day one for me. And then there was Arrow. And frankly, like, it was fucking the first season of Arrow honestly is like one of the best comic book seasons of all time in any fucking show. Like, it's so good. And I was just jazzed from day one. I was like, wow, the fight scenes are great. The characters are really good. Like, it's got this Canadian feel to it. It doesn't feel at all like Hollywood junk. And I sort of loved that about it. And so once, like, that season wrapped and it started to just branch out, and I mean, adding the Flash was a whole different, like, layer of, like, okay, now we're deep in nerddom. Now I'm definitely, like, loving all of this because, I don't know. It just kind of captured a certain comic book vibe of my youth that the movies never really could. And a lot of it is that, comic books by their very nature are serialized. So like it's, 20 minutes of like reading a comic book and it's a little bit, it's fun. It always ends with a cliffhanger that leads you to the next. It's very, very serialized, old school storytelling. And frankly, that's the Berlantiverse from the get-go sort of captured all that and sort of added the sort of great CW vibes that I love from the old days.
Right,
I mean,
you were a Smallville guy.
Also a Smallville guy, also a Buffyverse guy. So, like, again, there's a DNA running through all of this that's, again, serialized, but also that's sort of, it's a bit of a soap opera. The action's pretty fun. It's pretty funky. Like, special effects are not exactly like where, you kind of expect them to be, but that's what's part of its charm. I don't know. There's also just like a great range of the type of actors that I like. Actors that kind of, toe the line. Canadians for sure. Absolutely. But, also just that sort of soap opera acting, but at the same time, there are some great performances that run through all of these. I also have to say too, like overall, this was a breath of fresh air in the wake of what felt like a decade full of like, very macho, very aggro, very kind of like hardcore. I mean, even in the Marvelverse, you've got the Daredevil thing happening on Netflix with like the Punisher being as fucking rated R as it could be. Again, with all due respect, and I love that stuff a lot. This was a whole new kind of like breath of fresh air where you're like, wow, DC of all fucking companies is actually like digging into something interesting, progressive. I mean, very diverse, very kind of like fun. You hadn't seen fun in a very, very long time. And as these shows grew, it just got more fun. And man, like I just felt like Darren said it when we were kind of setting this up. He was like, the Berlantiverse is getting the Viking funeral it always deserved. And I totally agree with that because I think it's kind of unsung in terms of the way these stories have been presented forever, so I'm super glad. I'm very nervous, I have to say also, because this is a big one, I think, in terms of just at least my personal entertainment for the past 10 years, to be able to talk about these with these guys is super fun. And, I'm really looking forward to this, but also, I have a very, very strong opinion about each and every one of these shows and their seasons and episodes within the seasons and maybe even characters that run through different shows, of the Berlantiverse.
I think the new Patreon series is Ryan doing drafts of line readings in individual episodes. That's like starting from Arrow S1 E1 all the way down through Superman and Lois season 4 finale. My God. Clay, just to kind of like go off of what Ryan was saying in a more macro way, 2012 is the year that I think like superhero Hollywood kind of becomes what it has been up until now. Like 2012 is the year that in pretty rapid succession, The Amazing Spider-Man, Avengers, and Dark Knight Rises come out in theaters. Those are all kind of big defining movies for the 3 corporate-owned movie franchises that are still ongoing in some respects to this day. And Arrow coming out on TV, on the CW, months later in the fall, to my eyes, being wrong as I usually am, I remember thinking like, wow, this seems so measly by comparison. To Ryan's point, Green Arrow is not the most famous green superhero, and nobody really likes the other green superhero. So I think calling Green Arrow a B-list character circa 2012 might actually be kind of a promotion as far as like as far as like audience awareness. And I think it's remarkable that, to Ryan's point, Arrow and the shows that it spawned, largely on the CW, forever the sort of like 5th network in the series of networks, but also kind of encompassing the shows that wound up existing in the streaming era. The metrics we have at our disposal are not always trustworthy. I think it's clear that like none of these shows were ever a gigantic, huge phenomenon on the level we used to think of when TV had numbers you could kind of track. But just to think about how like the big franchises of superhero-dom all seem to me today to have been hugely influenced by what Greg Berlanti and his collaborators were doing. I mean, like, to talk about, like, diversity of characters and diversity of storytelling styles, you know? Like, 2012 is still the time where on screen, the kinds of superhero stories that get told, a lot of them are kind of in that post-Dark Knight realm of trying to be a little bit more down-to-earth. And we're talking with the Berlanti stuff, we're talking multiverse very early on. Now, some people might say now we've had too much multiverse, but like that's just an example of how early I think these shows were to that. And just as Ryan was saying, the mixture of tonalities, which wasn't always necessarily there in the movies and TV shows of the time, and just the sheer amount of TV shows that they made off of this. The idea that off of it, a Green Arrow show conceived in the wake of the end of Smallville, that you had these ongoing shows interconnected all together. You know, the one thing I can ever compare it to is when Next Generation and Deep Space Nine were kind of in the midst of their handoff, and this was just a much more extreme version of that. So I just think it's a very unique, interesting TV phenomenon, besides even what it was able to do and what it was able to bring to superhero stories and how they were being adapted to screens small and large.
I mean, I would add too, I mean, the thing about Arrow that like stuck out to me when I was writing about it said how, like, you know, this show premiered a year after Smallville ended. Like, Smallville ended in 2011. I remember when the Arrow was announced, it was like, why do we need an Arrow show when, like, you know, we just got Justin Hartley as Green Arrow for, like, 4 seasons on Smallville, 3 seasons? And it was like, why are we doing this? And then Arrow premiered, and I think what also makes it stand out, so when you think about what superheroes were like on TV then, not only just because of Dark Knight, but just in TV in general, it's like Smallville had a no flights, no tights rule for its entire 10-season run. And the only other, like, notable superhero shows were Heroes and No Ordinary Family and The Cape. The Cape, who cares? No Ordinary Family and Heroes, like, no one had costumes, no one had like a lair, but like Arrow from the jump was like at the end of the Arrow did a lot of notable things. One, like within the first, I think Act 2 or Act 3 of the pilot ends with our hero killing someone, but then also at the same time though, like we see Green Arrow suit up in a super suit at the in the pilot, which like again. It took Smallville. No one got a real superhero costume until season 6 of Smallville, if you count, or 7, whenever Green Arrow was introduced. You know, and I think that was pretty unheard of, and so that was something really notable. And I think Arrow, seems very timid in hindsight compared to what came after it, but it's still pretty cool that he suits up as a superhero at the end of episode 1. Episode 7, they introduced another masked vigilante, Huntress. Like they weren't messing around, you know.
They were not messing around. Darren, I'm going to let our audience in on the titles we're talking about here and the breadth we're talking about. The Arrow, I'm not going to reveal the episode counts because I'm going to use those to tease the picks. So I'm going to say this so-and-so series ran for this many episodes, and we'll see how well Ryan, Kyle, and Chance offhand know these episode counts that I got from IMDb. Like I said, all in 899 episodes, and that's by what IMDb lists. Arrow runs from 2012 to 2020. The Flash runs from 2014 to 2023. Supergirl, which originally premieres on CBS proper, is then moved to CW, runs 2015 to 2021. Legends of Tomorrow, 2016 to 2022. Black Lightning, 2018 to 2021. Titans, 2018 to 2025, and that is a Max original? Is that correct?
That's inaccurate. It ended in 2023.
No, 2023. My 5s and my 3s look very similar. I wrote this down by hand, so my handwriting is
Titans
poor.
is one of the ones that originally debuted on the DC Universe platform.
Yes.
Oh,
DC Unlimited.
R.I.P.
And that is moved. That they were so confident about this output that they created a whole streamer.
They gave away free iPads to celebrate the launch of DC Universe.
I still have
Do you
mine.
still have one, Chance?
Mine died a year ago. The screen cracked, so I had to get a new one. But here's the thing, I kept it in a box for like a year after I got it because I was like, I can't accept this. Like, I'm a journalist. And then it was like, oh no, my iPad is dying. This is sat in a box for a year. I think DCverse is no longer.
Did the platform last longer than the promotional iPad that you got out of it?
God, no.
Chance, I'll remind you, H.L. Mencken came down from Journalist Mountain and decreed you cannot accept swag unless it's been a year since you got it. Then you can open the box.
All swag goes in the box.
Or if they send you a piece of the GCPD wall, in which case you can regift it to Ryan Marker. Those were the two.
Here's the embarrassing thing.
Two directives. Those were the two directives H.L. Mencken sent.
Darren, the embarrassing thing is though is that like again I hadn't touched it for years. It was still in a box. I finally open it, a year and a half later, and I can't use it because it has a passcode. So they gave me one of the like test modules. I have to like email the like people, be like, hey, do you guys have the passcode for this iPad you gifted me at the last Comic-Con that I have not touched yet?
These people are all like in the process of cleaning out their desks because DC Universe has been shut down. You're emailing about a passcode for a promotional iPad. Kyle, do you have any DC Universe swag that you very professionally refused to touch for a year until that year time had lapsed before you could enjoy it?
I mean, I feel like one of the reasons why I'm no longer a journalist because I never had any sort of ethics. So my and this is an absolute true story. My DC Universe promotional iPad, which I started using on day one, is now my son's tablet. So there you go.
Oh my God, amazing!
Like father, like son, handed down through the generations. Where was I at? Titans 2023.
Yes, Titans.
Doom Patrol 2019 to 2023. Batwoman 2019 to 2022. Stargirl, one that I had never heard of until we started planning this draft. 2020 to 2022. Superman and Lois, 2021 to 2024. That one, of course, was the capper on the universe. Gotham Knights, coming in a hot 2023. The year 2023 was able to contain the entirety of Gotham Knights.
So I guess I will say, I think just speaking of journalistic ethics, I should point out that 3 out of 5 of us on this podcast are friends with the co-creator of Gotham Knights. So
Natalie Abrams, also former co-host of Superhero Insider.
Yeah, co-founder.
Mm-hmm.
Co-founder there, 2023.
Let me change my list.
I was going to say, will that lead to me overrating that show? It will. That's a spoiler for 3 hours from now.
Better friend than me.
And I should clarify, something running for one season certainly is not a qualitative judgment in the world of television.
No.
Many of the best shows ever made had short runs. And I should further qualify, I know literally nothing about the relative qualities of any of these shows. So from where I'm coming at,
Here's what happened.
I'm coming at this fresh as a newborn babe.
Here's what happened, just so people know. I asked Chance, Kyle, and Ryan to send me their favorite single episodes of each of these shows, or even favorite, just like defining, just send one episode. Kyle refused, but the other two did send their lists. I promised that I would get to all of them, and then out of that long list, I would assign Clay 1. Instead, I didn't get to all of them, but I did assign Clay 4. So it all evens out to me and Clay having a decent breadth of awareness to draw upon, I think.
Okay, I will say though, Darren, you're like undercutting your you didn't watch these like consistently, but like in your job as team critic, you did check in with a lot of these shows occasionally. Like I distinctly remember an essay you wrote about them ahead of the Christ on Earth X crossover, at which point I think you had watched like at least a couple episodes to be able to, and you would watch Legends occasionally when I would yell at you about it. So
well, and we should say, listen, you three assembled paragons. You know everything. Clay has admitted.
Someone watched Crisis on Infinite Earths, clearly.
Clay has admitted that he's coming in fresh. I think that, like, cosmogeographically, I'm right in the middle here because, as Chance mentioned, I never watched any of these with any consistency. There were ones I liked, ones I didn't like. Even the ones that even the couple that I was really into did not necessarily move to the top of the peak TV lineup for me. But I'll just say for myself, I'll say two things that as a TV critic I never liked saying because they're sort of opinion-adjacent opinions. But one, I knew these shows weren't for me, and two, I was always really glad they existed. I knew they weren't for me because I actually knew a ton of the source material for all of these shows. They were drawing a lot of their inspirations from the comics that I grew up reading, comics of the 80s and 90s, which if you were reading them kind of required you to learn a little bit about earlier eras of comics. And the thing I always really appreciated about a lot of these shows was that, to go back to the timidity thing that somebody mentioned, I feel like the first, 15 or so years of superhero massive mainstream movie pop, as was mentioned, there was this timidity around what can you show, what can you draw from the comics. And I always felt like the cool thing about what Berlanti and his collaborators were doing was they were just sort of like, it's the kitchen sink now. We're going to do time travel. We're going to do universes. We're going to have, huge ensembles of characters around all of these people. And I just always thought that was cool. Somebody over on the Booster Club, on the Screen Drafts Patreon, mentioned that they sort of grew up with these shows. And I always felt when I watched them, like, if this was my first time seeing a lot of this stuff, or if I was a little bit younger, or just maybe like less cynical, would have been incredible to have had just this onslaught of shows with, as you guys will get into, even within what they were able to do on their budgets and on their respective networks, some very different TV shows that managed to be created that were even as they were interwoven together with continuity, were kind of doing their own thing. So just always really fascinated by them. Should clarify, though, Chance, whenever I wrote about them, you might have noticed that I would come over to your desk and talk to you for about an hour so I could get an update on what had been going on with those shows. I was standing on the shoulders of giants, quite literally, whenever I was trying to do that.
Well, I will say a good comparison, I think, would be these shows, compare them to, like, sorry, not to pick up another TV thing, Clay, but, like, the DC animated universe. Batman the Animated Series, Superman, Justice League Unlimited, where, like, that, for a lot of people, a lot of, like, non-comic readers, that's, like, their touchstone for, like, comic book, for at least my generation, their touchstone for comic book stuff. And then, like, I guess someone on the Screen Draft Patreon saying they grew up with these shows. I'm guessing these CW shows were their sort of entryway, gateway to, I hope, reading comics. If not, then that's fine, too, I guess. No one has to read comics. But
Chance, you and Ryan and Kyle and Darren don't feel like you need to apologize every time you bring up comic books during this conversation about the Berlantiverse. Your contrition is implied. It's fine. It's
I know. I mean, you sat through 2 MCU drafts with me, so
Can I just say too? Can I just say too, Chance, I'm so glad you mentioned that. Ryan just marked down as a reminder for like 1 year from now, ask Clay about DC animated TV show draft.
I was just thinking that, Darren. I was just thinking that. We will all reassemble for that draft next year. That'll be fun.
Speaking of the podcast or the radio show that Kyle and I used to host, I think whenever there'd be a down period, I'd be like, "Hey, Kyle, have you watched Batman Beyond before?"
That was sort of the running gag of Superhero Insider, was that like we would always be getting to Batman Beyond next week, and then we did finally watch it, and it turns out it's a really good show. Chance was right.
Batman Beyond, a beloved program. Ryan, of course, it is. Well, this is. I already declared it. April 1st is heretofore Ryan Marker Day.
Okay.
Earth R.
And that means that Ryan, once a year, we get to do what Ryan wants. We clear the decks, and it's Ryan time.
I love this. Finally. Now the downloads will really begin, Clay.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to see.
Oh, man. As we said a bunch of times, it's April 1st. Not to date this episode further, this recording, earlier today, Cory Booker broke the record for filibustering for giving a speech on the floor of the Senate. I hope none of you tried to take inspiration from that as we go forward on this episode today. I suspect Ryan might.
We're going to go longer than
also,
that.
Adam Very just texted me, and it is true, David Fincher is directing a Once Upon a Time in Hollywood sequel written by Quentin Tarantino, starring Brad Pitt. It is real. Confirmed.
That is definitely a news item that somebody on one of these shows wakes up and sees when you know that they're in like one of the other universes.
An alternate universe. Yeah.
They're like, wait a second.
We need to get into the draft, if for no other reason than that Darren has put together, has assembled the most extensive trivia round I think we've ever done on this show. We are going, if we're no half measures here on Screen Drafts. We're going in all the way on this topic today. Are you guys ready? Ryan Marker, Chance Agard, Kyle Anderson, the Berlantiverse Super Draft here on Screen Drafts. Are we ready to get into the rules, do the trivia, and then
so ready? I am so ready, Clay. Let's speed it up. Let's get going.
Let's get going. Ryan's been so nervous. Ryan's been texting Darren and I about how nervous he is for this for weeks. And now that we're here, Ryan, is the adrenaline rushing? Are you still nervous, or are you just excited at this point?
I'm so nervous. I'm also wildly caffeinated. I'm on my 5th cup of coffee, and I'm about to go to the 6th. So yeah.
I like to imagine that all during awards season, as Ryan is welcoming truly the luminaries of Hollywood and filmmaking and cinema are making their way through through a Ryan Marker theater. He's just nervous, nail biting the whole time. Yeah. Some famous luminary says,
"Well, I'm imagining." Every time one of these people come, like fucking Errol Morris walks up, starts talking to Ryan, and it's like a cartoon where a hungry character sees the person talking as a giant chicken or a big T-bone steak. Ryan is just imagining this Oscar winner talking, and it's fucking Canary or whatever.
It's Chris Klein as Cicada.
Wait.
I'm like, why can't you be Chris Klein? I don't care about you, J-Lo.
Chancellor.
Yes.
Same question. More excited or more nervous right now?
Nervous because I didn't have as much time to prep as I thought I would, but more nervous about the explain why you're putting things where you're putting them portion. But
yes.
But mostly excited though because this will be fun, and I'll get to talk to these shows anymore because they're off the air. So,
Kyle, what about you? Are you more excited or more nervous?
No, I'm pretty jazzed to see where this goes because I don't have a full sense of what direction. I mean, I know the stuff that I like and I don't, and I also I recap these things week to week, but they haven't really lived in my bones, and so going back and doing what admittedly very little research I did was sort of enlightening and refreshing, and I do I feel like I sort of made my own personal rankings 3 weeks ago, and they changed a lot over the course of
that's interesting. They changed a lot.
The days walking up to this. Yeah.
That's what Ryan said to me as well. Ryan said every time I watch an episode or a half season, my list changes. Which seems like
I will say
bit of overkill.
I wrote my list this morning, and then at 5:20 I was like, let me reevaluate this list, and then it ended up being almost exactly the same.
Wow.
Okay. So,
good.
By that I mean I think there are 3 shows I care about, and then 4, and then the rest I think I could understand arguments for them going anywhere, but
okay.
Okay.
Ryan,
Boy.
I have a hunch, and we're going to get into the rules now after we talk to you about this one thing because I think this is important context. We've heard from Kyle, like he said, this was a professional obligation for a long time for him. And there are ones that he likes and ones that he dislikes. Chance said there's about 3 or 4 that he cares about. Ryan, the impression I've gotten from you is more that you care deeply about every single one of these, and you literally will find it impossible to rank one higher than the other.
Yeah, well, I was telling everybody before we before we started recording that I started building spreadsheets, Excel spreadsheets, where I essentially like ranked the seasons of every show and then ranked episodes and story arcs of every season. I then there was like a cringe factor. That's a whole separate Excel spreadsheet.
Wow.
Yeah, like low lows, and high highs essentially. And then, I have certain characters. So I have a lot that I can judge these things on. Certain shows got better as it went along. Certain shows peaked and then didn't. How do we judge these? Right. We've often talked about
an equation, essentially.
I've been trying to, essentially quantify and qualify how I feel about every one of these because, this is 10 years of my TV watching life. To the expense of every other show, including like The Wire and I've all of these shows I've set aside. So it's a very important ranking for me. I'm very nervous because I'm low on, meaning none, in terms of the rollover vetoes. I don't have many weapons. So yeah, I'm nervous about all of this, but I did do a lot of research. And you're totally right, Clay. Every time I'd watch an episode practically, recency bias would play a part and that would go up a couple times. So this is how it's all settled out. I feel like I'm pretty happy with where I'm at right now. And we'll see how this goes.
Wait, Ryan, I just want to let you know, you aren't the one, I didn't make spreadsheets this time around, but as I said before we started recording that, when I worked at EW, I made spreadsheets about these shows. I was recapping them with Kyle each week. At one point, I had very, very passionate thoughts about these shows. And then, life happened and things got bad. And then I had to, replace those thoughts with, important thoughts. But, I think, I'm looking forward to getting into this and then, refine that passion because I do. When I said there are 4 I care about, those are the ones that, stuck with me in my bones where I, oh. Yeah. But then, of this list, there were only, there's only, one I don't feel confident about, but also I share your passion and I have spreadsheets too. Unfortunately, all of my rambling thoughts were documented on the air, either in live radio form or podcast form or typo-ridden blurbs on EW. So,
Well, Ryan, I would like to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all the time you've taken away from moments in life you could have been watching one of these shows to do this podcast. And I feel like this has all been a culmination up to this point.
Totally. I'm thankful that I ignored you every time you were like, Ryan, you need to see The Leftovers. And I was like, no, bro. Okay, I'm on season 4 of Supergirl right now.
Okay, but you Supergirl again.
Okay, but you could do both, Ryan. I did both. I watched Supergirl and watched The Leftovers.
Oh, you're a better person than I am, Chancellor. I cannot do that.
I mean, Darren, what this sounds to me like is a Booster Club series, which is Ryan, now that we've put the Berlantiverse to bed, Ryan gets caught up on all of the real television from the last 10 years.
Ooh, now we're talking. That's interesting.
Darren just sat up.
We'll call it Ryan Hates Television.
Let's make Ryan watch evil.
Episode 1, The Wire. Episode 2,
Evil is too close to something that Ryan would enjoy and watch of his own volition. I mean, I think
Honestly, I've been thinking about just rewatching Person of Interest again.
There we go.
Wait, Ryan.
Where I'm headed.
Ryan,
there you
I
go.
just did a rewatch of this last year, and it holds up. It holds up.
Chance,
it's great. I love it.
We are.
Oh my God!
Connected
we don't
by
have
soul.
time to talk about all of the germane things today. We can't get off on fucking Person of
Okay, so
Interest.
Jonathan Nolan, The Dark Knight, Arrow. Brought back.
There you go. It all connects together.
It all comes back. Screen Drafts is a serpentine style game. Our guest GMs, Ryan, Kyle, and Chance, are going to be alternating placing picks on the single definitive best of list for tonight's topic, which is the DC Berlantiverse. How this is going to work this evening is that Drafter A is placing picks 11, 7, 4, and 1. Drafter C is placing picks 10, 6, and 3. And drafter B is placing picks 9, 8, 5, and 2. So drafter A is placing 4 picks, really 3 picks, because the pick at number 1 is ceremonial. And that's because drafter B, in their 4 picks, is making that final decision between the number 2 and the number 1. They've got 4 total, and then drafter C has 3 picks. The way the draft order is determined is that Darren has prepared a trivia round. Whoever gets first place in trivia gets first pick of the draft order. Whoever gets second place in trivia gets second pick, and whoever loses trivia gets what is left over. There's also blessings in this game. There's 2 in an expanded draft such as this. The first is the veto. How the veto works is that if somebody else puts a title on the list at a spot that you think is too low and you want to advance it higher, you can veto that pick. It knocks it off of that spot and must be replaced, and then it'll have to go higher on the list. Everybody starts with a veto. If you don't use it, you can roll it over to the next time you are on the show. Ryan alluded to this earlier. He does not have a rollover. So Ryan's just going to start with 1 veto, but both Chance and Kyle are rolling over vetoes. So Kyle and Chance both are starting with 2 vetoes. There is another veto out there, though. Whoever is drafter A gets a bonus veto. So Ryan, you could end up with 2 vetoes to even the playing field, or either Chance or Kyle could end up with a third veto. In an expanded draft, there's another blessing called the veto override. How that works is that if somebody puts a title on the list that you think is too low, you try to veto it, but the other guest GM agrees with that original placement. They can throw out a veto override and obliterate that veto and lock in that pick as played. You can only use a veto override to come to the aid of another GM. You cannot use it to defend your own pick. Those also roll over. We don't have any rollovers of those today. So drafter C, whoever ends up being drafter C, will receive the sole veto override. Okay, Mootrule obviously demolished to the greatest extent it possibly could be today because we're drafting full television series on this episode. There won't be any commissioner overrides. We've got our 11 titles. Those will be what comprises the list. Predictions. Ryan and I play a side game called the Commissioner Predictions, where we try to guess what the final lists are going to be. We add up how many we get correct and add them to our running totals at the end of the game. Coming into today, we've got an inverse score here. I have 23 points currently. Ryan has 32.
Okay.
I am
doing really good.
I am slowly chipping away at that handicap-aided lead that Ryan has here in this season 11 of the predictions game. Ryan, you didn't realize when you accepted that gift of the opening handicap that I was going to bring it up every single episode, did you?
I'm just trying to rewrite this narrative. I will eventually.
Darren is going to take over for predictions today because Ryan is, of course, at the table, and we're only going to, Darren, we're going to try to predict the top 5, but not in order. They don't need to be in the right placement.
Oh, good. Okay.
We're just doing the 5 titles that we think are going to rise to the top of this list. Chance, you have a question?
I mean, it's been a minute, but like normally in your commissioner game, do you guys have to get them in order, or is it just the titles?
Just the titles.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes if it's a shorter super draft, we have to get them in order, but we're not going to mess around with that for this 11 title list.
But making sure we weren't getting the short shrift just because we're doing a TV draft.
But Chance, I'm glad you mentioned that, because when Clay informed me about these predictions right before we started recording this current thing that we're doing, and I hastily put my list together, I did put them in order. So here's what I'll say, Clay. I think obviously if I shoot the moon, it's the Ryan rule where I get double points. I think if I shoot the moon and I get them in the order that I'm going to send them to you, I think that's triple points.
No,
right?
I will say
sound right?
I love that.
Darren. there's an addendum to everything you just said. As we determined on the Vincent Minnelli draft, where the guest booster official sponsor, Eric, shot the moon for only the second time in the history of the show.
My God, amazing.
Ryan needs to personally shoot the moon to get double points. Oh, he cannot have...
Bullshit.
He cannot have a proxy shoot the moon and get double points. He will just get whatever points you get, Darren.
Okay.
That said, because it is Ryan Day, if you get them all in order, you can get double points on that.
Ooh... If I shoot past the moon, okay,
you can
Ryan,
double
fingers
down.
Crossed. Fingers crossed.
Maybe 2.5.
If you get them all correct, you can double down. But shooting the moon needs to be a personal accompliment of Ryan's. It cannot be done via proxy.
As I said before we recorded, it will be comical when Clay shoots the moon, and I get none of these top 5 right. But I'm hoping. Okay, Clay, am I sending this to you in the chat, or am I texting?
We are exchanging them in the chat now. Or however, I'm going to text them to you.
Okay, I'm sending it to you in the chat.
Okay. And I have texted them to you.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, we've got crossover, and then we've got opposite of crossover. I am very intrigued how this turns out.
I guessed one very bold title because it is something I have heard Ryan talk about a lot.
Ooh,
so we'll see.
Okay. See, I thought I was doing that, but yours is much bolder. So I am very intrigued to see how this turns out now.
All right. Well,
but now, Clay.
Yes.
Clay, if you shoot the moon, then you lose double points, right? Isn't that
right? I need to avoid shooting the moon. No, if I shoot the moon, nothing happens. And that's just how it works. Yeah. Okay. There's also going to be a veto order. We'll talk about that when we get to it. But right now, Darren, we need to figure out what the draft order is going to be, and to do that, we need to do some trivia. I think, how do we feel about first to 3, second to 3?
Okay.
Does that sound good to you, trivia proctor, Darren, the quizzer?
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Okay.
What does that mean?
We usually do it, right?
Well, Darren, you also said you had enough questions to do first to 5, second to 5. And I thought that's just...
Wait,
Kyle's eyes just went...
Talk about spreadsheets.
Kyle is just stricken with terror.
How many trivia questions can you ask about a single episode of the Berlantiverse is what I want to know.
Now, Darren, coming into this, did you feel a lot of pressure putting together this Berlanti exclusive, this Berlanti themed trivia round, because Ryan has set such a high bar for Berlanti related trivia questions over the past 5 or 6 years of this podcast?
Yes. Well, let's be clear here. As longtime listeners of the Patreon exclusive franchise mini Super Draft series over on the Booster Club know, every now and then the Quizzard over there, who is me, will pepper in some Berlanti DC questions,
right,
in the vain hope that maybe one specific person participating in a draft that's just Clay and Ryan, maybe one specific person might get the answer to that, and almost without fail, Ryan does not get the answer before Clay does. I would say maybe 90% of the time. I actually had to stop doing that because it was really more of a Clay, more of a Clay advantage.
Clay was killing
a Ryan advantage. But Clay's not participating in the trivia tonight. That said, I am intrigued to see if Clay knows any of these. But no, again, there's no shortage of material, and very excited to see, again, three mega experts here, so might be some jump balls, but we'll have some fun digging into the canon and continuity of these many TV shows.
Let's do it. Quizzard, take it away.
So the first rule of trivia is the Alex Trebek rule, which just means don't step on my question. Wait until I am done asking the question before you answer it. The second rule is the Lord Bullingdon rule, based on the duel system from the classic film Barry Lyndon, which means if one of you fires your metaphorical answer pistol and you miss the mark, you fire your metaphorical heat vision, or your metaphorical answer arrow, obviously, was the way to go, and you miss the mark, you need to wait until all your opponents fire their metaphorical answer arrows before you sling your next one. The third rule is the Gulager rule, which means that the Lord Bullingdon rule gets reset with a clue. as in Clue Gulager. Chance just informed me I should have called myself the Clue Master, which I assume is a reference to something I don't know about in the Berlantiverse. So there you go. I am the Clue Master. And last but not least is the John and Jenna rule, which just means shout it out. Shout it out like you have indeed just entered the Speed Force. Kyle Anderson, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm born ready.
Chance, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ryan?
So ready.
So ready. Okay. Question number 1. Now, as was mentioned, I believe by Chance, the Oliver Queen character, who of course was the central character of Arrow, did appear for multiple seasons on Smallville, where he was played by Justin Hartley. Boy, am I glad that was not the trivia question. But before appearing on Smallville, Hartley starred in a different pilot for another DC TV show, which didn't go to series, but the pilot was released on iTunes. What famous DC superhero did Justin Hartley play before appearing on Smallville?
Aquaman.
I could see Chance had it almost immediately. Wow. Very well done.
Chance almost jumped the Trebek rule like 6 times.
He barely stopped himself. I'm glad I had such a long... Frankly, the second I said Hartley, he seemed to have it. Okay.
Well, it was more like...
Very good.
It's more like, had you not said the Trebek rule, I would have jumped myself. I was like, no, I'll keep my mouth shut until Darren stops talking.
Very well done. Question number 2. I'm going to get a little harder on this one, if that's okay. Around the same time the CW was developing Arrow, the network was also developing a TV series about the DC Comics character Deadman, who I believe is a dead acrobat who takes over the body of living people. Kind of a sliding doors moment there between those two shows. Wow. The producer who was developing the Deadman show, Chance thinks he has it already, the producer developing this unmade Deadman show already had another show on the CW. Who was that producer?
Was it Kevin Williamson?
It was not Kevin Williamson.
Ooh. Eric Kripke? Oh, sorry.
Chance.
Sorry.
Was that the real answer?
That was the real answer, but that's okay. I've got so many questions. It was indeed Eric Kripke.
Sorry.
That's fine. It's an exciting night. I don't think the other guys would have gotten that.
No.
Okay. Chance is just showing off now. Yeah. It was indeed Eric Kripke. Could have been the Kripkeverse. Question number 3, one for Chance. Other guys still catching up. How many grandchildren does Superman have at the end of Superman and Lois? Spoiler alert, I guess.
5.
It is not 5.
Not 5.
3.
It is not 3.
Oh. Not 5, not 3. Ryan.
It's more than that.
Ryan could see them in his head.
I see the family portrait.
Ryan
I'm gonna
is
say
trying not to cheat and turn around and look at his own copy of the family portrait that he has hanging on his wall.
I'm going to say 9.
Ryan Marker, you have nailed it. It is 9. It is now. They're not really named. It's sort of a 6 feet under type of thing. But there is a shot of him looking down on all of his very Canadian grandchildren. And yes, I counted 9. That is very impressive. Wow. Well done.
Ryan and Chance are both on the board now with 1 apiece. Remember, we're playing the first to 3, the second to 3.
So much trivia left here. Now, as I mentioned, question number 4, many of these shows you're talking about today did originally air on the CW, which means we do have semi-trustworthy data about their viewership, if you think Nielsen ratings are trustworthy, according to the Nielsen data, which I found on Wikipedia.com. Which of the series that you're going to talk about tonight had the episode in the Berlantiverse, in the whole Berlantiverse, had the episode with the highest viewership?
The Flash.
The Flash.
Darren, is that correct?
Well, here's what I'll say. I kind of bungled my description of how I said that because I did mention the CW. So I kind of put that in your head. I will accept the Flash. Who said it first, Clay? Do you think it was...
I heard Chancellor just a hair before everybody else.
Oh, fuck no.
I'm gonna accept Chance. I will point out that was my own Trivia Masters declamation. Because technically it was Supergirl, because Supergirl aired briefly on CBS, where a casual looky-loo audience was probably 15 million viewers. I will accept The Flash because I said the CW. Put that in your head. The Flash
series it aired after Person of Interest, probably.
Yeah. The Flash series
different nights, Kyle.
The Flash series premiere. The Flash
Supergirl was Mondays.
The Flash series premiere did do slightly better than season 2, episode 3 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay. That is 2 for Chance, 1 for Ryan, still none
Scott's
for Kyle.
fired in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Lots of trivia left here.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I watched none of these shows we're going to talk about tonight. I watched like 4 years of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So I am not without my, I can fall prey to the nerdier stuff.
Question number whatever. I was going to ask you guys, what was the first TV show that Greg Berlanti ever created? But we all know it's Everwood. So instead I'll ask you, what was the second series Greg Berlanti created?
Brothers and Sisters.
Seventh Heaven.
Oh, no.
I heard Seventh Heaven from Ryan. That's incorrect. I heard Brothers and Sisters. That's also incorrect. Kyle, over to you.
Man, I'm going to fucking kick myself in the balls for getting this. It's not Jack and Bobby, is it?
It's Jack and Bobby. Great job, Kyle. Great job. Jack and Bobby. If there is a more 2000s show than a teen WB drama with confessional mockumentary flash forwards to when one of the young teens has become president, I don't know what is. Jack and Bobby. Very well done.
As soon as I said
summer replacement show.
As soon as I said Brothers and Sisters, I was like, that is incorrect. It was Jack and Bobby, or God forbid, Eli Stone. I'm pretty sure Jack and Bobby.
Very, very well done.
Right.
Jack and Bobby, by the way, good show. Okay.
This is shaping up to be an exciting.
Wait, can I give it insight?
round.
So the first time I met Mark Guggenheim, who created Arrow, and the second thing he says to me before we sit down for the interview, he goes, "You know, the Jack and Bobby anniversary is coming up this year," and I went, "I did not know that." But
was he suggesting you do? Was he suggesting that there be a EW cover on that? Because man, I would have.
No, not that far. But like, I wish I had, because I've not seen Jack and Bobby. I need to. Somebody needs to add it to their streaming service.
All right, so the count now, the point total, we have 1 for Ryan, 1 for Kyle, and 2 for Chance.
Okay, now.
Okay.
The pilot for Gotham Knights. This might be a jump ball. The pilot for Gotham Knights was directed by Danny Cannon, who is a legend in Ryan Marker's trailer, because he directed the pilot and every season premiere of Fox's Gotham. Danny Cannon also directed the pilot for one other TV show derived from DC Comics. What was that show?
Pennyworth.
Pennyworth.
Oh, Chance, you beat him to it. Very well done.
Chance just by a hair.
Shout out to Pennyworth.
Now, Darren,
the origin
I
of
noticed
Batman's butler.
That you did not insist on a full title for that one.
Pennyworth, the origin of Batman's butler.
Initially, I'm going off the initial title.
Darren,
I'm going
one
off
of
the Edge
the
of
funniest
Tomorrow
things
title.
to me in all of entertainment of the last half decade is that they premiere Pennyworth on fucking whatever, Stars or Cinemax or whatever barren wasteland they premiered that on. Epix. It doesn't catch on the way they'd like it to in the first season, and they think, you know what'll really bring in those eyeballs is if we change the title from Pennyworth to Pennyworth, the origin of Batman's butler. That had to be a goof, right? They did that to be funny?
Clay, let me tell you what was happening. There were a lot of TV shows being made. There were so many TV shows being made, I'm not even sure the outlets and networks knew what TV shows were on them at any given point. And one of those shows was almost certainly Pennyworth, a show where I think England in the 60s wound up having a civil war. I'm not sure about that, but I'm fairly certain that is what happened. Okay, Chance, you've
Chance
won.
Chance is the trivia victor.
Well done. You've taken a...
Chance, you just sit back, relax, and we will find out which draft position you want at the conclusion of trivia. We're down to Ryan and Kyle, who are both sitting with one apiece.
Question number 77. I think the longest serving performer in the Arrowverse is David Ramsey, who played one or two or multiple versions of John Diggle from the pilot of Arrow through into the alternate universe of the second season of Superman and Lois. What is John Diggle's middle name? I can give a hint.
I have a guess.
I'm gonna. Is it David?
It's not David. That's a good guess. That's always a good guess.
DDD.
John Diggle's middle name. John.
Chance again is like, oh yeah, I know that. Would you like a clue, Ryan?
I would love that.
Clue resets it, Kyle.
This will be, clue resets it, and this will be just fastest to get it out there. His middle name is also the first name of Bruce Wayne's father.
Thomas.
There you go. John Thomas Diggle. Very well done.
That's not what I was guessing, by the way, when I had it.
For years, I can't tell you how many headlines Chance wrote where I saw the name Diggle in the headline and would be very, very intrigued. Very long-running character, I believe original to the shows, if I recall correctly.
He was an homage to Andy Diggle, who... I think it's Andy... I can't remember. There's a Green Arrow writer or artist whose last name is Diggle. I think from Green Arrow Year 1... Anyway, so I think that's
like I said, panel of experts.
I only know him as Spartan.
Like I said, panel of experts. That's 2 for Ryan, 1 for Kyle.
Right, Andy Diggle he was on news radio, right?
Ryan could clinch second place here, or Kyle could push it all the way to the end.
I need more Jack and Bobby questions. That's the problem.
Or this trivia round could just keep on going like a show you forgot was on HBO Max. Okay. 2 shows we're not going to talk about tonight are the animated series produced by Greg Berlanti that aired on something called CW Seed. What a time the 20-teens were. What a time to be alive, man. The CW Seed did air 2 cartoons which tied in to the larger Berlantiverse. Name one of those cartoons.
Vixen.
Very well done, Kyle. Can you name the other one as well?
The other one was like fucking like Firelight something. Star Guy. What the fuck?
You're shockingly close. Chance, do you know?
Freedom Fighter.
Freedom Fighters, colon, the Ray.
The Ray. Okay.
The Ray.
Okay. Here we go. Down to the wire.
It is all tied up. It's all tied up. And Darren, this just gave me a great idea for a draft. We've drafted movies. We've drafted entire series of television. And we've drafted seasons of television.
I know where you're going, and I love this already.
A draft of streaming platforms that lasted, less than 2 years? Should that be the cutoff?
Defunct streaming platforms.
Not just defunct, though, but like ones that were only around for maybe at most 2 years or 3 years.
Stargate Universe is going very high on there, man. Okay. Well, I have to say, I am actually kind of glad that Chance is no longer a part of this, because I put this question together, and then fact-checking it, I found an article all about it written by Chance. So, Chance,
here we go.
Make sure you don't answer this question for either Ryan or Kyle.
And Kyle all tied up.
Now, as was mentioned earlier, the Berlantiverse was a costume-positive environment. A lot of costumes very early on, super and otherwise. In the very first episode of Arrow, in the very first scene, you see a mask. This is the first mask you see on any of these shows. Whose mask is it? Chance, do you know? Oh, yeah. Because you wrote the definitive piece about
Kyle
this, I might add.
And Ryan are both racking their brains.
It's not Batman, right? No.
Is that your question?
That's my answer. Batman.
Your answer? No. It's not Batman. That was just an easy throw to Kyle.
Is it? Man, I'm drawing a total blank. I don't know. I got nothing.
I'll give a clue. This resets it. Per the article that I guess Chance wrote about this, when this mask appeared on screen in the first scene of the pilot of Arrow, they were not intending on introducing the character who wears this mask. And then they did introduce the character on that first season of Arrow.
Oh, the Flash?
Not the Flash.
Oh, fucking god damn it.
It's a hero?
It's a mask.
Got it. Okay, now I know.
Kyle? Ryan's feeling confident.
I can picture the dumb fucking thing and I can't. Bitch. It's not Jack and Bobby Man. I've got no hope.
It's unfortunately not Jack and Bobby Man, although that would have been great for.
What is that sort of like a Jack
fans.
In the front and Bobby in the back, and it's sort of a two-face?
Jack and Bobby Man and the Everwoodsman. Ryan, would you like to take a guess?
Deathstroke,
a.k.a. Slade Wilson, I think is his full name.
So,
yes.
Ryan, I will say, when you said Batman, it's funny because the season 8 premiere, the final season of Arrow, it does open with a callback to that shot, and it's Batman's mask, not Deathstroke. But
yes. It all comes around in the Berlantiverse. They tie it all together. It all
comes back to Deathstroke the Terminator.
Ryan able to eke out that second place finish. Kyle coming in third, and keep the applause going for the Quizzard, the Clue Master.
Excellent.
Mr. Darren Franich.
Excellent.
What a trivia
Great
round.
Answers. Great answers, everyone.
I think this is the deepest into any Screen Drafts episode the trivia has gone. But this episode is not for casual. This is for people who sign up for this, know what they're getting into.
I will say again, I had this thought months ago when we started talking about this, that when you said, okay, main feed, March, I was surprised it was going on the main feed. And I still am.
We all were, Chance.
I told you. Ryan swooped in at a weak moment.
I got him when he was down. So let's all thank me.
Chance.
Yes.
You have first choice of draft position. Like we said, drafter A gets that bonus veto. Drafter B gets the most picks. And drafter C gets that veto override. Now you've already got 2 vetoes. But do you think this is going to be a veto-heavy draft? Do you think Ryan and Kyle are going to be throwing out placements that you are shocked and appalled by?
Well, 2 things. One, given that that Ryan said that each time he was like rewatching, he was like, oh, like recently he was like changing his list.
Right.
I am worried about Ryan. Mm-hmm. 2, having drafted with Ryan before, where he purposefully tricked me into vetoing things during the first MCU draft, I imagine he'll do that again. So
I don't remember this at all.
Oh, I very clearly remember
that
this.
First MCU draft was epic. I did that one. That was Darren. That was us 4 minus Kyle.
That's when I first met Billy Ray.
Right.
And
you never forget it.
We were in person, we hadn't even done this over Zoom before.
That's right. Ryan we had a big easel. We were sticking cards on the easel. Yeah.
Anyway, it's funny. I was like, do I need the third veto? And I think I might, just in case. And so I'm gonna go with position A, I think.
Wow.
Okay, Chance locking down that bonus veto means Ryan's only going to have 1. All right, Ryan, Chance is going to be drafter A, so your choices are between B and C.
I need another arrow in my quiver, so I am going to be drafter C.
All right, Ryan is...
I need some like explosive arrow at some point throughout
Ryan
this.
is beefing up the utility belt. He's going to have the veto, and now the veto override at his disposal. Kyle, that means that you are going to be drafter B, and you're going to get the most picks, and you're going to be the only person with a back-to-back. You're going to have back-to-back picks at 9 and 8, so you'll have
deranged.
a big influence on the bottom third.
I gotta say, I would have chosen the one Kyle has. Frankly, I think that's very powerful. So this is the power dynamics of this are all...
I'm also essentially picking number 1.
Yes, you are also going to have the final decision at the top of the list between the remaining top 2.
Unless titles. Unless I veto your pick.
Well, yes, and vetoes, of course,
right.
yes. Still,
Fair,
and then
true.
I veto override it. That,
these are the checks and balances that Clay, who is the true anti-monitor, all assembled in advance.
All right.
Wait,
there
Darren,
you go.
if Clay is the anti-monitor, what does that make you? Are you the monitor?
No, I'm like, you know who I am?
Are you Psycho Pirate?
You know who I am? I'm the wave rider, okay? Maybe I'm alive, maybe I'm not. I'm taking you to all the different timelines. I'm a humble backdrop for wacky shenanigans.
Darren is Gideon, is really what he's saying.
Okay.
As long as you're not that stretchy guy who turned out to be a sex creep. That's all that we really care about. Darren.
Wait,
that's me, Kyle.
Wait, Kyle, you're confounding two different things.
Am I? I don't think I am.
Stretchy guy was just had bad social media presence. Andrew Kreisberg, a co-creator on 3 of these shows.
Oh, he was the sex creep.
He was fired for misconduct.
Get it right, Kyle.
Sorry.
I'm just worried about Clay and legal. So
Kyle is one of the 7 Batmen who's not in Gotham City right now.
Exactly.
That's who Kyle is. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm very much the Kevin Conroy Batman in that I am currently dead. That's
okay. All right. Drafter A again is Chance. Drafter B is Kyle. Drafter C is Ryan. That means Ryan's got a veto and a veto override. Chance is sitting there on 3 vetoes. And Kyle's got 2 vetoes. You can only roll over 1 veto. So keep that in mind as we go through this. And again, these are the eligible titles: Arrow, The Flash, Supergirl, Legends of Tomorrow, Black Lightning, Titans, Doom Patrol, Batwoman, Stargirl, Superman and Lois, and Gotham Knights. Darren, the excitement is palpable. The Zoom is just vibrating with anticipation. I can't wait to get into this. What are your what did we decide your marker musts are called? Your Darren, it was Cogman can't not includes. Yours was like
Franich faves.
Franich faves. How many Franich faves do we have here?
To me, there is... To me and my, again, limited understanding of the broad scope of all of these shows, dipping in and dipping out, I think there is a number last with a bullet.
Okay.
And I'm excited to see Ryan put that as high as he can. But to me, really, there is one insurmountably wonderful show that I think has to be, if not number 1, very high up. But then beyond that, I think there are 2 others. Let's say there's 3 total where if they're not in the top 5, I'll be quite shocked, I think, just given the scope of what they accomplished.
3 total. I will say when I put the call out on Blue Sky, there was definitely one title that people were lining up to support more than the others. And there is also only one of these, shockingly, only one of this group of shows that is included on the list of the 25 best television shows ever made that the Screen Drafts Legends put together last summer. So I'm curious to see where some of these titles
and now, listeners who haven't heard that yet, pause right now, take 9 hours, go listen to that draft, and then come back in here. Back. Okay, there you go.
I will say, when I was going to listen to it, Darren was like, well, stuff happened. I don't know. And I was like, why? Then I just never end up listening to the podcast.
That Chance, That was the draft where I almost retired for a little while. The retirement lasted all of about 24 hours, I think.
All right.
But not, to be clear, not because of anything Ryan did.
No. Well, no. It was a train wreck, a slow train wreck, that top five.
It wasn't me.
It was something that Ryan could have avoided.
It was something that Darren did, actually.
I didn't assume that. That's the thing. I didn't assume that Ryan was going to be doing anything except for what he did.
Since we're talking about TV, Ryan, all of this SNL 50 stuff that's been happening the last several months really made me feel better about one of your picks on that list. So I wanted to put that on the record. Okay.
Yep.
You can find that in the Booster Club. Number 11 is Drafter A. That is Chance Agard. Chance, when you are ready to set the bottom of this list of 11, send me your pick as a private message here in the Zoom.
Just to Clay.
Just to me. We're going to do these bottom three picks. It's going to be A. Drafter C is going to be picking the number 10. Then Drafter B picking the number 9. Then we're going to take our first little break. I've got Chance's pick at number 11. So here we go. At number 11, Chance has selected a series that ran for 49 episodes and is, in fact, one of these series that was not aired on the CW. Chance has selected Titans. Chance, Titans here at 11. Darren laughing and two thumbs upping. Ryan is already clutching his face.
Oh, no.
In his hands. Chance, tell us about Titans here at the bottom of the list.
Okay, for listeners who have not watched it, Titans is a show about the DC Comics property, the Teen Titans or the Titans. I'm sure many people watched or are familiar with the animated series. Titans, here's the thing. Had we done this draft 3-4 years ago, I probably would have ranked Titans higher. But Titans, for me, I think the thing that damned it for me is how just like none of it stuck with me, years have gone by. I'll come out and say I didn't finish watching it when it was airing. In preparation for this draft, I watched the last 6 episodes, or I watched 3 of the last 6 episodes. And it just, none of it stuck with me. I think a lot of its moments a lot of the stuff that it does in the moment are sort of like superficially satisfying. It's Jeff Johns and Akiva Goldsman sort of being like, yes, let's do all this comic booky stuff, but then none of it sort of really sort of hooks you emotionally, I think. And it also commits one of the cardinal sins for me, where especially in its first 2 seasons, where it's a show about a super team that refuses to have that super team be a super team for as long as possible. And I found that incredibly frustrating. And before I went back and revisited it, that was the thing I remembered the most, was Robin is constantly running off on his own adventure. And here's the thing, this is a show that I'll admit that when it was announced, and actually no lie, when it debuted the first teaser at Comic-Con, and it was the sort of mic drop mode of that teaser was Robin turning to the camera, or not, that's an exaggeration, but Robin saying, "Fuck Batman." I was like, I don't need this. And then to my surprise, that first season has a lot of problems. And then I think there were a lot of production things that I can't remember how many episodes it had, but the number that aired was less than they planned because there were a lot of things that went weird behind the scenes. I was like, this show has enough good things I want to keep watching. And then season 2 was actively refused to just give us the Titans as a team. And then season 3, I I think is the show's best season. I think that season I remember very enjoying a lot in the moment. But again, I watched the first half of season 4, so last I watched it was in 2022, so 3 years out, or I guess 2.5 if we're being exact. But I'm very little of that show really stuck with me in any sort of meaningful way. And I think that, especially when it comes to these superhero properties, and not to go all Grant Morrison, but when you watch these superhero stories, you expect them to sort of imprint on you in a way that sort of makes you sort of optimistic about what we could be and what we aren't doing. And so, in a way, that's Titan's biggest failure. That it was good in the moment, but it has not stood the test of time. I think a lot of these shows, and so that and I'll grant that it and Doom Patrol, they were making these shows for DC Universe, and so they were let's be as comic booky as possible. They did it. I respect it. They adapted quite possibly one of the most controversial Batman stories ever, which is Death in the Family, and they did it in less than 10 minutes. I respect how quickly we saw everyone in their superhero costumes and all that. But at the same time, again, I think just none of it had any weight in the end, So, and that's why I'm putting it. Here, the thing, I think, again, had you asked me this question 3 years ago, it would have been higher. But right now, in 2025, I think this is the show that is the most sort of least impactful for me.
All right, Titans, the pick at number 11. The first big reveal. This is one of the 4 shows that I was assigned viewing from by Darren and Ryan. My girlfriend Amanda and I watched the episode where Jack Reacher shows his butt, and then he gets a bomb put on his heart, and then he makes out with Lila Garrity, and then she gets tricked into blowing him up. That's the episode we watched. I will say, of the 4 episodes we watched from different shows, Titans was the one that was by far Amanda's favorite. And I enjoyed it as well. I had a good time with this episode. I have no context for it in the larger run of the show, but always fun to see big old Jack Reacher and Lila Garrity. We were both shocked to see her. Where has she been? And I think the answer to the question, where have they been, in many cases in the last 15 years, has been in one of these shows. Ryan.
Yeah.
The veto order today is Chance, and then you, and then Kyle. It goes in the order of the trivia win. So in this instance, because Chance played Europe first in the veto order, which means that you have to decide if you're going to veto or not before we go to Kyle. I will say for all GMs, in terms of veto etiquette today, because every single one of these titles will be on the list, if you feel compelled to jump in and veto something right away and skip the veto order, you are welcome to, because we'll talk about every title in full today, no matter what. But Ryan, no immediate veto from you. You do only have the one. How do you feel about Titans at the very bottom of this list? You did immediately facepalm at the reveal of this pick.
Yeah, I just realized that what I've been celebrating for months and months might have all been a big mistake, because I'm just now realizing that's not what I was expecting here at all. I love Titans so much. I'm so tempted to veto this just because, but I also just kind of think
I will remind you as well, Ryan, unlike usual, this is not a back-to-back at the bottom of the list. Chance does not have another pick until 7. Just because the conventional wisdom is usually not to veto right at the bottom because of the double pick, but this is a little different.
I get it. I have very big fish to fry. I have other goals that I need to accomplish here. Titans is a personal favorite. I definitely understand why it's not universally beloved, but I was one of those people who, when the teaser came out and Robin says, "Fuck Batman," I was so jazzed, so excited. I thought, finally, okay, we're moving beyond this lionization of Batman and this whole thing. Like, I love the first season. I love the third season. I can't understand. It's not a Death in the Family. It's the Red Hood saga. And I think they handle the Red Hoods. It is, yeah. But I mean, this show to me, I think is so very bold in what it was trying to do. It doesn't always accomplish everything that it sets out to do. But I mean, to kind of mix the weird, like, real world Gotham aspect with like Starfire and fucking Connor as Superboy. Like, I just found it to be so hodgepodge and weird with pretty good production value. Also with like that rated R edge. I just thought this show is super fucking bold, and I loved almost every episode. It was a show that like I got into and really binge watched a few times now. So this is a real tough loss for me. Everybody's really great in this show. I mean, Clay, you didn't even mention during that episode, like, the fucking addition of the Scarecrow as a pothead.
Oh, Pete Campbell showing up as Stoner Scarecrow was a real
absolutely loved that to get him to talk, he just bought him, like, really good sativa and brought it to the jail.
Well, and Ryan, we should mention, your first time watching this, you didn't even realize that Robin, Dick Grayson on this show, is played by Henry Turner himself, Orlando Bloom's son from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, your favorite lead from a Pirates movie, Brenton Thwaites.
And he's very good.
He's really good. He's real in both of these roles. One of the shining parts of the Pirates franchises.
But Ryan,
and they get Nightwing's butt correctly too. They get correct.
But Ryan is not vetoing this. You're saying
I am not
Ryan
vetoing
is not vetoing this. Chance, we're going to limit crosstalk because we don't want to be here for 6 days. But you had a point of order, and I will allow you to clarify the record there.
I'll just say, Ryan, I said when I was talking, I said that they did Death in the Family in 10 minutes, which is accurate, that, like, we see the flashback and they're like, we're moving on to Red Hood. Red Hood is, like, he gets much more screen time, but I think Death in the Family, the idea of, like, the Joker beating Jason Todd to death happens very quickly, and then they move very quickly on.
It's a classic streaming service structure. Do one whole story in an opening 10 minutes, and then do another whole story. Take the whole season to do it. It's how they teach it in the streaming seminars.
And let's be clear, Death in the Family nor Red Hood had him like sucking on an inhaler full of drugs to get him like wired to go fucking kill people.
That's fair. That's fair. And as someone who used an inhaler, I was offended by the representation.
Kyle Anderson, Titans, here currently at the bottom of the list. Ryan was very disappointed by this, but declined to veto. What do you think? Do you think Titans belongs to be at the very bottom?
The last
of the Berlantiverse?
I don't like this position either, if I'm being very honest. I would put this at 12th if that were humanly possible. My one big gripe with Chance's argument is that he says it was good at the time. It wasn't. I was annoyed by this show from Jump Street, from that. I remember, Chance, you coming to the EW suite and explaining the Titans teaser to me in the "fuck Batman" line, and I was like, "Oh, I don't know, hard pass. Like, that's send that to the bottom of the ocean as fast as possible." I do agree that third season is like inexplicably great. I don't know what happened, or like what drugs they decided to try. I don't know what But the thing that, and this is a sort of macro approach that I have to this entire draft, is that, basically, with a couple exceptions that we'll get to later on, like most of these shows are heavily flawed, right? Like basically every single show has a season that you could put like just drag to trash. And so for me, a lot of this is really going to come down to the strength of the ensemble. And I just think this is the weakest ensemble of any of these shows we're going to talk about. I don't know what you guys, why you guys are obsessed with Brendan Thwaites. He never clicked for me. And I just think like there's not one single, except weirdly for Alan Ritchson, who is an actor who I'm now like sort of strangely obsessed with. That's the one piece of casting that I'm kind of attached to on this show. But I think that might also because I'm super into the Reacher show. And so it's like, this is, for me, this is the weakest ensemble. And so this is why it belongs down here.
All right, there you go. No vetoes. Titans locked in at the bottom of the Berlantiverse Super Draft. Darren, as someone who, came in with the assumption that this must be one of the 4 best shows because you all made me watch an episode from it, I'm shocked to see it here at the bottom of the list.
I wanted you to get a full sense of the breadth of material on display, Clay. Uh-huh. This was the number last that I was talking about. And in fairness, I sort of agree with everybody, maybe not so much with Chance, because I don't think I ever loved any part of this show. But I do find I find it actually more charming now than I think I did at the time, just how much this show is kind of embracing some of the scummy aspects of comic book storytelling. The storylines that Chance referenced, Death in the Family is the classic, I think, late 80s comic storyline where the Joker kills a Robin. And that's, for me as a 90s comics kid, that's a formative moment as far as defining what kinds of stories I was going to be reading, with a lot of just death and unnecessary grossness. But I guess to me, Titans, just the few episodes of it I ever saw, always felt pulled between a few awkward directions where it was trying to be that way, but also there's a lot of conversation about found families, and it seems like it's trying to be a little bit more sentimental than I think that approach that I just talked about justifies. But also, I have to just say, watching the episode that Chance had recommended, he recommended a season 1 episode, which I watched. I was really brought back to that moment in the late 20-teens when I realized just how slow some streaming shows were going to be. Titans is a show where there's an episode where the plot of the episode is we're breaking in somewhere to free someone. This is a great crackerjack classical action plot for an action-adventure show. And the way Titans did it in their first season on DC Universe, I know, budget, yada yada, the way they choose to do it is there's just endless conversation beforehand, all of it kind of shot in that weird wannabe Mr. Robot way where just everyone's whispering and is really kind of doing this weird paranoid static thing. Endless conversation about it. Then the actual break-in takes no time at all. Then they're all trapped for the whole episode. It just feels like a slow-paced glacial show. And not to tip my hand too much, the thing I like about the CW shows is their network and they move very quickly. And I think that's what this material really, really called for. Titans, to me, putting aside the fact that they could say fuck and I guess show one person's butt every now and then, Titans just always felt like, what if the CW shows were in slow motion and all the stuff that usually got edited out didn't get edited out. So that's why, just on a craft level, for me it has to be here at the bottom. Very glad it's here. I'm sorry, Ryan. This is the first number 1 show of the night for you. That's not going to be at number 1.
Totally. No, you're absolutely. I'm devastated.
I will say, referencing the episode list, I mean, this is how I knew Titans in a bad position, where I had to text. I think Christian Hollub has been on the draft once. I had to text him and ask him, what episode should I recommend for Titans? Because I had no memory of anything. And that's what he said. So
he said the one where Alan Richardson gets blown up?
No, he said Asylum, the one that Darren watched.
The one that Darren
The one that I watched. And meanwhile, Kyle thinks this show should be beneath Freedom Fighters: The Ray. So that just tells you... That tells you where everybody thinks this belongs.
Oh, man. Well, there you go. Titans locked in there at number 11. I've already got Ryan's pick at number 10. And my profound misunderstanding and misconstruing of all of the clues continues. Because at number 10, damn near at the bottom of the list, Ryan has played the series that ran for 51 episodes and is, by my memory, the one I heard him mention more than any other show we're going to talk about today. Ryan has selected Batwoman. Ryan,
now let me just
say, Batwoman here at number 10.
Here's the thing with Batwoman. Batwoman, I wanted to believe in it so bad. It's a show that, for all of these years, there was never really even hints of Batman and Batman related, anything in the Arrowverse. So when they finally got here and they were like, much like they did with Supergirl, let's go the, Batwoman, Supergirl route as opposed to Superman and Batman, I was totally down and totally on board with it, and excited. I always like a good show without Batman. I mean, to me, that's just fun. But boy, that first season is horrendous. It is really, really terrible. I don't know. Like I said, it was just so disappointing. And then with each season, so, Ruby Rose plays Batwoman in the first season, didn't quite work out. The whole season is a bit of a mess. Ruby Rose is a big part of the problem. They finally replace her with Javicia Leslie. Is that how you pronounce her name? I never quite knew. But regardless, Ryan Wilder, that new character that takes the mantle of Batwoman, definitely a big step up from the first season, but still really, really bad. You get to the third season and you're like, okay, they're making some headway, and actually it's the best season, and then it all ends. And the whole thing just feels like an experiment that completely failed. There are highlights throughout. The actor that plays Alice, who is sort of like the original, Ruby Rose's Batwoman's sister, and she's like sort of like the Joker part of this, but she's also her friend and partly her sister. It's really kind of convoluted, but she's really good and kind of is one of the more compelling characters throughout. Dougray Scott as the the police captain that is also, Ruby Rose's dad as well as Alice's dad. I mean, it's a whole fucking thing. But it's a convoluted mess that never really kind of gels, and the team kind of is not compelling or fun, and they don't really work together. Really, all the things that Chance was saying about Titans, I kind of feel about this one, where it just, I don't know, it just really didn't work. This is the darkest show of all of the Arrowverse, I would say, with maybe the exception of Arrow. It was certainly like kind of the next generation of Arrow, trying to bring back that kind of gritty, but it just, I don't know. It's trying so hard to do many, many different things, and to me, it fails on a lot of different levels. By the time they introduced Poison Ivy as like an ex-girlfriend of I can't remember who's the
Renee Montoya.
The cop. Yeah, Montoya's like ex-girlfriend is Poison Ivy. It's just like, what the fuck is going on? It's just a bit of a mess, and I wanted it to be better. But I do like it, and I have watched season 3 a couple times now, so interestingly enough.
Ryan gives it his lowest grade, 7 thumbs up.
Another one that could have been number 1. Here at number 10, Batwoman. I have not seen anything from this at all, ever. No opinion from me on Batwoman. Chance, you're up first in the veto order. Batwoman, you, of course, are hoarding those vetoes. You've got vetoes 3. How do you feel about Batwoman here at the number 10 spot?
Here's the thing. I have 3 vetoes, but again, I can't risk vetoing and then Ryan putting something I'm passionate about here, because I think Batwoman, I think this is like, this is why the people who report on shows shouldn't be like the critics about shows, is that like is a show that I have a lot of. Did
they give you an air fryer?
They did not. They gave me a plant that finally died like a year ago. But
because he didn't water it for the first year. Yeah. That's the thing. He said,
no.
I'm going to leave it there.
The plant was watered consistently, and then it finally died when I with Batwoman, it's a show that I give a lot of, God, I hate saying this. I give a lot of grace to, because I think it faced a lot of obstacles that it had to face, but both as just like, a broadcast network TV show, and then also in the face of like, it premiered in 2019, right? Yeah. And then it couldn't even finish its first season because of the pandemic. And so I'm like, oh, imagine what this show could have been had a time or budget, had the pandemic not happened, had CW not been bought by a random cable, like whatever, like local network syndicate in Texas or whatever it was bought by. There are a lot of what ifs with this show. And so, the first season, which like I agree with, like actually I guess I disagree. I think the first season was like fine, not my fave, but I think the casting of Javicia Leslie as Batwoman, I think, gave the show another chance to have like another first season, where like they got to. It's sort of like I compare like when I studied abroad. I was like, oh, this is my chance to have like a real freshman year, where like my actual freshman year, I didn't drink. I subscribed to a streaming service and like binge watch TV. You know what I mean? When I did study abroad the second time, I was like, oh, I'm gonna go out, have fun, make bad decisions. And so I think Batwoman was like, oh, they got to redo other freshman year. And so season 2 of Batwoman, it's like new lead character, new like I think objectively more interesting character. Javicia Leslie playing Ryan, and I think in what they all faced in sort of pulling that off, you know, interesting new character in the middle of the pandemic with all these restrictions they had to like ride around. I was very impressed by it, and then the way they have also had to like another like they have to like recast, they have to like explain why Ruby Rose is gone and actually sort of like recast the role and write her off at the same time. You know, I think they did the best they could given those sort of big obstacles. And on my list, I had Batwoman not substantially higher, but like higher enough that like I think it would have been placed after the first break, if I remember correctly, where Clay said the first break was coming of this podcast. And also I think season 3, to Ryan's point, I think season 3 is quite good. You know, it's the first season where they all get to sort of like write this show without any sort of without any external nonsense they don't have any control over, you know, letting go of your lead actor, the pandemic, strikes, whatever you have. And I think the show I thought was like very impressive. Not very impressive. I think it was as impressive as it could have been given its restraints. And I liked the cast a lot, actually. Like, I really liked Nicole Kang and Camrys, and I agree with Ryan. Like, I thought Alice was a really good casting choice for Rachel Skarsten.
Although it was really weird because, like she's a murderer, and yet at the same time, like, half of this show, she's on their Batwoman team. I mean, fucking helping them solve mysteries and shit. And they'd be like, we can't hear from you. You fucking murdered 25 people last week. And she's like, I know. What can I do? I'm mentally ill.
That's literally the case with most of these Arrowverse shows. Because Greg Berlanti, as we'll get to, but like a lot of his shows are about family. And it's like, well, what do we excuse of family? You know, like we'll get to this later. But like one of these shows managed to like, not redeem Damien Dark, but like at least make him a very lovable touche.
Let's
be honest here. So like that was the least of my problems.
It sounds like
anyway,
you're
I'm not
ramping up to a veto. You're not vetoing.
No, because I worry what other people would put down here in order to get me to waste my vetoes, and so
Chance, you know that you're not allowed to do veto polls on this show.
Well, I am though.
I would never do that.
It sounds like Chance has other things to protect.
Chance has other things to protect.
Yeah,
and has zero confidence in his co-GMs here.
But listen,
that's not true.
Kyle,
we keep on talking about Chance's 3 vetoes, but Kyle has
Kyle's got 2
vetoes.
vetoes. Kyle's
got that fun veto to throw around.
Batwoman. Chancellor would have had it a little bit higher, but elected not to veto. What do you think about this one at number 10?
I'm very tempted because I am also I might be the softest on Batwoman of the 3 of us.
What the fuck is happening?
Largely,
right Kyle's like, it should be number 17. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Largely on the strength of like, and I don't even really disagree with
Swamp Thing.
I don't even, man, that happened. I don't even really disagree with anything that either Ryan or Chance said, but I have a lot of love for that 3rd season. Like that's one of my favorite seasons that any of these shows ever did. Now, we are judging them, you know, on the whole holistically, and those first 2 seasons are rough. And so that's sort of, you know, I would have positioned it a little higher, but I don't mind it down here. And echo, you know, what Chance said. By the time they get to that 3rd season, everyone has been given the proper opportunity to figure out their character. I feel like the ensemble works really, really well. I will also echo, I think like Nicole Kang is like kind of like amazing in that show. I also really like when they introduce Robin Givens in the third season. Like she's super fun. Like the show does a lot of things that you would not normally expect, either this show based on its first 2 seasons or really like at that point across the Berlantiverse to do. And I think all that stuff really works. And I even like it is this weird, like kind of like, sad trombone of a finale, because I believe they shot the finale not knowing whether or not they were going to get renewed. Like there was very much up in the air. And so it does have that, that TV, like maybe we'll be back or who the fuck knows. But I weirdly kind of, I really think that finale is like, for all of its sort of like kneecapped flaws, I think is actually really effective. And I'm sort of in love with that final image of the three of them together that I think is kind of lovely. But again, you like, as much as I adore that season, you also cannot discount the fact that the first 2 seasons are very tough sledding. And I don't think, Ruby Rose seems like she'd be kind of a tough hang. Like I don't seems like a very complicated person to know. And I don't think that she ever, at least for me, never really figured out what she was doing in that first season, and that kind of sort of collapses the whole thing.
I want to add one more thing. Sorry,
go ahead, Chance.
I just want to say I something I thought of after I like ranted about Titans, that like one of my main points about it, in that I was going to mention Batwoman, and I do think it's funny that like assuming someone doesn't veto, maybe Ryan will veto, I don't know, that like it's funny that like the 2 shows that are the bottom of our list are sort of these shows that are Batman shows about Batman not being there, which I think, especially in the case of Titans and the Game of Thrones actor they cast as Bruce Wayne, is something that like really
Ian Glenn, I believe.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like, so really irks me. But like these Batman shows that are about Batman, but he's not there, really bothers me. And I do think it's interesting that
careful, Chance, careful.
I mean, he is there. He's just not in the costume.
I think these shows very clearly say Bruce Wayne on Titans, or like in Batwoman, it's like Batman is missing.
Let's be clear. There is one perfect show about Batman not really being in Gotham City. We're not going to talk about it tonight.
Yes.
I love that both Ryan and Chance have highlighted the lack of Batman on these shows, and Ryan fucking double thumbs up loves it, and Chance is annoyed by it. But no, Chance, Ryan can't veto, because if we remember, he played Batwoman at number 10.
He did. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Darren,
sorry.
This is what's locked in at number 10, Batwoman. What do you think?
Yeah, as has been said, this is a show that I think was greenlit in feast and arrived in famine in so many ways. Ruby Rose seemed like she was going to be everywhere, and that didn't really wind up happening. When this show was announced, it sort of seemed like there would just be an infinite number more Berlanti shows on the CW, and that didn't wind up happening. You mentioned the kind of exterior stuff, the pandemic and all of that. But I do think, to me, it makes sense this show is down this low, just because I think of it now as the beginning of the end. And I think of it as, the missed opportunity that everybody is talking about. That, like, Batman as a concept had been sort of lurking around the margins of all these shows for a long time. And at the time that they were greenlit, Batman was this very protected property that was only allowed in the Christopher Nolan movie that came out the same year Arrow came out. But I'm certainly not the first person to point out that Arrow, in a lot of ways, is sort of a stealth Batman show at times. Certainly, a lot of aspects of their Oliver Queen feel much more Bruce Wayne than the Green Arrow character who I grew up with. And so it just seems as if to finally get to the CWDC Bat show was going to be this statement moment for this whole universe. And to have it be Batwoman, to have it be the female character, to have it be the queer character, there are all these aspects of it where it just seems like this could have been the start of the second decade for the Berlantiverse of shows. And for all the reasons people said, it didn't really wind up happening. First of two shout-outs to three of our former colleagues, Natalie Abrams, who did a lot of work on this show. I'm kind of with the school of thought that says, I think by season 3, this is really doing something new and unique with the Bat Gotham iconography. I think the issue is, a Gotham show without Batman is either awesome because it's basically a vision of a world where, like, God no longer exists, you know, that, like, Batman as the moral center isn't there, either because he hasn't arrived yet because he's a young teenager, or because he's gone. It's either awesome, or you sort of feel like you're watching a clout chasing individual who's like, well, listen, like the you know, he's not here, but look, you know, we're playing with all his toys, we're doing all this stuff. And I do feel like with this show, there's a little bit more of that sense that I get, and some of it is just like, I don't think Gotham can ever be Vancouver, even if you're partly filming in Chicago. I expect a lot out of Gotham City. The year that this arrived was the year that Fox's Gotham ended, and by the end of its run, Fox's Gotham looked amazing. So just on a, like, style visual level, I think even before all the issues this show ran into, it was maybe expressing the limitations of what they could do with a CW budget. But again, as everyone has said, I think by season 3, the show was finding its footing. I think it was doing a lot of new stuff with this material. It wouldn't surprise me if the Ryan kind of character, the not Ryan Marker, Ryan, the alter ego of Batwoman, it wouldn't surprise me if that character lives on in a lot of ways, because so I guess I'd say I give this show extra credit for what it brought that was really unique. But again, it's to me, it's the beginning of the end. It's the what might have been.
It's a cap. I gotta say, there is a capper to that actor in the CW verse that is on The Flash, the final season of The Flash, where she plays a villain quite terribly. I mean, one of the worst fucking villains in the entire CW verse is Batwoman in, you know, multiverse form coming back, and it's just. And so for me, I definitely think that was like insult to injury, and it's a good lesson that, you know, the last time you see an actor in a universe like this might not be a positive thing.
And you'll hear more in the Booster Club special episode. Ryan ranks the 20,000 villains of the Berlantiverse.
Okay, Batwoman in at number 10. Darren said Tim Hortons has no business being in Gotham City.
It's just because Canadian cities are too nice looking. It's just a fact.
Yeah. Too clean.
Yeah, it's too
clean.
They've done too much good urban planning. Okay,
I think there are shows on here. I think this is what we'll get into. But I think one of the the joys of TV is working with your limitations. I think there are shows on here that did great work with their limitations of being shot in Vancouver or whatever, and others that didn't. Vancouver, or in the case of Titans Toronto, or Doom Patrol Atlanta, or Black Lightning Atlanta, like, I think there are shows that made great use of where they were sort of financially mandated to shoot because of it was cheap enough, and others that didn't. And so I don't count that against Batwoman. That was like, oh yeah, of course they'll shoot in Vancouver, and we'll get a few days here and there in Chicago pre-pandemic. Like
Chance says leave Canada alone. I understand, Chance. I understand. That's the last. That's the last shot.
Surprisingly, I'm like, yeah, Vancouver. I'm not gonna hand on Vancouver.
Kyle, your first pick is up next at number 9 on this list, and then we're gonna take a quick break and come back, and you're gonna have to pick at number 8 as well.
God, first of two back to
back. The break. Okay.
I mean, this is where Kyle just dominates the list.
Number 11.
Two back-to-back.
Number 11, we had Titans. Number 10, Batwoman. At number 9, Kyle has selected a show that ran for 46 episodes. And as Chancellor just said, shot in Atlanta. At number 9, Kyle has selected Doom Patrol. Another facepalm from Ryan.
God damn it. What the fuck is happening here, guys?
I always somehow manage to struggle with this pitch, right? You have it's always a good idea on paper, the sort of group of misfit characters that band together. I've always loved the idea of the Suicide Squad, for example. I don't know that I've ever enjoyed a Suicide Squad story told to me.
Chancellor's freaking out, but he's on mute, so we can't. Chancellor's on mute, like his hands are shaking and he's convulsing.
He's just excited about. He's in full agreement here.
He's writing something down. What is going? Anyway, Kyle, continue.
yeah. I mean, and that is what this is. It pulls together essentially like a team of goofs, and this is one of those shows where I remember watching the premiere of Doom Patrol and thinking like, oh, they've really got something here, and the casting is very interesting, and they seem to be doing some kind of like adventurous things, and they've got some ideas. And then it very much is one of those streaming television shows that probably should have just been a 2-hour movie and not a multi-hour, multi-season thing, because for me, Doom Patrol is a show that kind of just keeps hitting the same point over and over again. And what starts out as, sort of like very like charming offbeat comedy becomes very strident very fast. And there was no, like outside of, and this is before the kind of Brendan Fraser sons, or I guess it was sort of like the kind of beginning of it. And so I remember being like super intrigued by it. It's like, oh, this guy's like, here's a guy I haven't really heard from in a while, like kind of doing something fun and interesting. But that was not enough for me to hang my hat on Doom Patrol, and it just felt like it was never not running in place for me as far as like sort of ideas went, and which bummed me out because, like I said, I think it is pretty well cast. And it's got some like sort of neat, cool character designs. I never hooked into the storytelling in a way that it wanted me to.
All right, the pick at number 9, Doom Patrol, a show I almost checked out because I liked the look of this sort of like Toothsome's Chocolate Emporium ass robot in there.
That's Brendan Fraser.
That's Brendan Fraser.
Your boy.
But no, never watched this one. Incredible reactions from across the draft table here. Ryan immediately face in palm saying, what the fuck? Chance, like, I guess, I thought Chance didn't have a reaction, but I guess he was just frozen in shock until he started throwing his hands in the air wildly. Chance, you're up first in the veto order. Doom Patrol, take us through your reaction, because it was quite something.
So I'm going to veto this, but I'll explain why.
Son of a bitch.
Because here's the thing about Doom Patrol.
If you're going to veto it, just say it quickly, because we're gonna come back around to Doom Patrol higher up the list.
Oh no! It's I think So what I was writing down was Kyle saying, I've never enjoyed a Suicide Squad story, when one of my earliest memories of when I was an intern at EW and meeting Kyle was him pitching a Suicide Squad comic for Must List.
Chance, again, going back to my ethics, written by my friend Sean Ryan.
Yeah. And I'll just say that I think this show, and here's the thing, I agree with a lot of what Kyle said, but I think there are a lot of other elements of this show that I think like boost it out of the bottom 3 just for the sheer value of like, I can't believe they tried to do that. And I think it deserves, like, I could tolerate it being higher, but not as high as I want it. But I can't handle it being this low, so I will be vetoing.
All right, Chance cannot handle this in the bottom 3. Ryan breathing a sigh of relief. So that's 1 veto down for Chance. He's still got 2 left. And Kyle, we're back to you for a replacement here at number 9.
Come on, Kyle. Come on. I believe in you. You know what you've got to. You know what you've got to do right now.
I don't think I do.
There's only one thing to go here.
Ryan's there's only one number 2 on this list, and it should be played here at number 9.
Kyle, are you torn between? Okay, I got it. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew it. I'm telling you, this is where Kyle takes over.
At number 9, Kyle attempted to play Doom Patrol. That was vetoed by Chance, so that will go higher. Replacing it at number 9, Kyle has selected a series that ran for 126 episodes and was initially pitched as the sort of network legitimization of this universe. At number 9, Kyle has selected Supergirl.
This is down here because this is maybe like this is maybe my Batwoman, from what Ryan was saying before, where like I was really optimistic about this show, and I just felt constantly let down by it. That first, if you go back and like stream it now, that first season that aired on CBS feels so strange. Because it is, it's like it's on like a more major network, and so has access to like obviously much bigger budgets, but they're still making like very much a CW show just with a CBS budget. They also, like, I guess we're just like, well, we got to put a big star, and I guess Callista Flockhart was that. They never figure out what to do with her, and in the end, that entire season, it's really, but like I do kind of like the callback to her later on, when the show's wrapping up. When she like extremely lazily makes a cameo, I assume was shot like in her backyard. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Harrison Ford shot it, actually.
Is that true? I mean, that's almost certainly true.
That's not
right?
true.
No,
that's definitely not true.
That's confirmed. That's a fact.
I would believe it.
This is a show that does find its peaks. And there are, but like, I don't know that I was going back and looking through, and I was like, I'm not sure that there's a definitive great season of this show. There are like really great arcs. But I never at any point was like, yep, that's this is some super great stuff that's happening here. I do also think that they got a little bit lost in the weeds. Like I like when the show starts to react to the Trump era, and they really lean into the idea of Kara as a refugee on this planet, and then I think at some point they kind of lose track of what that even means. Like this, like they sort of get into the weeds a bit on that, which I found to be kind of frustrating. And then I also for reasons that I've never really been able to establish myself, like the Martian Manhunter is one of my favorite fictional characters there's ever been.
Yeah.
I really love the portrayal of Martian Manhunter on this show. I think that that performance by David Harwood is like one of the great performances across the Berlantiverse. And I just feel like a lot of the rest of the cast, and I'm including poor Melissa Benoist in this, never quite lives up to that. And there are this is one of those series also where like I feel like there are entire characters who are 100% disposable on this program. As much as I really like him as a person, and I've had a lot of good interviews with him, Mehcad Brooks never figures out what the hell he's doing in the show, and it's not his fault. But it's and just like they're never not coming back to him, and they never have nothing for him. That's a lot of negatives in one sentence, and I apologize for that. So
Guardian disagrees with you, Kyle. Guardian disagrees with you.
Guardian, I can tell you where to put Guardian. So a lot of this is built a little bit on my probably unreasonable expectations of what this show is going to be, but also because it does have those flashes of real greatness. And it also has Martian Manhunter in it. And so it does sort of pay me to put it down here, but I just, there's other stuff that I feel like is superior to it. There you go.
All right, Supergirl, the pick at number 9, replacing the vetoed Doom Patrol. Ryan, at some point during Kyle's talk spiel there looked like he was going to start screaming. Chance looking down, taking notes like he's Pete Buttigieg during a debate. Chance, you're up first.
What a specific reference.
You're up first. Just the looking up occasionally and going I'm okay, and then back to the notes. Chance, you're up first in the veto order. You vetoed Doom Patrol. Supergirl came in its place. Are you happy with the outcome of that veto, or where are you at right now?
I'm not going to veto this. I had Supergirl pretty low on my list. Not this low, but it was pretty low. And here's the thing. Supergirl, I think, maybe is a show I have a lot of affection for. Again, I can't help but take into account what it went through. Here's the thing. I actually love this, the season 1 version on CBS. I think that low key, without me giving the show too much, I'm still giving it a handicap, but not as much of a handicap. I think that season 1 is very good. I think season 4 is my favorite season. I think that's where the show sort of really figured out its whole to differentiate ourselves from the other Arrowverse shows, we're going to be about social justice, and we're going to be about that in the most didactic way possible, but also make it fun and interesting, and add John Cryer acting his butt off. And so, but then 5 and 6 of that season of that show are just not great. Genuinely, I think the final season of the show is actually unbelievable in what it does, and it's I don't know why you would go this route at all. I was taking notes because I think so. As I said, I think Supergirl has a great season and one good season. Great season, season 4. Good season, season 1. Because I think when I think about moments I think about quite often, it's I can't remember if it was the mid-season finale or just early in the first 10 episodes, the Human for a Day episode, the shot of Supergirl stopping a bank robber without her powers, imprinted on me in a way that I have not forgotten. And I think that season, even though it was on CBS, it still tried to sort of adapt for the girl who has everything, for the man who has everything. And it tried its best to do what it could within the confines of what CBS wanted from a show. I also disagree with Kyle. I think Melissa Benoist does figure out Supergirl. I think she is a highlight of that. Because I think when I think about Supergirl, it's I'm having a hard time, seeing Millie Alcock as Supergirl. I think Melissa Benoist, really, really killed it. And I think she had an understanding of the character despite, I think the writers getting to sort of... Look, we all went crazy during the Trump era in terms of and thinking just because someone, put something on TV that makes it powerful. And then in hindsight, it's maybe we could unpack. I think it's Supergirl is what Damon Lindelof's Watchmen could have been, but for the grace of God, in terms of something that was let's react, but let's do it in the most, as quickly as possible. Which, again, broadcast network, they're writing episodes as they're being shot. And so, again, I'm not vetoing this.
I am. I veto this. I veto this. I'm sorry.
Wow.
This is I can't hear any more of this.
His one veto.
Ryan's pushed to the edge.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm sorry.
He couldn't even tolerate modest praise. That's how Ryan felt.
My breaking point with the show is that, Christ on Infinite Earths, we haven't talked about the crossovers yet. That whole, the whole conceit they figured out to make it work was that, okay, we have to give them a MacGuffin and, make each character a MacGuffin. It's hey, let's make them a Paragon. We'll have... I can't remember how many, 7 Paragons? How many Paragons? And they all represent various things like truth and love and all this.
Yes.
They did this. And then Supergirl comes back and is for our final season, or maybe it's the penultimate season, which I don't know. It's let's create these how many stones that represent almost exactly the same things. and have the characters chase after them. That is what broke me. I was like, guys, come on.
Ryan's like, yo, they're chasing some symbolic stones? Like,
yeah.
Whoa.
Like, what's the hate?
Great. Kyle.
If only there was no Batman in this Gotham City, that would really be cooking.
Our first break just seems to be getting further and further away somehow. Ryan now vetoing you at number 9. You've now run afoul of both of your co-GMs at your first pick on this
and
list.
And he's just going to put Supergirl at the next fucking spot. Well, I know it.
I mean,
whatever.
At number 8, will he put Supergirl or Doom Patrol?
You don't know, man.
You don't know.
Kyle finally gets a break from Billy Ray, only to get vetoes hurled at him.
I know.
All right. Kyle, I need a third attempt at a number 9 here.
I know. It's funny that I was thinking before. It's like, have I ever actually used a veto on this show? And I remember that I had, because everybody yelled at me for I can't remember which. It must have been was it the A24 draft that I kept that. I vetoed Hereditary and everybody got mad. All right, that's a different show that happened before. All right. I'm being bullied into this.
Right. Ooh. Does this one actually hurt a little bit, Kyle?
Okay.
I mean, a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's probably fair.
Oh.
I just have a lot more animosity toward Doom Patrol and Supergirl.
Gotcha.
Right.
We're past the animosity now.
So after getting vetoed on Doom Patrol and Supergirl by Chance and Ryan, respectively here, now, of course, remember now, Ryan out of vetoes. That's his one veto. At number 9, Kyle has selected, well, we'll see if this gives it away, a show that ran for 13 episodes. Gotham Knights. Kyle, Gotham Knights. Your pick at number 9. Ryan has not knocked anything off of his desk yet, so I'm thinking, okay, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, this is as alluded to before. We've mentioned it a bunch of times so far, but just to myself and Chance and Darren are all friends with and worked with Natalie Abrams, who was one of the 3 co-creators on this show.
Yes.
She's credited as one of the 3, and so there is a part of me that was sort of being sentimental and had this slotted slightly higher. It is a 1-season wonder. It's and it's like 50% of a good thing. But I do think that the good stuff on it is pretty good. It's strange that that for a show that, I mean, I guess it didn't know it was going to only run 1 season, but like it also probably should have. If only because like the CW was it's like collapsing around it as it was airing. But it does kind of weirdly waste some time. Like their whole episodes just feel like they're just sort of jogging in place a little bit. They're a little bit inert. But when the thing was moving forward, like it would often move this kind of almost like a breakneck pace that was like if you described it to me, I would think like, well, I don't think I want that, but in execution, I always thought was sort of like better than it was on paper. I also think that it, to Chance had alluded to this before when he was talking about Titans, that I really feel like there has to be something that sticks to my bones for one of these things to really like quote unquote work. And for me, Gotham Knights, the one big standout thing is the character of Duella, played by Olivia Rose Keegan, who is not unlike the Alice character on Batwoman, where it's sort of like, here's a lunatic, but it's a really like fun version of a lunatic. And I think it's like they don't ever like explicitly call her Joker's daughter, but there's a lot of stuff borrowed from that character. Am I wrong, Chance? Like you feel like you?
No, they reveal that she's Harvey's daughter. Like she's Two-Face's daughter.
Right. But I'm saying that like a lot of the like character elements are borrowed from the comics from the Joker's daughter character.
Well, they make you think she's Joker's daughter. No, they make you think. Yeah, they're like, oh, That's what you think for the first like how many episodes, and then they reveal JK.
But that reveal is like 15 minutes before the series ends, so I don't even.
Right.
Anyway, point is, that's one of the the other thing that really works on the show is the hiring of Misha Collins as Harvey Dent. Like I think that's actually like fairly inspired, and all the stuff with him really crackles. The biggest problem is like this sort of like actual, like sort of central triumvirate is not ever really all that interesting. They never really gel. They only get like 12 or 13 episodes or whatever to try to figure it out. Again, this is a show like made by a friend of mine, and I'm always going to be sort of softer on it, but I do think that it does like a handful of things exceptionally well. And again, I would have slotted this higher were it not for everybody getting really mad at me about Supergirl.
All right. Gotham Knights coming in at number 9, the third attempt there. I've never seen this program, and I'm going to move Ryan up in the discussion order since he's out of vetoes anyway. Ryan, your sole veto, led to Gotham Knights coming in here at number 9. How do you feel about this one? It seems like for the first pick, including the one you made yourself, that you were not disappointed by.
Yeah. I feel like, this was my number 10. I didn't really like this show all that much at all. I was waiting for like Damian Wayne or somebody to show up that I kind of know. Instead, it's this guy Turner, who's sort of like the adopted son of Bruce Wayne. And in the first episode, Bruce is killed. And everybody thinks it's Turner. For some reason, I don't quite remember. He pairs up with a bunch of like cat burglars who I don't really understand why. Duella doesn't quite make sense as a character. I just really kind of like checked. By this point, I was so like over the whole like Gotham City milieu to begin with. Like it was rough before it even began for me. So yeah, I had this even lower, and I think this is the right spot for it.
And Chance, what about you? Gotham Knights, your vetoes set us on this path here. Your veto set us on this path. We ended here.
No, here's the thing. Gotham Knights, I will say from the jump, like, I wanted this show to get a second season because I think it was the perfect CW show in the sense that, like, season 1, they're figuring out what they're doing. They're making it work. Season 2, they're going to come in with a strong idea of what it is. And I think we could have the next Arrow where where season 2 is like, they know exactly the mix of, like, comic book lore to draw on and, like, appease advertisers and make it CW friendly. At the same time, I mean, it's the same with Titans, where I think the show, nothing stuck with me after I watched it. At the same time, though, I think the show suffered also because it was premiering in the sort of end times of the CW being a place where like writers could literally go and hone their craft to then go on to bigger and better things. And at the same time, and also like it was decided that it would not be connected to the rest of the Arrowverse, where like I think had this been part of the Batwoman universe, or I guess Arrowverse specifically, like a true spinoff of Batwoman, I think it could have been great, but I think it was hampered by a lot of things. I think to Ryan's point, a lot of us expected like Batman's son to be like Damian, and I truly, truly hope that was the plan. If it wasn't, then... But I think and hope that was the plan, and then, they have to create this whole character from cloth, and, Turner, I think the name they gave him, it's sort of like, it makes the audience wonder, is this person someone else from the comics who we aren't expecting? Like, I know when I was watching, I thought it was Terry McGinnis, and then no, it just turned out, Turner
from Batman Beyond.
Yeah, from Batman Beyond. Thank you, Darren. And it wasn't, and so at the same time, I do agree though that like I thought Duella was a great character. I thought casting Misha Collins as Harvey Dent as Two-Face was like both a great bit of marketing in terms of getting people to watch it because it's supernatural, but then also I think he really committed to like chewing scenery as both Harvey and Bad Harvey. But again, I think well, I'm being repetitive. It'll be just like this one season wonder that people will watch. I think it'll have a great life in streaming. I think people will watch it and wish, oh, I wish there was more, because it could have been great. But I think based on what we got, I think it is in its right position.
All right, Gotham Knights locked in at number 9. Kyle finally got there after getting vetoed by each of his co-GMs. Now, Darren, when we get back from the break, Kyle's going to have another pick at number 8. So the suspense continues. But what do you think of Gotham Knights here at number 9?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that the sort of Batman-adjacent shows have wound up buried here at the back. And yeah, just echoing what people said, like Ryan Marker's recommended episode for this was the season finale, the series finale. And it's very clear to me watching that, like, this whole first season was getting to this point where, multiple spoilers alert, Batman's adopted son is sort of doing League of Shadows stuff, is also in love with young lady Joker, who secretly no more is Two-Face's daughter. And by the way, Two-Face, who wasn't Two-Face all along, is finally Two-Face. Like, this feels to me like it is setting up what the show wanted to be, which to me seems like it's something that's kind of compelling, which is, let's do Gotham City as everyone by 2023 surely knows it. This, city that has all these problems and maniacs and derangement, but let's also do it as kind of a YA adventure. That's kind of what it feels to me, and even all the characters on screen, besides Turner Hayes, who, for some, that's like a Gossip Girl name just in the middle of a Batman show. It's always very strange to me. But a lot of other characters in the show, they're drawn from kind of ancillary Batman characters over the years who tend to be on the kind of younger side. And I just feel like, in a world where there's more runway for this show to really reassemble itself for a season 2, I think all those different pieces really start to come together in an interesting way. But it turns out maybe Batman was like the sun that Icarus flew too close to for the Berlantiverse. That, like, when they weren't really able to access that stuff, that was the years of the kind of golden age run. And then just, these shows that wound up getting closer and closer to DC's most famous superhero, whether because of individual shows or just the larger reality of the fact that by 2023, there was so much Batman, there was literally a video game called Gotham Knights that came out before this show that had nothing to do with it. There was so much Batman, so much Gotham everywhere. Mm-hmm. I just think everyone was at peak Gotham City, peak Batman, peak any Bat thing. So I just think that, this is the last of the shows that was greenlit, not the last to air, because another show kind of ran for longer. And it makes sense because I just think by this point, this area of superhero storytelling was so covered that I think people just weren't ready to approach something, even if it was doing kind of its own thing.
Not to mention the Batman premiered in 2022. April,
exactly.
March.
Yeah.
And I have to say, Darren, like, that last episode that I recommended, I think a big part of the relief for me and the reason I enjoyed it is because you got through yet another fucking piece of lore with 3 words that I cannot fucking stand, which is Court of Owls. I don't need another Court of fucking Owls storyline. I mean, it's like every goddamn iteration of Batman has a Court of Owls
Chance looked personally offended.
What other, TV movie live action adaptation has done Court of Owls? Sorry, I was like factually.
You clearly didn't see Pennyworth, which was all of 3 seasons of fucking Court of Owls.
I didn't. I watched season 1.
If I could sum up the first 3 hours of this podcast, it's clearly you didn't see Pennyworth.
All right. So at this point, each of our GMs has made a pick. And we're taking our first break. We'll be back with picks 8 through 5 in just a moment. But right now, this is the state of the DC Berlantiverse Super Draft with Ryan, Kyle, and Chance. Number 11, Titans. Number 10, Batwoman. And number 9, Gotham Knights. We'll be right back. And we're back. Okay, Kyle Anderson, you got vetoed a whole bunch at number 9. You're up again at number 8. When you're ready with that pick, send it on over.
I mean, I got vetoed twice. You guys gotta have a sense of what I'm gonna put here, right?
You got vetoed twice. So one could assume that maybe one of those vetoed titles is returning. Let's see. Interesting. All right. Here we go. Kicking off the middle portion of this episode with the pick at number 8. Kyle is returning one of those vetoed titles from number 9. Doom Patrol. Doom Patrol back on the list here at number 8. Kyle, you spoke about Doom Patrol. It's now moved up one spot. Do you have any additional things you'd like to say about this title?
I've said my piece. I reserve more malice toward this than Supergirl. That's the only reason why it's in this slot. I don't know. Again, this is just like, and this is, I'm operating mostly on vibes here, and it's a show that I really wanted to vibe with it, and it just never happened for me.
The vibes were not there between Kyle and Doom Patrol. Chance, we're going to go to you. You vetoed Doom Patrol. It's back at number 8. Are we looking at another veto, or was this sort of just like a stand on principle, or where are you at?
To be honest, this is a title that was in my, not even top 5, it was in my top 3. Oh. And the way this is going, I am worried about certain things that I want in the top. And this is one that, like, it's a show that I struggled with in real time, where, like, it's one that once I stopped covering it, I found hard to keep up with it in real time. But then once I went back and watched it or was binging, I was like, oh, this show is so much fun. Like,
and you have an extra veto still, Chance.
I mean, here's the thing. I may talk myself into vetoing this. We'll see. And there's another show on here that I think was more daring and more just, like, mind-blowingly good. And Doom Patrol, though, I think comes close, where it's like, there's an episode that just starts it starts with, like, the needle drop of, like, ladies who lunch from company. Like, without any context, and what's shown on screen makes no sense with this needle drop. And it's just, there were moments in every season where I was like, oh, this is doing nothing that any other superhero show is doing. And God damn it. I guess I'm vetoing Doom Patrol here. I don't want to waste time pulling up the veto, the draft order, but I'm sure Kyle will drop his next pick he gets in like 2 turns. But
Three turns.
3 turns. Oh, 3 turns. Thank
Chance,
you, Darren.
you did a great thing here. Yeah.
I mean, Ryan, you know what this means, though.
I do. I totally do. But I'm with Chance on this. This is
this show
top 3-er.
It's a show that, here's the thing, I completely agree with everything Kyle said, but upon revisiting it, there are things where I was like, oh, this is doing stuff better than, like, other that I think, like, the industry would consider more important shows. Doom Patrol did better than those shows that got, one would say, some Emmy nominations for, so...
Name names.
Well,
I mean, I'll name them when I place it or someone else places it.
Okay.
All right, there you go. The second veto on behalf of Doom Patrol deployed by Chance Agard. Kyle, you've now been vetoed every single time, essentially, you've tried to play something on this episode.
I didn't think Doom Patrol was going to be the fucking hill I was going to die on. But here we are.
Well,
as we cross into midnight on the East Coast,
another number 8 here
to give his second.
I'm now broadcasting from a different day. Now, see, my question now is, like, do I go with the thing that you would assume I would go with, or do I throw a curveball here?
I don't know. We can see. Kyle, in many ways, you've become a legend of tomorrow.
Not going to veto the other thing.
Good, Clay.
Thank you.
I just, like, here's my thing. I have the inspiration to do a thing, and this would be a real Billy Ray move.
Well, we generally discourage those.
That's not that, Kyle.
He's the one.
You've made a number of mistakes already tonight.
If I were to pull the trigger on this one,
I knew Billy Ray secretly took Kyle over.
Yeah,
I knew it.
Yeah, well, it's a real surrogates, you know.
It's a surrogate. You know what it is? It's a Martian Manhunter. It's a telepathy or a transformation or what have you.
In the history of screen drafts, has anybody ever referenced surrogates before? Like, I like to think that I'm the first one. Right?
The Bruce Willis 2008 film Surrogates.
Kyle, screen draft stats will let you know if someone has ever.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
Okay. All right. At number 8, Kyle attempted to bring back Doom Patrol and was met with another veto from Chance. At number 8, now with his 1, 2, 3, 4, this is his 5th pick in 2 slots. Kyle has selected Supergirl. Kyle, any concluding thoughts on Supergirl?
No, I'm still annoyed by it. It's I don't know, man. It's do you guys am I being too rough on Melissa Benoist? Is that like I just like of all of the people asked to anchor their shows, I feel like she did it the least.
Here's the thing. This is number 9, right?
This is number 8 now.
8. Oh, 8. Well, I had Supergirl at number 9 on my list. I will say, I do think you're being... I had it lower, but I will say I think Melissa Benoist was the... I think she is exemplary in terms of, like, the one thing you say about most of these shows is that, like, David Rappaport, who handled, I think, all the casting for these shows, knows how to cast a superhero show, and I thought she was excellent. So I guess I disagree with you on that. But at the same time, I think the writing often failed her. And that's having, like, watched, like, Girls on the Bus as well. I think she's very clearly an actor in Glee. She's an actor who's like, she doesn't do the same thing every time. Like, every time I watch, I'm like, oh, I'm watching Kara. You know, like, I think she's a good actor. I think the writing choices probably weren't good for her. But I think she was a good Supergirl. Like, when I think of Supergirl, I think of her, and I love that I think of her as Supergirl. So
I buy that.
Basically, sorry, Clay, not to jump on your role as commissioner, but I am not vetoing.
No veto from Chance. Ryan, you're the one who jumped in with that veto. You couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
And you had to veto this at number 9. You succeeded in getting it up 1 place.
On the total list. Waste of a veto, as usual, with me. But that's okay. It's symbolic for me, and that's really just as important sometimes. I think that my argument to all of this is that if you really want to kind of get to the essence of what the CW is and why it's so important and why I think it stands out, I would cite Supergirl as certainly one of them. It's definitely one of the shows that, embraced the team aspect of it, just like the others sort of inherited that. Like, there's Team Flash, there's Team Arrow. Team Supergirl, I really think, is kind of the most interesting of the teams, and Supergirl doesn't really work, unlike, say, Superman. without her team. I love Brainy. I love Nia Nal. I love John Jones. I love this vibe. I love her sister. I love the soap opera of this show. I think is my favorite of all of them, just simply because it's so weird and wacky and kind of out there. And yet at the same time, this show, more than maybe any of the others, embraced a lot of like modern day ideas and themes. I mean, again, for me, season 4, as erratic as this show is, season 4 is like fucking phenomenal television. Like, it is so good from top to bottom. The guy who plays Agent Liberty is so good, and this taps into a zeitgeist unlike anything else happening in the superhero realm, whether it be film or TV. Like, season 4 of Supergirl, weirdly enough, is the one that's kind of tapping into the Trumpism and the dangers of it far more than anything else happening at that time. And I really highlight that. So, I mean, it's weird. If you're being introduced to the CW verse and the Berlantiverse, I mean, I kind of throw Supergirl like high on the list of just primers to kind of get you interested in why this is such a good, and kind of interesting universe to explore. It's a good starting point, weirdly. I wouldn't even kind of throw the old ones, the Arrow or the Flash as your first. I would kind of throw Supergirl in. Nicole Maines is so good as fucking Nia Nal. Like, it's like really, really good. Her arc is great. Her romance with Brainy is great. Like, the villains in this show are definitely more throwaway than others, but on the other hand, when they hit well. Like, I love Rain. I don't care what anybody says. I think Rain is a great arc in that season. And yeah, Calista Flockhart is really awesome when she shows up. You're like, now I remember why Ally McBeal was such a great show. So anyway, I like this show a lot, and I definitely like it more than Kyle does, but that's okay. Like I said, symbolically speaking, got it one step higher, I think is a big win for me.
All right, Darren, Ryan spitting fire about Supergirl. Chance was over there shooting his guns in the air.
Hell yeah.
Just hooting and hollering. And it is here at number 8. What do you think of this one? So far, the big points of contention, Doom Patrol and Supergirl. One of these titles lives to see another spot. Supergirl landing here in the 8.
I mean, listen, I think this has to be one of the great surprises of this draft, just because Supergirl was absolutely one of the big 3, like one of the big 3 longest running shows in this universe, and one of the big 3 just characters who would always kind of be front and center when you were talking about the Berlantiverse, when you were talking about the Arrowverse. I had a back and forth listening to everybody, because the thing I always liked about this show was that in a time when, like, the defining image of Superman in pop culture was very fascist to a certain extent, and just, like, gross and uber over the top and melodramatic and bleak and hopeless, but then pretending to be about hope, and just all the stuff that we all had to live through.
Also Jesus.
Yeah, and also Jesus. I always found tuning into this show very charming. I liked Melissa Benoist because I actually thought she captured something of the innocence of this character and of the idea of the super character who's a recent arrival here. I really liked the fact that I believe the sister character, played by Chyler Lee, was pretty much invented for the TV show. And I think for a superhero to be interesting, there has to be one interesting relationship. It could be romance, it could be parental, it could be partnership. On this show, at least the episodes I tuned into, I felt like having the sisters being front and center was always really interesting. The idea of, here is this alien stepsister who is all-powerful but is very unaware of a lot of Earth's things and is kind of constantly the fish out of water, versus here is the kind of cynical sister who's a lot more wrapped up in all this stuff. And just, I think that's such a cool, interesting, fundamental thing to build a show around. The thing I always struggled with this show, and that I struggled with all these shows, is I never liked the teams. I don't like Team Arrow. I don't like Team Flash. The thing I don't like in any of these shows is all of the scenes in every episode, and this is more CW, I think, than the streaming shows, all the scenes in every episode where it's like 4 or 5 people are gathered around a supercomputer talking about what are they going to do with this week's plot. And I recognize that is a genre of scene that had to exist on television, because television, you need a standing set. You can't just have your superhero character. You got to have multiple people around them. I recognize all of that. I appreciate that. But I just always found those scenes to be the most boring in any CW DC show I ever saw. And I always felt like with Supergirl, weirdly, I felt like all the fundamentals were in place for a really good show where she is, whether she's at the Calista Flockhart Media Company or just like, it's like all the fundamentals are there for that to work, for her to have a secret identity, which again is something that the Superman movies weren't really doing a lot with at that time. And then just any time it would cut to the Department of Extra Normal Affairs,
the DEO,
the DEO, I just thought instant loss of interest. To me, that's like, what's worse than S.H.I.E.L.D. is something that's not S.H.I.E.L.D. that looks a lot like S.H.I.E.L.D. So
yes.
For me, but I do think Supergirl was, to me, absolutely like the hardworking, like plug-along show of the CW's DC universe. I just felt like it had a lot of charm. It was committed to its version of telling a super person story. So it's surprising to see it down here, honestly, but it leaves the rest of the list open to more surprises, maybe.
I will say that last point about the DEO, I think that's the one sort of common factor about most of these shows, is that all of them felt, they're like, oh, we can't be a show without without sort of being like reductive, like cops with us.
Yes, exactly.
I think every show dealt with that differently, and some of them like interrogated that premise. But ultimately, all of them are like, oh, we can't do this without having at least a cop element. That's sort of like annoying.
I get it. You need like
I don't sometimes.
You need 10 dedicated minutes every week of just people on a standing set, like talking about the plot, moving stuff along. Like I understand the kind of utilitarian aspect of that. That was the thing I never.
But they didn't need to be cops though. They could have just been the character. Yeah. Like they didn't need to be like the DEO or like the Starling Police, like in like
some
Arrow's
paramilitary.
No, like Arrow season 7 is all about Team Arrow becoming like a sanctioned part of the police, and it's just like, I didn't like this in the Spider-Man video game. I don't like this here. Like
that's the takeaway from hour 4 of this podcast, by the way.
Didn't like it in the
Spider-Man game. Don't like it here.
Don't like it here. Well, we like Supergirl here at number 8. That's what we've got on the list. Kyle finally freed from this prison, this pick prison he's been in. Ryan, a feeling you know all too well. That's usually you.
Usually me, whether I'm in a prison of screen drafts or a real prison. Yes, I am familiar with this feeling.
Chance, you're up next, by the way, with the pick at number 7. That is a drafter A position. And he is sending it over.
This is going to get interesting now, I think.
Okay. Boy, I just can't stop being surprised by everything that's happening here. Okay.
We're at 6, right?
Ryan, I don't know what you're typing in. You're not up yet.
No, I know. I'm following along.
We're at
Chance
7.
Is number 7.
Got it.
All right. At number 7, I've got Chance's pick.
No. Did you do it? He might have done it.
I've got Chance's pick.
Boy.
We have now hit on the second of 4 programs that had an episode I was assigned to watch.
Okay. Cool.
That ended up in the bottom half of the list. This is a show that ran for more episodes than any other series in this universe at 184. At number 7, Chance has selected The Flash. Thumbs up from Kyle. Shock from Darren Franich.
Wow.
Here's the thing about The Flash. I will. This list weirdly is turning out more akin to like my first version of my list. Because in case people forgot, because we've been going for a long time, that I did one list this morning around 5 a.m. and then says I'll revisit it at around 4 p.m. today, and redid it, and I swapped Batwoman and The Flash and to a Batwoman lower than The Flash, but then now that's what ended up happening. Anyway, The Flash is a show that there's literal there's 22 episodes worth of links on the internet we could see where I loved the first season of the show. This show premiered in 2014, 2015? Whatever.
2014, yeah.
2014, in the middle of Arrow Season 3, which we'll get to, hopefully much later on. And this was a breath of fresh air. It felt like watching Smallville for the first time, but then also with, Arrow putting in the groundwork of, oh, this is what we can do as a superhero show. So The Flash took full advantage of that. Episode 4, we're getting Wentworth Miller chewing scenery as Captain Cold. It went as complicated as possible. Episode, 11, 12, we're doing time travel. He has to go back in time to fix what he messed up. It's doing all the things we thought were foreboding as a superhero show, and doing it with just, style and confidence. And yes, I think, Iris West was super underwritten, and there are many flaws to The Flash Season 1, but I think ultimately at the end, the Season 1 finale, I think it if we were putting this up for limited series at the Emmys, I think this would be a great one, because I think as a whole, these 22 episodes, Clay, it was 22 or 24?
In the first season? I do not have that information.
23.
23. Those
23 episode season, man.
Yeah, and those 23 episodes, I think, as a whole, hold together. I'm sure there are some, not great episodes, but as a whole, they hold together. That being said, the rest of this show's run, I think, was, unlike some other shows on this list, was some other shows on this list was wildly inconsistent and, quite frankly, thoroughly disheartening in terms of just the ups and downs that happened, where, I love Season 1. I'm in the minority, I think, or not minority, but in minority on the chat, where, I do not like Season 2, even though I think, which I was surprised that an episode that was recommended for Clay was a Season 2 episode. I don't like Season 3, don't like Season 4. Season 5 I enjoy, and then after Season 5, I struggle a lot with, 6 through the end of this show's run. In that I think that just it gets too caught up in thinking, oh, we can do anything comic booky, and then it does it, and not in a way that is sort of, at least to me as a viewer, appealing, and quite frankly, in a way that kind of annoys me. I don't care about all the other forces, the speed, the still force, the speed force, the strength force, the other force. I do not care. And again, I'm someone who people who are listening to this can't see, but half my background is comic book stuff. I do not care about the still force. I'm so sorry. Or the negative speed force. And the last season, to its credit, they were like, oh, we're going to take advantage of this era in which we're living, where, Avengers can spend 3 hours time traveling in a convoluted way. With that, then it's oh, we can, introduce these different kinds of, forces, and the audience will go with it. And as someone who was reading the comics, I'm I will not go with this because I do not like this. Anyway, that means I like Season 1 of The Flash. I think it's, truly, if we were just going on seasons, I put The Flash Season 1 as number 1 on this list. I think it's a near perfect season of television that I constantly revisit, the Man in Yellow Suit, which I think is an episode that Clay watched. Excellent episode. Out of Time. Rogue Time. Look, if you're ranking these shows based off of seasons, The Flash season 1 would be number 1. But we aren't, and I think nothing that The Flash did after season 1 came even close to matching how truly near perfect season 1 of The Flash was. Near perfect as you can hope for on a broadcast network television was. And so that's why I'm placing it here, even though I loved it so much. And in hindsight, I probably overhyped it when I recapped it, but this is, I think, in keeping in mind what it became, I think it deserves to be where it is right now.
Bottom of the regular 7. Wow.
The Flash here at number 7. Yes, the episode I watched, I believe, was called Out of Time. I saw there were episodes across most of these shows called Out of Time. I could have just watched all the Out of Time episodes. But this one, I was the most confused by, the previously on. Actually, it was...
My name is Barry Allen.
It was actually well into the episode proper that I thought the previously on was still happening. And I said, this is a long previously on. And my girlfriend was like, I think the episode started 3 or 4 minutes ago. I was like, oh, shit. But yes, so I saw the episode where Ed from the TV show Ed was pretending to be in a wheelchair, and then he got out of the wheelchair, and then he killed that kid, who I'm assuming is brought back pretty quickly. But yeah, it set up all the fun dynamics. Great, that classic dramatic situation where you're in love with your best friend, who's also, I guess, quasi your adopted sister, and also she's dating your adopted dad's partner, and also you're way too open with your adopted father and talking about personal issues.
Tale as old as time.
And then a guy who can control the weather comes in and just keeps trying to kill people. You know what I did like about that episode is of all the 4 episodes I watched, it was truly the only one that felt like a superhero thing. That felt like a superhero doing a heroic thing. I watched a lot of we're having a fun, I watched it, we're doing a Groundhog Day, or we're doing a this, or we're doing a whatever. Or Jack Reacher's going to get blown up after he shows his butt. And this one, where Barry Allen is running back and forth on the beach to create the thing to stop the tidal wave from killing everybody. I was like, okay, that feels like some real, the effects aren't 100% of the way there, but that's some real superhero shit. I appreciate that.
And it was great in the moment.
It was great in the moment, but Chance has had time to think about it in the years hence. The season 1, Chance was fully on board with. Ryan.
Yes.
You're out of vetoes. I'm going to float you up to the top of the order again this time. The Flash, here at number 7. I mean, I know very little about any of this, but I'm surprised by this.
I'm not. I definitely agree with this. I had it lower on my list myself.
Lower?
Yes. The problem with The Flash, to Chance's point, is that for me, the first 2 to 3 seasons, I'd say 3 is questionable, are really good. They're really fun. But this show kind of wears out its welcome because it becomes so utterly predictable, and everybody gets older. Everybody gets very bored. The characters you really liked in the beginning end up kind of either disappearing or changing so much that you're like, this is an echo of who it fucking started with. The girl who plays Caitlin literally plays 3 different characters throughout, each new character getting worse than the last. Cisco Ramon is the best part of the show and disappears after season 5. There are other characters that are good, but by that point, you just, again, there's too many annoying things that become more and more annoying when every new cool thing is kind of introduced. I mean, Iris, who I love in the beginning, by the end is intolerable, who is basically Barry's girlfriend / wife / sister. All super fucking weird. The villains are all kind of goofy and like interchangeable. Again, I love them. Like on a personal level, like the amount of cringe in this show is higher than all the rest, and that's why I like.
This one was number one on the cringe meter.
Yeah, it's like this and Supergirl, and again, that's a plus for me. Like I like that a lot. But I can see, like, over 9 years, it's kind of like, all right, let's wrap this the fuck up. Where is this headed? Everybody gets more tired and boring as the show wears on. The worst being Cecile. I just can't. I could not take fucking Cecile by the very end. That's Joe West, who's the dad of Iris and Barry. It's just a long fucking story. Regardless, like the bottom line is the Flash definitely kind of is not at the top of this list. I like that it's kind of here at the lower end, or at the least at the middle of this list.
All right, there you go. No argument from Ryan. Totally on board with Chance's placement at number 7. Kyle, one thing I was delighted to see in the one episode of The Flash that I watched is that Jesse L. Martin's commitment to wearing beanies has not waned at all.
No, the guy.
That dude loves a beanie.
That guy did it in Rent in '96, and he's like, "I'm just hanging with this.
This is my look now.
This is me. This is what my head is." Flash very much, in a way, kind of a victim of its own success, right? It had all this longevity, it had all this incredible enthusiasm for those first couple of seasons, and then they just kind of kept rolling with it. And it was so disheartening to continue to watch that show, because like that final season is a slog,
garbage,
and the finale is not very good. Like it really does kind of beat you down over time. And so I do feel like I hold a little bit more malice against the Flash than maybe it deserves, just because it really kind of like beat me down over the past couple of seasons. But I concur with Chance. I think that the first season of this show is so one of the best seasons of TV that there was maybe that whole decade.
Yeah.
But man, this when it hits the skids, and the thing is too, it, because at least, with at least one of the other shows we're going to talk about later on, there's like a doldrum period, and then it really kind of swerves out of it. And I kept waiting for Flash to do that, and it just never did. And which is a real, just kind of like a colossal drag. This is, I think, the ensemble that annoys me the most. I just like I don't know if this is like not to rain on Ryan's parade, but like the Cisco Ramon character is very upsetting to me, and I was never
love Cisco,
never into that guy at all.
AKA Vibe.
Oh, he's the one that gets killed in the episode that I saw?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of time, yeah. Like, Reverse Flash.
It gets reversed, yeah.
Vibrates.
That's right.
Yeah, and he gets his, I thought he was terrible.
No, he's so fun.
His performance was awful.
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
he ends up dating the daughter of Danny Trejo, who's like this, like intergalactic dimensional hitman. It's fucking great. Anyway.
I will say it's funny. I wrote this down. I meant to come back to it, but when you were introducing at like very early in this episode, you were talking about how like Ryan, when you guys first met, he didn't watch any TV, and he was like, I occasionally catch an episode of Law and Order on TV. And I forgot to mention that, like Mark Guggenheim, who again co-created Arrow, and co-created Legends, he was a long-time Law and Order writer for a while. Anyway, sorry, that just reminded me.
That's the DNA.
Yeah,
that's the DNA of a lot of these shows. Really.
The Jesse L. Martin beanie thing. I was like, oh, that's another Law and Order connection as well. That anyway,
it's all there. It's all subconscious. Goes back to Guggenheim. Darren,
it goes farther than that.
Locked in The Flash at number 7. I was unaware. I just knew The Flash was a major title, major character. I remember everybody going gaga over that first season. I didn't realize it had this sad, slow decline as it went along, except for apparently some part where Danny Trejo plays a galactic assassin. Ryan seemed pretty excited about that. What do you think about this one coming in here? Yeah, as you pointed out, kicking off the traditional Screen Draft 7 here at this spot.
disappointed only because, sorry, Ryan, not going to be shooting the moon tonight. But I have to say, somewhat pleasantly surprised because we should note, again, in metrics that we can follow, this was always the most popular of all of these shows, I believe. I think even surpassing Arrow pretty early on. And I would always tune in, and I would always find myself bumping up against it. And some of it was for the reasons stated, that I just think the ensemble was kind of annoying. Some of it, again, it goes back to, I don't like the teams, and this was the teamiest of all teams. There were weirdly two teams because he was doing some Starlab stuff, and also he was on the police, and so it was just there were two investigation squads sometimes, which is two more than any hero needs. But the main thing is, and we should address just briefly, this is one of the shows that I think was produced by Jeff Johns, this kind of looming figure in DC and Warner Brothers the last 20 years or so, the rare comic book writer who did become a kind of major executive
He had a
figure.
larger presence on this one than others, but I think he was a credited as producer.
And I'll just say, Jeff Johns is kind of famous for his Flash stuff. And I believe he invented the concept of Flashpoint, which Clay knows and loves. Am I correct about that, Chance? I think he invented the Flashpoint.
Yeah, that was his, yeah.
And I should just state really clearly, I don't like when the Flash time travels. I don't think the Flash should time travel. I don't think the Flash should have a speed force. Here's what I think the Flash should do. He should run fast. He should move parts of his body fast. Those are very cool superpowers to have.
Here they, Darren.
Those superpowers. Hold on, Chance. Those superpowers are so cool that Quicksilver, who's a very boring character, had two amazing action scenes in nonsensical movies, which I love, because moving fast is cool. Moving fast is very cool. The fact that this show started with time travel, I think, is why it had all these later problems you guys are talking about. Because then it's not a show about being fast. It's a show about time travel. And a show about time travel should not last 9 seasons. It just, it creates too many issues. You get a bunch of time traveling people. You get descendants who are there. You get Ed playing, I think, 20 characters at last count. So I have to say, I'm pleasantly surprised by this. This was a show that over the course of a decade I would check in on and just not really dig. So I'm pleasantly surprised. Again, this is the second of the big three to be here in the bottom half, so intrigued to see where we go from here.
Fascinating stuff.
Was
the Flash always Dexter, where he gets to be at every crime scene because he's the lab guy?
That's very early for the Barry Allen version. That he works with the cops. He was kind of crime lab guy, I think, as a scientist, maybe early on.
Yeah.
But that's kind of part and parcel of it.
Chance, you had something to say?
I forgot I was going to object to what Darren... Not object, but
time travel.
What Darren said.
Time travel. Let's do more time travel, baby.
No. I was saying... No. I was... my joke response was no, Darren believes time travel shows should only last 6 seasons like Lost. And that's... No.
6 and out.
Or 4 seasons like 12 Monkeys. Anyhow.
I kept seasons.
I had a substantive add to what Darren said. I can't remember what it was now, so it doesn't matter now. So you can cut this.
Chance thinks Clay does lots of edits.
Yeah, Chance is trying to give you to cut all kinds of stuff. That's The Flash. They're at number 7. There you go. Shocking stuff. Up next with the pick at number 6 is Drafter C, and that is Ryan.
Oh, boy.
Marker. Do you think that Tom Cavanaugh is annoyed that people still call him Ed from a show that was only on for 4 years, 25 years ago? Or do you think he appreciates the sort of lasting cultural stickiness that has, even though I think it's not from people rewatching it. I think it's just from...
I sadly think that, it just based on recent headlines in the past month or so, people more associate him with the CW superhero shows where,
has it changed?
Ed years ago, but, Flash has been a finale 2 years ago now, maybe 1 year ago, and he's now guest starring on FBI on CBS, and at least the reason I saw it was, a headline was, the Flash, it was, FBI enlists the Flash vet for mysterious role or whatever. And I was like, oh, Tom Cavanaugh.
That's
who else?
Well, that's probably because that article is written by some child who doesn't remember the glory.
Well, but also
that was Ed, the lawyer slash bowling alley.
Some 34-year-old child, probably.
I think Ed's also one of those shows that is kind of hard to watch now because I think of music rights.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He'll always be the love monkey to me.
And because Ed is about a stalker, in fairness. It's a classic of 2000s stalker culture.
Right.
All right.
I still like it, though.
At number 6, we're basically in the middle of this list of 11 now, kind of cruising into the top half of the DC Berlantiverse. Ryan Marker has selected a program that ran for 58 episodes. Black Lightning. Ryan, Black Lightning here at number 6.
I think this fits perfectly right here at the middle of this list. I think that, again, this is one of the most ambitious of these shows and is also one of the most inconsistent. I loved this show as I was watching it. However, I could also recognize that you had high highs and weird lows. It's a show that, like, Cress Williams' performance, essentially this is a classic superhero family show where it's literally about a family of superheroes. It starts with Black Lightning, who is, this guy who's kind of come out of retirement. He used to be Black Lightning back in the day, and now he's met up with his old buddy Gamby, and they're going to kind of do it again and pull out the old suit. And he's got 2 daughters. He's the high school principal of this, like, kind of local town. There's a overarching villain that spreads over the course of 4 seasons. That's really good. Tobias Whale. He's really great. This show kind of gets situated and unfairly compared at the time, at least, with Luke Cage, which was the Netflix show, the black superhero show of that universe. But this one, for me, was far superior. I really did like this show a lot. Again, we're kind of in the middle of the list, so we're at that point where, like, I'm loving every one of these fucking shows, and Black Lightning is certainly one of them, but I have to start making some hard choices, and it really does boil down to the consistency of these seasons. Season 1 is phenomenal. Season 2 is super fucking weird because it's so intertwined with Crisis and what's going on there that, in a sense, right? No? Am I wrong? What is it entwined with? I mean, Looker is all about...
No, Crisis happens in season 3.
Okay, then what
Season 2 was just like...
It's Looker. I mean, that's what I fucking remember is being Looker, a terrible villain. But I definitely thought it was it was involved with some multidimensional shit. Anyway, regardless, then season 3 comes along, and season 3 is, like, incredible, just fucking incredible, with the addition of Agent Odell, played by the great Bill Duke, who steps in and essentially turns this entire town under martial law because he's out for metas, which is, sort of a thing by this point in terms of this universe, that meta humans are everywhere, and, there's this kind of reversion back to conservatism where they're like, we need more police control, and we're going to put this kind of whole town under martial law to control them, and it's so good. And at this point, this is where his daughters start to blossom their own powers, a sort of precursor to what you'll see in Superman and Lois a few years later. Again, like, Black Lightning is revolutionary in a lot of ways. I mean, the soundtrack alone to every fucking episode is so banging and off the hook that it's like, holy shit, what am I watching here? This does not feel like an Arrowverse show. And if anything, that's where I think the show kind of faltered, was when it did actually connect with the Arrowverse. Because I was like, I liked it. I liked Black Lightning when he was kind of involved with the crossovers. But in the end, like, what was so compelling about what was happening in Black Lightning's own, storylines, it was a diversion from such great storytelling that was happening there. The character of Painkiller, an incredible villain over the course of these 4 seasons, who is sort of this young tortured kid who gets wrapped up, and some horrifically violent things happen to him, and he keeps coming back as a new iteration of evil or a new iteration of being compromised. And it's really just, I don't know, like really compelling stuff. I highly recommend Black Lightning. It's definitely a series that you could watch without the rest of them, and you'd really be entertained by it for 4 whole seasons. The last season's an interesting one because he kind of retires and gives it up to his girls to take over, but he's constantly called back to the uniform, and the guy who plays, I can't remember his name, James Remar, of course, plays Gamby, his best friend, is just one of the highlights of the show. So good. His wife, I can't remember her name, but she's really great. The performances in this show, top to bottom, are just excellent, and yeah, great show. Hard to put it here, but again, we've got bigger fish to fry at the top of this list.
All right, Black Lightning, the pick here at number 6. I've never seen any of this. I do love Chris Williams, and it's always a plus to hear that you can watch something divorced from the larger universe of hundreds of episodes of other shows and be able to enjoy it and understand it. So that's a big plus in the plus column for this one. Chance, you're up first in the veto order. Black Lightning. Here at number 6, your initial reaction looked a little taken aback, but it seemed to soften as Ryan...
No veto from me. This is where I had...
Oh,
okay,
my list, there you go.
I had Black Lightning one spot higher at 5, but like I think this is a good position for it. I think Black Lightning, again, kind of the same with The Flash. I think season 1, great. I think season 2, kind of all over the place. I think season 3, to Ryan's point, great. There are a lot of interesting ideas. I think with this show, on top of it being compared to Luke Cage, this show dropped, and I think it was 2018?
Yeah.
So like it premiered, right after Black Panther. It's in that same era, and I think the show, whereas Black Panther, did what it did in like 2-hour runtime, Black Lightning had to stretch over a first season. I think that first season, I think it does a great job of being with a superhero show and tackling topical issues really well. I mean, that first season is largely inspired by Tuskegee, but just imagine if Tuskegee involved like giving black children who were kidnapped superhero powers versus, a virus, whatever.
Right.
And I think the show did that really well. I also, season 3, again, that season starts with like the government like abducting and holding children in like camps, and which was at the time, that's what the Trump administration was doing in that first administration. So, I found it really powerful. I thought Chris Williams was great. I thought this was the Berlantiverse's sort of first sort of true attempt at like a family drama, which I think they would go on to sort of perfect with another superhero show on this list. And so I'm fine with it here. I think it like for all its highs and all the ways it made me cheer, again, to Ryan's point with the soundtrack, like I think it's episode 4 or 5, where there's this sequence where Black Lightning just goes in this building and it's like killing it to the sound of "Am I Black Enough for You?"
Fuck.
It's so good. I remember like me and again drafter Christian Hollub like being obsessed with this sequence when we first watched it for the first time. And I think the show, I think the entire cast is great. But again, I think like, I think there are, despite its highs, there are shows on this list that had higher highs, but again, Black Lightning, I will never, like, I think it's objectively a great show, and I'm glad it existed for as long as it did for 4 seasons. Like, I don't think anyone would like, greenlight this show now, where, like, the first season actively engages with, like, its superhero. I think it's pulled over by the cops in the pilot. Nothing happens, and then in the episode that Ryan recommended, he then gets like framed by the police and arrested, and then like later on, it's the way that the show engages in police brutality and racism and how like the government is an active sort of agent in racism is sort of unparalleled in the shows we're talking about. I think again, if we were just showing these shows on just like, oh, they they engage with important topics, sure, number one. But I think there's an artistry that requires some sort of artistry to go with this. I think there are times when this show sort of, the writing didn't quite match up to the issues it was engaging with later on after season 1. But again, I love this show, so I'm fine with it here. No veto. I'm sorry I went on for so long.
No veto from Chance, roughly in the same spot as he had it on his personal list. Here in the middle, Kyle, Black Lightning. Ryan and Chance like it here at this number 6 slot. How do you feel?
I like it here as well. I sort of like it as the kind of inflection points between like shows that are genuinely good and shows that are not very good. I think it really sort of like operates as a very good bridge, because I don't know, like the first season is definitely the superior season of this show, but even that is sort of like a 7 out of 10. And I'm like, the Black Lightning never delivers like a full sort of one knock it out of the park season for me. But there are highs in each one of those seasons, which is a thing that we've not run into so far on this list. The other thing about this show that I always, and I remember thinking this even at the time as I was watching it, that this was the rare superhero show where I kind of got more into the domestic stuff, largely because the casting of the family is so incredible. And I was just like, oftentimes when they would get into like the interpersonal relationships of, say, Team Flash, I'd be like, well, I can take like a 4-minute nap here. That's great. and I almost found the sort of interpersonal, interfamily relation stuff more compelling than the superhero stuff, which again was like very well executed, and all that stuff like looked cool. And and the fact they shot this in Atlanta, like it had a different sheen to it that I thought it was like it all functioned very much kind of a piece. So I think this is kind of exactly where the show belongs, and I think it's sort of fun. I mean, there's like, I remember thinking at the time, right, because Jefferson Pierce is he's a teacher or a principal? He's a principal. Right?
Principal, yeah.
And like there was I remember watching stuff like in the first season thinking like, you could set this show at the high school and totally. I would probably be totally fine with it, because it's really compelling watching this guy just be a principal. Which is, you can't say that for anything else in this universe.
All right. The one show in this universe that would have been compelling as a show about a high school principal.
It could have been Welcome Back, Cutter.
Black Lightning.
Unless that's where Gotham Knights was going. If that's where Gotham Knights was going in season 2, where they all become principals at Gotham Academy, that would have been fun too.
I would say Gotham Knights is like what everyone thinks that, like, when you say like, oh, there's a superhero show on the CW, Gotham Knights is what you picture. It's like, oh, it's a high school show and they happen to like suit up at night,
Darren, as we move into the top half of this list, we've still got eligible Arrow, Legends of Tomorrow, Doom Patrol, Stargirl, and Superman and Lois. As Kyle said, Black Lightning is the inflection point. It's our fulcrum tipping us into the top. How do you feel about this one in this spot? Everyone else loves it. Everybody else is fully on board.
Yeah, I think this is where it belongs. I think this show, in some respects, was maybe the most ambitious. Not ambitious in terms of, like, how much interlocking super continuity stuff can we do, but just really ambitious at being a TV show that, as Kyle said, whenever I tuned in, and like I remember in season 1 being like, I am really invested in these characters. I'm really invested in this school setting. Maybe it is just the Atlanta thing, but it feels like a more it feels more down to earth. It's not in that sort of typical CW sort of campy adjacent, everyone kind of dressed up in this kind of overlit metropolitan landscape. Like it feels like it's in a neighborhood, and I like all that about it. My hitch with this show, and maybe it's just two sides of the same coin, is Black Lightning powers are like kind of, I think, maybe the worst powers visually for a live action thing, because it's getting you into like the energy. It's kind of just firing energy at times.
Just lightning flashes, yeah.
Yeah, not always, but that's kind of the core of it. And like lightning flash energy rays can look really cool when they're drawn. It's very dicey as a ongoing special effect, and I always felt like if there was any tension in the show, it was between all that cool stuff it was doing on the character side, and then just being saddled with a specific branch of visual superpower that was just really, really tricky to pull off in TV form, and really in any kind of, motion picture film form. I think it belongs here. I will say there's one show I'm shocked hasn't even been mentioned yet that's made the top 5. And I'm fascinated to hear where that one lands. But certainly, yeah, nothing bad to say about this show beyond that. I think it does welcome us into the top branch of this list very effectively.
All right. Well, as you said, Darren, we're into the top 5. This is where our predictions begin. And, spoilers, I'm not walking away from this one with a whole bunch of points. So many surprises thus far. The pick at number 5 up next belongs to Drafter B. Kyle Anderson is about to send me his second to last pick on this list.
Kyle Anderson, reverse flashing from tomorrow.
Okay.
Into this Gotham Knight that we remain trapped in.
Yeah.
As we move into the top 5.
Stand up and cheer.
I've got Kyle's pick. Kyle also hanging on to 2 vetoes currently. Chance down to his final veto. And Ryan has that veto override at number 5. Kyle must be tired of getting vetoed. He has played Stargirl.
Oh.
39 episodes. 2020 to 2022, Stargirl. Kyle, tell us about your pick at number 5.
Stargirl is like an absolute like a bit of cotton candy of a show. Like it is, it's just sort of like strangely light. It's charming as hell, and it's got a completely different right, because did it premiere on Max? What was
I think it premiered on DC Universe.
I forget what the hell the arc of this thing was, but it ended up. I believe it ended up on 3 separate platforms. But it always seemed to have like more of a budget than other stuff. And
she's got like a fucking Iron Giant or something. I'm just looking at this poster. I'm like, I have literally just never heard of this. I did not know this existed.
So yeah, Breck Bessinger plays Stargirl. She's got her dad. It was Luke Wilson.
Amy Smart is in this.
He built a robot. It's just like there is just like it is. On the one hand, it is very much like a type of thing that we have seen before. It's like, what if a young person becomes has some powers and discovers what the hell that is. Like, we've seen that over and over again, but it weirdly, at the time this thing arrived, that felt kind of refreshing. It's like, oh, we can just do this. And it also has that very sort of like, it's a very aggressively CW thing where it's like, yeah, everyone's like a hot team. But they're all like kind of like, sniping each other. I think that the sort of wider ensemble here is super fun because like it kind of sort of does the Suicide Squad thing where like everyone is kind of like a real half-assed character, but largely because they're young people just discovering their powers. But I like that they're sort of like, there is a sort of like gang that couldn't shoot straight type of vibe to a lot of their adventures. Like And it's like, it's a show that never felt like it had to be at all self-serious. And I think by the time that this show arrived, most of those other shows that we've discussed already had kind of fallen into that trap. And so, I think this is probably benefits from its timing, from the fact that it arrived when it did in the context of the rest of these shows. But I just this one always felt like such a joy to watch. It's one of the few shows in this entire draft that I have actually gone back to revisit. I think that second season, the summer school season, is like kind of delightful. And again, like there's not a whole lot going on in it, but it just like it's such a good hang. And I've like I said, a lot of my sort of attitude toward a lot of these shows kind of lives and dies by the strength of the ensemble. And I think this is a pretty dynamite ensemble. It also, I have to say, benefits from the fact that it did what 3 13s, right? Like it did 3 fairly brief seasons.
Yep.
Does not overstay its welcome. Never seems to run out of ideas. Even in the latter seasons where it gets like the lore gets a little bit convoluted, it still kind of feels like there's some energy to it. And it's got a big robot in it, and the robot like looks pretty cool and expensive.
Yeah, it's got a big,
Stargirl.
Big robot. Yeah, so premiered on DC Universe, then moved to the CW, Summer School, then Frenemies.
But didn't the final season premiere on Max? I thought it was
on Max now.
No,
okay.
It's on Max now. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was on CW for 2 and 3.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Stargirl, the pick at number 5. Chance, let's go to you first on this one because you're first in the veto order, and that's what I decided. What do you think?
I'm not vetoing. It's funny. This draft ended up swapping Black Lightning and Stargirl for me. In both my lists, I had Stargirl at 6, Black Lightning at 5. But Stargirl here, I think this show, I think we had low expectations. Like to Darren, I think more generous toward Jeff Johns' writing as I think Darren Franich is, and so, but because I think Jeff has done a lot of things like that, like really stuck with me in my impressionable age as like a reader, and so him on this show, by this point in the ride, I was like, oh, I'm worried about Stargirl, and I think this was like the best use of him, where I think he is someone who like loves to like do new things, but is also like he loves like the classic stuff where this first season of the show, it's like, oh, we have Stargirl, this character who like is inspired by his sister who died tragically. Like he's very passionate about it. Then he's like, we're gonna do midway through season 1 of this show, we're going to introduce the JSA. Not even that, we're going to do another episode, a few episodes on that's about, like, the 7 Knights of, I can't remember the rest of their title. Like, he's someone who, like...
7 Soldiers of Victory?
Yes, 7 Soldiers of Victory. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Darren. And it's, like, that's, like, his thing, where he loves to do something new, but then, like, also, like, be very, like, worshipful of the stuff that came before. You know what I mean? That's... Look at Infinite Crisis, a thing I love wholeheartedly, and I think Darren has very mixed feelings about. Anyway, and so this show, though, is, I think, the perfect use of the best and worst qualities of his writing, and that, like, I think the Stargirl stuff, the teen high school stuff is really good. Every season, I think there are so many standout moments. I think episode 6 of season 2, the fight choreography in that cafeteria scene between the new JSA and the ISA is some of the best, just sort of this universe, some of the best shot action we get. At the same time, again, with the show, it's like, when I was thinking about the stuff that impacted me, this was one that I sort of, I remember the highs, and then as I started watching, I was like, okay, there weren't any like lows, but there were things where I was like, okay, this could have been better. And anyway, TLDR, I'm fine with it here. I thought it's great. To Kyle's point, great ensemble. I wish I saw all these actors do it. Outside of Luke Wilson and Amy Smart, I wish I saw all the young people doing more things right now and popping up in shows I was watching, because I think they're all great. So.
All right, there you go. No veto from Chance. Had it flipped with Black Lightning on his personal list. Cool with it here at 5. Ryan, this show premiered mid-May 2020. Maybe one of the reasons why I was not aware of its existence.
Yeah.
There were a few things happening. What do you think about this one at number 5?
It's not what I have at number 5. However, I'm fine. We're in the top half. I'm glad that this is not higher. I'm okay with it.
You had this lower.
I had this around here. I'm just saying, like, that's the slot with what's left. It's not what I would have played, but that's okay. Again,
interesting.
I love this show so much. To everybody's point, like, this was such a surprisingly good show, and you were just not expecting that, especially a show that, like, I don't know, to Chance's point about Jeff Johns, like, it's a weird show. It's a teen show, and yet it goes super fucking dark, weirdly, especially in season 2 and 3, where you're like, God damn, this is kind of taking on the themes and tone of a horror film at times. And I really like that, because it's kind of this kind of suburban, easygoing, like, kind of fun, light show about, like, the new JSA in the first season. And then by season 2 and 3, it really gets into Eclipso, and it gets just really fucking wild. I mean,
Ultra Humanite?
Touch the thing. Season 3, Joel McHale shows up, of all people, as fucking the old Starman, who also could be the villain. I mean, it's just like a real... And 2 and 3 operate as a bit of a mystery throughout the course of both of those seasons, which, again, like, these are new tones. These are new kinds of ideas for a superhero show, where you were so watching fucking Arrow and Flash for years, just knowing exactly beat by beat what was going to happen every single episode. This was kind of throwing you again, another great soundtrack every episode. The teen vibe amongst all of them is really, really fun and authentic and real. There's the brother who I really like. He's kind of super awkward. And yeah, like, leading it all is Luke Wilson and Amy Smart as this, like, parents of this kid who's, like, got great powers. And I love Luke Wilson. I love Amy Smart. Like, these guys, I mean, I love them so much. So this show is a real underrated gem. I highly recommend it, again, for people who don't want to get into all of this. Stargirl is a really good place to start because it's only 3 seasons, but it's a lot of fun. So high recommendation for this, and I'm happy with it here, though it's not what I would have done.
All right, Stargirl, the pick at number 5. Darren, is this the one that you said you were? Is this the one you're talking about when you said you were shocked?
Yeah, just shocked, because truly this is the one that I know the least about. I tried watching the recommended episode and I just could not get into it at all, possibly because I'm an angry old man who doesn't like teen shows anymore. But hearing all of this, it sounds really cool. I'm going to give it another look. It totally got by me on first viewing for the exact reason you mentioned, Clay. I will just say, just as a minor thing based off of what Kyle was talking about, I looked it up, and tell me if you guys have heard a more 2021 piece of TV reporting than this. The show originally aired as part of DC Universe, but was renewed for a second season by the CW in summer 2020, and a deal was worked out between the CW and HBO Max for season 3, where the CW gets first run, followed by its launch on HBO Max. This show was riding, like, so many crashing waves of how to produce television. 3 seasons, pretty remarkable, I would say.
Well, I mean, Darren,
I will.
The biggest selling point, not the biggest, like, when I was, like, reporting on this show, I interviewed Jeff Johns, like, one of his, like, talking points was, like, he was like, this is the first DC show that uses previs.
Well, listen, Chance, as you've said, he's a true visionary. But I'll just say, I'm surprised, I'm flabbergasted. Going to give it another go. I think this has to be probably the biggest surprise of this draft. I think just how high this has gotten above certainly some of the longer running shows.
Hell yeah.
All right, Darren Franich, an angry old man who doesn't like teen shows anymore, as opposed to Ryan Marker, an angry old man who likes teen shows more and more every year.
Who only likes teen shows.
Only likes teen shows.
They're fun, teenagers are fun.
Yeah, it's a good time. All right, we are going to do the top 4 picks. We're going to take one more quick break. We've got 4 picks remaining. Arrow, Legends of Tomorrow, Doom Patrol, Superman and Lois are the titles to look forward to as each of our GMs has one remaining pick on this list. But right now, this is what we've got. The DC Berlantiverse Super Draft with Chance, Kyle, and Ryan. Number 11, Titans. Number 10, Batwoman. Number 9, Gotham Knights. Number 8, Supergirl. Number 7, The Flash. Number 6, Black Lightning. Number 5, Stargirl. We will be back with the top of the list in just a moment. And we're back. It is almost 1:30 in the morning where Kyle is, so we are going to do speed plugs. Chance, plug.
The Draftland Scene by Darren Franich.
Yeah. Fabulous plug. Kyle, do you have a plug?
Don't subscribe to SiriusXM Radio because they got rid of me. But you could go to, but I'm writing on my website now. So it's upallafternoon.com.
Upallafternoon.com, and we're boycotting SiriusXM. Ryan.
I've got no plugs. TheAmericanCinematheque.com. It's an incredible
Check out
place.
TheAmericanCinematheque.com. Darren, plugs.
Go to the Booster Club. Become a patron of Screen Drafts.
Go to the Booster Club, and an additional little bonus for everybody in the Booster Club from here going forward. Main draft episodes ad-free in the Booster Club. So there you go.
That's a reason to sign up.
Starting with last week's True Crime Documentaries draft, going forward, if you remember the Booster Club, screendrafts.com, patreon.com rather, /screendrafts, we are going to be putting up the main feed episodes ad-free, in addition to all of the other fabulous bonus content.
Very cool.
All right, we've got 4 picks remaining. Drafter A, Chance, has the pick at number 4. Drafter C, Ryan, has the pick at number 3. Kyle's going to have the pick at number 2, and then Chance will, of course, deliver us ceremonially the pick at number 1. Darren, we've got 4 picks remaining. We're in the top third of the list here.
We've got 4 picks. We've got 3 potential vetoes out there. 1 that Chance has. 2 Kyle's been sitting on all game. Not to mention the veto override that Ryan holds. This could go lots of different directions, Clay.
Lots of different directions, and very few of them lead to an impressive prediction turnout for yours truly. But I'll have a few. Okay, here we go. With his technically second to last pick on this list, Chance has selected a show that ran for 170 episodes and was the originator of the whole party. At number 4, Chance has selected Arrow.
I think
Ryan
Arrow
beating his chest trying to get his heart started again.
Arrow is a show that I think has fought so hard for its legacy, and like I've rewatched it now at least once as it ended. I think 3 times, including while I was on the air, and every time I rewatch it, I appreciate the stuff I like so much more, recognize the stuff that I hate, but like it doesn't diminish from the good. And I think like, you know, for every bad season of the show, there is like an excellent season that comes up next, or after another bad season. Like, I think this show, like season 1, I know Ryan at the beginning of this said that it was perfect. For me, it was, I thought season 1 was like fine. Season 2, I thought was like a massive improvement, great. 3, I thought the show was like figuring out how to grow this thing while also keeping with this sort of character focused, this sort of Homelandian, Losty, Dark Knight aesthetic they chose. 4, that was them reacting to fan reaction to season 3 being too dark. And 5, I thought was just like a great comeback season that is one of my favorite things to rewatch all the time. 6 and 7 are uneven, and then 8, I think the final season, I think, is what I think crystallizes the show to deserve to be in the top 4 of this, where, like, the final season, I think, really, the writers came together and, like, we have 10 episodes, let's knock this out. I think each one of that final season really sort of both is great, but also reinforces what this show valued thematically over the course of its run. And I think, Arrow was the first, and as I mentioned before, that, like, before Arrow, a lot of superhero shows were very timid on what they could and couldn't do. And Arrow, each season, it's like you watch them be like, can we do this? It's like, first season, it's like, can we introduce Huntress? Oh, we can? People are cool with this? Okay, we'll bring her back later on the season. Season 2, it's like, okay, let's, like, dip our toes in with, like, introducing the Flash, and, like, season 2's version of Amazo is just like the name of a ship that Dr. Iva works on. He's developing a super soldier serum on. And it's like, that's the most we'll do. Then season 3 is like, okay, we did that. Let's introduce, unfortunately, not Blue Beetle, but because it got vetoed at the last minute by DC Comics. So then we'll give Adam, but we'll do him Iron Man style, where his whole thing is he has a super suit. He can't shrink yet, but then he'll be allowed to shrink later on, and we'll sort of build to all the things that we're now accustomed to on, like, Titans and Doom Patrol, where it's like we're all just doing weird comic booky stuff. And again, the show had many ups and downs, but I think Arrow is like the platonic ideal of a TV show, in that, like, there are good seasons, there are bad seasons, but the writers were constantly reacting to both what they did, the audience reaction, and the casting on the show, too. I mean, Stephen Amell, first season, I would rank not the best performance. From there, though, I think it was cool watching him grow with each season. Emily Beth Rickards as Felicity, sort of some of the best casting this universe ever did.
Felicity Smoke.
This universe would not exist without her casting. David Ramsey as John Diggle. Another Felicity, a character that was in the comics. They, like, definitely took a no-name character and revitalized her and made it her own. Made it their own. Diggle, a character they created whole cloth for the show, and is now, like, grew to such unexpected heights that, like, he's truly, I think, one of my favorite arcs. Anyway, again, Kyle, it's late where he's at. I'll stop talking. I think Arrow is truly a show that I genuinely love wholeheartedly, and I think this placement recognizes all that it did, both for being the first, but also for its variance and quality over its seasons, and the fact that I think it's just what we want from a long-running TV show. Something that goes, that's bad sometimes, it's good sometimes, but it's good enough that you keep going with it to the end, and you love going back to it, flaws and all.
All right. The pick at number 4, Arrow, from Chance Agard. Kyle, Arrow, what do you think of this one, kicking off our top third, basically, of this list?
Exactly where I had it slotted on my personal list. And I think that it is a show that has this kind of wild arc where it starts out relatively strong, picks up steam, kind of hits a wall, I would say, season 4-ish, and has to kind of reset itself. Season 5 is a little bit uneven, but it finds its footing. And I just think it's one of the few shows we're going to talk about that just finishes so strong. And by the time you got to the back end of the show, like, they were doing, some experiments with stuff. They were, trying out new combinations of characters that were working pretty well. I mean, like, I do kind of wish there wasn't, like, a time travel element to the stuff toward the end there, but, like, they actually kind of sort of made it work. Or is it a parallel Earth? I don't give a shit. Don't answer that question. But like one of the the other thing that I really want to give Arrow credit for, that, like, I shouldn't be, but it's a show that really was able to do like its event episodes really well. Like its 100th episode is one of the best episodes of its entire run. All of the Arrow-centric stuff and all the crossover episodes were always like sometimes the best episodes of that season. The fucking backdoor pilot that shows up for the Canaries in the final season is like one of my favorite episodes of that show. And like all this is stuff that should not work and like should be like the last dying gasps of air from a show that's been on too long. And yet like it still kind of felt like it had its energy. And I think that like it might be my favorite finale of any of these shows. Like I think it's like I think it's a really, really great series finale that puts like a nice cap on it. And it's also one of those finales where if you described it to me, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. Like I don't want to, that sounds stupid. But the execution of it is like really, really, really well done.
Also the meme that has not
I mean, that's also lovely. Yeah. I mean,
that Stephen Amell hates the meme too. Oh, sorry, Kyle.
You know what? Yeah. He has to learn how to deal because that's one of the great legacies of that show. And so like it's a show that like when it doesn't work, in the stretches where it's like this show is not working, it is such a bummer, right? Like it is hard to watch, and there's long stretches of that shit. But when it's at its peak, it's some of the most thrilling television that like this kind of thing does. And to echo something that I think got mentioned, I don't know, 17 hours ago when we started, like when this show is popping, it is as close to the actual experience of reading a great comic book that I've ever had on TV or movies, quite frankly. Like it's just when this thing works, it works exactly the way it's supposed to work. And I can't help but admire that. I mean, the thing that keeps it from being, like top two is that like there's a lot of shit in there. And again, like it's something of a victim of its own longevity. But man, the highs are so high.
All right, exactly where Kyle had it on his personal list. Ryan, Arrow, the founder of the Feast, sometimes the namesake of this universe, coming in here at number 4.
I echo everything that Chance and Kyle said. This is a fantastic show. It's got a lot of mess in there, but ultimately it has such a like sincere heart to it at its core that it's just hard to deny how like really great it is. It's a great show despite Stephen Amell sometimes. It's a great show despite how fucking goofy it can get. And so much of it is just the camaraderie amongst all of these actors. And also, I just have to say, the sort of revolutionary aspect of, as I said in the beginning, taking sort of a, forgotten character and just, to Chance's point, this is how he will be remembered. This is like literally how Green Arrow will be. I mean, when you read the original series, this whole story is about this rich kid that gets stranded on this island that has to like survive for a while and gets involved in like, this ancient order of warriors that trains him, and then he gets sent back. Oh, this whole fucking story. And in the comics, the whole like story of him going to this island is really kind of minimized. In this, you're constantly jumping back for the first 5 years of this show. It's the current story paralleling with the story of him on the island, how he gets off of the island. He goes to China. He literally like there's 2 stories happening for the first 5 years of this show, and they're both compelling. And that's a completely different type of framework that was ever written for this show, for this character. And for me, I've never quite seen that in a superhero show. I've never quite seen that in many, many shows, frankly, and many stories where like you're seeing the origin at the same time as you're seeing the present story, and they're very directly connected. Couple that with such a great like supporting cast, and I just think that the show is like phenomenally good. It's still good to this day. I still think like if you were to watch first 2 seasons of Arrow, you're hooked on everything else. Like I just think it was that thing that got everybody involved, and I love it so much. Like it's such a great show. It's still kind of elemental to me in terms of what the Arrowverse was and still is to this day. So I love that it's here. I love that it got this high, and I love that we all kind of feel it's a good 4.
All right, that is in some ways Chancellor's final pick on this list. So a round of applause for Chancellor Agard. Darren, Arrow, here at number 4. What do you think?
Everyone said so many nice things about it. I'm only surprised it's not up a little bit higher, just for all the reasons everybody has said, that this was sort of both the foundation show, and it often felt to me, returning to it occasionally over the years, that this was like the steady show, that like no matter how much crazy stuff would get involved in this show specifically, and how the other shows would be going off in these cosmic directions, somehow it always felt like Arrow could rediscover its compass in a way that you wouldn't necessarily expect of a show that had all these other tendrils going all these different directions. But I echo what everybody else said. I think it's certainly a statement having it outside of the top 3, and the shows that are in the top 3, each in their own way, I think are kind of misfits compared to the Arrow, Flash, Supergirl triumvirate of the shows that were really kind of the defining, more famous ones when they were on. But I think that speaks to just how truly long-lasting and how the success of this show set a foundation for so many further explorations. Again, Berlanti and his collaborators, Arrow is what they used to sneak a universe onto a 5th place network. And so I think that it's in some ways it's most honored by the fact that it is here with 3 shows still above it. That could only have happened if it had been as successful as it was.
All right. There you go. Arrow, the pick at number 4. I have received Ryan's pick at number 3, his final pick on this list.
I am so proud of what is happening right now.
And we'll find out if this pick stays where it is. Because thus far in today's draft, this show, the defining characteristic of this show and this draft is that it gets vetoed. At number 3, Ryan has selected Doom Patrol. And Chance, pumping his fist, it seems like he is finally satisfied with the placement of Doom Patrol. Ryan, tell us about this pick. Kyle played it for the first time back at number 9.
Yep.
And it is now here at 3.
Love the leap of like what a leap this is making from 9 to 3. And I think it's so symbolic. I mean, listen, I completely understand the reservations about this. I completely understand not connecting with this show. But I have been reading Grant Morrison's run of Doom Patrol for the past couple years now, having been a book that I was really alienated from when I was younger. It was not a thing that I liked. In fact, I didn't like Grant Morrison at all. As an adult, this book is so fucking beautiful to read. Such a massive run and such a revolutionary book, I think, in terms of comic books in the late 80s and early 90s, completely different than everything else that was happening around it at the time. And this show takes all of that stuff. Why I think people that were devoted fans of that book, as well as, again, broadening it to an audience of like fucking DC Universe weird nerds, and allowing them to sort of get into Doom Patrol without reading that book. For me, I just think that this show is really doing things that it's the most ambitious of all of these shows that we've talked about tonight. For me, it's the most ambitious, and oftentimes it lives up to that ambition. This show is about a group of fucking misfits who never wanted their powers at all to begin with, that were sort of abused by a certain person who loved them, but also saw that they were headed for doom. They were headed for death. These people, they were fucked up. These are fucked up people. And he gives them powers much to what they did not want. And they're stuck with this. Doom Patrol is the group of superheroes when everything gets way too fucking weird for everybody else. For the, you know, the Superman and Batman and Green Lanterns. This is like the strangest shit. You know, Doom Patrol is connected to the rest of the DC universe, but so tangentially and so bizarrely. And this series, I think, kind of echoes that in such a beautiful way, while at the same time kind of elaborating on all the points, deepening the humanity of these characters, which is not really there in the book. The book, in many ways, is kind of Grant Morrison getting as fucking surreal as he wants to get and throwing these weird characters in that. This show takes those characters and actually humanizes each of them. When they interact with one another, it's really wonderful. They kind of, this show is really a hangout show. There's not a lot of action, quote unquote. If you're expecting that, you're not going to get it. The show is about 4 characters or 5 characters that usually don't hang together, but they kind of do in this show. There are major highlights in the show. Brendan Fraser, I think, again, I'm not a Brendan Fraser fan, but my God, he is like delivering an A+ performance for all 4 seasons. He's so fucking funny. When you get a character about an episode about his character, like, it's so good. He really is such a deeply resonant character. Crazy Jane, which is, you know, kind of a weird character, a weird name to call that character, but that is her name from the book. Essentially, she has multiple personality disorder, and it essentially like literalizes her world into what they call, quote unquote, the underground, where there is a always main character that is above ground in the real world with the rest of the Doom Patrol. But then oftentimes you go and visit this underground, which is a pecking order of her various personalities and how they kind of interact with one another, who gets to take control of the main character. And the episode that I recommended to Darren was one called Jane Patrol, which is essentially about her and what is going on with the underground and how that all operates. And it's brilliant. It's just undeniably brilliant. I don't care, like, you know, what you would think of the emotional context of this. Just the construct of this episode is just so utterly brilliant. The seasons are all fucking great. It's one of the most consistently great shows of all of these shows that we're talking about, with the 4th season being, I think, maybe my favorite one. Everybody just gets a beautiful story arc in this, including Timothy Dalton, who is just so good in this show. Like, I cannot tell you how fucking great he is. He is missing in the latter, in the 4th season, but where he
Shout
is
out budget.
there. Yeah. Well, also COVID. I think he was kind of, you know, getting older, and I think once COVID hit, I don't think he wanted in anymore. But he just leaves such a mark on this cast. Matt Bomer is so great in this. Like, everybody's just so great, and I love this show. I'm glad it made it this high. I definitely think it's not for everybody, but if you're into like the weirdest of the weird, it's really, really good. It's just a really strange, surrealist show. So I'm really happy it made it this high up.
All right. Doom Patrol. Ryan's pick at number 3. Chance, you deployed 2 of your 3 vetoes earlier in the game to advance this from 9 to 8, and then 8 all the way up here to 3. Are you happy with this resting place, or are we hitting this one with a 3rd veto?
Oh, I'm very happy. I mean, this is where I had Doom Patrol number 3. It's funny. I think this show and Titans are very much in conversation, since I think Titans and Doom Patrol, you know, had to be made under very, you know, uncertain and ever fluctuating circumstances when it came to producing a TV show. And I think both of them are very, very flawed. But I think Doom Patrol, out of the 2, its flaws are very endearing and also kind of make it what it is.
Yeah.
I think I've referenced this earlier, where I think Doom Patrol, I texted this to our friend Christian, where I was like, oh, Doom Patrol does what The Mandalorian kind of wants to do, where Doom Patrol, yes, Brendan Fraser and Matt Bomer are 2 of the main characters, but they deliver mostly vocal performances and aren't performed by like, and on set they performed like they have two stand-in actors who perform the characters of Robot Man and Negative Man, or Larry Trainor, physically in the same way that like, you know, like Pedro Pascal wasn't on set for much of The Mandalorian. And I think this show does that bit better, where like both when they aren't on screen, you still believe that they're doing it, and also when Brendan Fraser and Matt Bomer show up on screen, it's so much more powerful. I think while Titans I have not thought about that show at all since it went off the air. Doom Patrol has moments I go back to all the time. Like there's a season 1 episode where like it's about like Larry Trainor and his sort of, because his backstory is that he was in the Air Force, he was closeted, and there's this episode, I don't remember the particulars, but like it climaxes emotionally with him in like a bar dancing to Frank Ocean's cover of Moon River. And I think it's with his like the guy he was, anyway, it's something that like generally makes me emotional whenever I think about it. I think the show's very flawed. I think both Titans and Doom Patrol had very, very big pacing issues where like I found it hard to finish both shows when I didn't have to watch them professionally. But Doom Patrol, finishing it, I was like, oh, how can I hate a show that I said this off mic, but like an episode starts with like a song from the musical Company involving a bunch of like zombie butts. And by that I mean like they're literally butts that have been zombified, and Ladies Who Lunch is playing in this opening scene. This show takes a lot of big swings that another show on this list does for a supergroup show, and I don't think it lands on them. I think the pacing's really off, and and I said before, I understand all of Kyle's frustrations with this because I share it, but I think I have to reward a show for just committing so hard to the bit, no matter what. And I'm so glad I made this tie because, again, there's no other show that I thought was as daring as this show, while also I don't think not being as successful as it. But again, all these shows were made for like, you know, broadcast network, and or Titans and Doom Patrol for streaming. But you know, I think we have to reward the sort of when a show just like dares to just like commit to its vision. And look, I'll admit this right now, like Darren, I still have his 2 volumes of Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol that are not on like my like bookshelf to return things to. They're just like on my like main bookshelf that like I should return them. And I probably will at some point. But like anyway,
after you've gotten this show this high, they're officially yours, man. Now, if you vetoed it to go higher, then I'd buy you some more stuff.
No. I think this show is
just out of fascination.
Perfect where it is. I'm not vetoing it. I respect it. It is. I think it's very, very flawed, but its flaws, I think, is what kind of makes me want it this high. That it was so good, despite you know, me agreeing with almost everything Kyle said at the beginning.
Kyle, Doom Patrol, you tried to banish it to the bottom of the list. Chance had a couple of successful vetoes. You eventually gave up on your quest to keep it out of the top third. What do you think about Doom Patrol landing up here, all the way up at number 3?
I mean, these guys can do whatever the fuck they want. I've said my piece. It's it's
Danny the
show.
Street, Kyle.
It's a hangout show, and I just never liked the hang. Like it was just never. These were never my guys, and that's obviously a more me thing.
This was Ryan's final pick on the Berlantiverse draft. Round of applause for the man of the hour, Ryan.
Love this list, by
Marker.
the way. I fucking love this list.
He loves this list.
So happy
Darren.
with how this is turning out.
Kyle is, as we speak, making the final decision of this game between our top 2 shows. You you seemed a little surprised, as Kyle was, that Doom Patrol managed to get this high.
I'm very charmed by the journey it's taken. I'm always charmed when anything on Screen Drafts takes a long veto journey up higher. I must admit, I'm kind of with Kyle a little bit on his complaints about the show. I do really love the Grant Morrison run of Doom Patrol, and this might be the biggest me thing. The kind of like wacky, mature superhero shows of the last 6-7 years or so, and I would include this and Umbrella Academy and even kind of The Boys, frankly. Those were the kinds of superhero stories that I like a lot in comic book form, and I can just never get into the shows and the kind of leaping tonalities that they try to go for. My main thing with this show, and I'm very happy to see it go on this long-winding journey, I'm with Kyle. It's very boring. It's just every episode I've ever seen of it, it just seems to go on and on and on in a way where I'm like, this feels like something that when it's hitting those particular prankster, merry, shifting perspective, shifting, dramedy, dark comedy, romance. When it hits that, it hits big. When it doesn't, it feels like a miss. But again, I think it's very interesting that we're wrapping the list with the shows that in some respects were doing the most experimental stuff. And this was the most experimental, far and away, whether you think it was more successful or less. So I think in that sense, these guys making this list, it's landed in the right place. Our top 3 is experimental. Our bottom 3 was Where's Batman, Gotham shows.
I have received Kyle's pick at number 2. So barring a veto from Chance, this is the final list.
What if Kyle vetoes himself?
Kyle, I guess, could also veto himself. 11, Titans. 10, Batwoman. 9, Gotham Knights. 8, Supergirl. 7, The Flash. 6, Black Lightning. 5, Stargirl. 4, Arrow. 3, Doom Patrol. And at number 2, Kyle has selected a program that ran for 110 episodes, DC's Legends of Tomorrow. Chance is double fist pump dancing. Ryan has not even looked up in the last 30 seconds. He's massaging his forehead. Darren is having a visceral reaction to the drama, the silent drama.
Wow.
Kyle. Chance is not vetoing, but he did go get his Bebo, and he is hugging it. His giant Bebo. Tell us about... This is the thing I think most people assumed would be number 1 on this list.
Yeah,
here at number 2.
It is it's a really remarkable show. I mean, one of the great comeback stories in television history, right? Where the pitch for this was like, hey, what if we got together a whole bunch of dumb dipshits that we've introduced over the course of a couple seasons of Arrow and The Flash and put them all on a show and see what happens. And I don't know, I mean, if you guys have ever revisited the first season of Legends of Tomorrow, I don't know why you would. It's real bad. Like it's the whole Vandal Savage thing just like does not work at all. And then the show decided at the end, like, you know what? Fuck you, Hawks. Like, just jettison them completely. and kind of like, it doesn't necessarily like reinvent itself, but like adjusts its narrative enough where it's like, well, what if this was fun? And it just seemed like there were so few shows at the time asking that question. And it just became this sort of like wonderful kind of sandbox show, and that, you know, sort of allowed its characters to go in a whole bunch of different directions. I feel like it's one of the rare shows where every time they introduced a new character in the latter seasons, it worked. Like I never got mad at a new person on Legends of Tomorrow, which like tended to happen to me on other shows. And it's just, it has some of the, you know, like I read it's the only show we've talked about that like actually goes for comedy, right? Like it's not that, you know, other shows, well, weirdly, I guess Flash was sometimes going for comedy and really not doing a very good job of it. But this is like a superhero comedy that works, that also was capable of doing these kind of strangely left field emotional moments. Like it totally ran the gamut. I was always invested in their sort of interpersonal relationships. I think the way that they played with, you know, like space and time and history was always kind of fun. You know, and even like when they started to introduce, you know, like capital L lore into it. Like I feel like all that stuff worked pretty well and was earned. Right. What do they, Chance, remind me, what do they call the sort of like immutable points in time or the immutable people? There's a whole fucking thing about it, right?
Where there's aberrations, there's fixed points in time. I can't remember.
Fixed points. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And like all that, like, so by the, like that stuff usually gives me hives, but by the time they actually sort of get to it and really get deep into it, they've really earned it. And the only reason why it's number 2 is because I think that the other show left over is better. So that's Legends of Tomorrow.
Legends of Tomorrow, the pick at number 2. My assigned episode for this show, I think I already alluded to it. It's I don't remember offhand what season, but it's the one where the sort of snarky ship's engineer lady gets caught in a time loop, and the ship keeps blowing up. Which they call a Groundhog Day. I immediately was like, Groundhog Day? This is much more like cause and effect in Star Trek. And 10 seconds later, Brandon Routh is like, you mean like Star Trek, cause and effect?
Season 3, episode 11.
Episode 11. So they got away with it. Congratulations, Legends of Tomorrow. I'm surprised that I was not assigned one of the episodes where they like go down and they're wearing fedoras or something, because I love
that's some holodeck shit.
I love holodeck shit, and I love Timeless.
Oh, if you like Timeless, Clay, so many time periods created with like a set and maybe a back alley somewhere and costume change.
They do an amazing job of creating the entire 80s just by introducing George Lucas as a person.
Yes.
Everything I've heard about this show sounds delightful. I found the episode that I watched very charming, if like a little bit too winky and self-satisfied for my taste. But I did enjoy it greatly. And I love Nick Zano. He's been bopping around for fucking ever. I saw him, back when my friends were all assistants for production companies, and they would just get, every pilot season, all my friends would just get like piles and piles and piles of DVD-Rs of all the pilots. I saw Nick Zano on some fucking single cam pilot where he played like a con man who got an office job or something from like 2010. And I was like, oh, this guy's going to be a fucking star. He's great. And then he's just kind of just bopped around since then. But I was delighted to see him in this show. Anyway, a lot of fun. Chance.
Oh.
Legends of Tomorrow here at number 2. I think Ryan was over there expecting a swift Agard veto.
No.
That has not come.
Look, here's the thing. If anyone knows anything about me, this is a show that I love. I mean, I think this is the show that Darren and I talked about the most in the office. I remember like season 4 when it, like, after the critics were like, oh, Legends of Tomorrow are good, like him watching it and like, oh, being like, oh, this is good enough for me to like write about. And it's, I mean, I completely agree with Kyle. I think the jump from season 1 to 2, I think, again, this is the beauty of television, you know? You have the runway to figure out what's working, what isn't. And I think the season 1 is, I think, everyone involved to the point where, like, when I was reporting on this show, getting calls from Blizzard being like, hey, can we not include what they said about season 1? Or you're like, everyone involved is like, oh, season 1 didn't work. And we figure out how to do season 2. And I think the writers all involved, sort of, were very self-aware. We're like, I remember, like, when I was reporting on this, I went on a walk with the writers' room in Burbank, and they were like, they pointed to the DC Comics offices, which at the time, they were in, like, not a skyscraper, but a much taller building, and they go, that's DC. They look down on us, both literally and figuratively. They had a very clear sense of what they were, what space they occupied. They never tried to do more than they could. And I think the storytelling, because of that, was just so imaginative and expansive and challenged me. Like, they very rarely, like, whole cloth adapted comic book story arcs. They're just like, oh, we like this arc of this Constantine comic. Let's figure out how to incorporate that into this, but not, like, still surprise the audience. Never, and not to sound like, annoying, but, like, it was, like, the show was very diverse in a way that just felt effortless, like, Tala Ash, Azari, Vixen, introducing, I can't remember her name right now, Liz Chavez's character in the final 2 seasons, It just, at every turn, kept me very engaged as a viewer and never felt like I was watching the same thing over and over, and just the Bebo at all. I mean, it's insane that two of the show's most emotional episodes involve this, like, Tickle Me Elmo like creation that has become that I'm literally holding right now. I don't know. If anyone wants to hear me be more eloquent about how much I love this show, you can just Google, like, my name and this show. Like, it did so much with so little. The cast was excellent. I think this was, again, a counterpoint to Titans, where Titans, like, it took a while for it to feel comfortable just giving us a bunch of superheroes doing superhero things together and just putting them in the same scene. Where, like, Legends, very quick after season 1, but also in season 1, was like, oh, this is a team show. Let them be a team as much as possible. And we'll find interesting, dramatic things that'll come out of that. No, look, I think if I was judging this list, purely based on how much I love it, I think Legends would have been number 1 for me. But the one show that's left, I think, has a tiny, tiny leg up. And so I'm fine with Legends being here. I think Legends is a fantastic, fantastic show. I think anyone who's, like, listening to this should just watch Legends tomorrow and nothing else. They'll be fine. It's fun. Like, as I think Kyle mentioned, there's an episode where 2 of the superheroes lose their powers because something happens that stops George Lucas from making both Star Wars and Indiana Jones, and you have to go back in time and make sure those shows are made. Or there's a show where there's an episode they travel to the World War I to find J.R.R. Tolkien to ask him to find the blood of Christ so they can destroy the Spear of Destiny, and it works. And they do this twice. I know, it's a stupid show, and I mean that very complimentary. Anyway, I've gone on for too long.
Chance, this is all really selling this show to me. Like I said, I loved the show Timeless, and my favorite episode was the one where they get Harry Houdini to help them defeat H.H. Holmes.
Yeah.
So
there's an episode where they save young Barack Obama from a telepathic big gorilla. Like, this show was
Say no more
on another level. It's great. I love it. I could see an argument for it being number 1, personally, I think there's another show that should be number one. But look, if Ryan wants to veto, I can't override, and I won't override. But like, also, I'm fine with it here. This is where I had it on my list. I'm keeping it here. I'm gone for too long. I love this show too much.
I think Ryan would very much like to veto, but he does not have one.
Yeah.
Ryan. DC's Legends of Tomorrow. The Screen Drafts Legends spoke into history that this was one of the 25 greatest television shows ever made.
Wait, who played this on the TV draft?
Who do you think, Chance?
Ryan?
Wild fucking guess, Chance.
Okay, no.
It wasn't Clay.
No, it could have been Darren or Ryan, because I filled out the poll in the Patreon poll, or I texted Darren being like, Legends or Evil or whatever. I don't know. It could have been either one, and so I'm fine.
Ryan, Legends of Tomorrow is here at number 2.
Yeah, I'm a little emotional right now. Look, here's the thing. Legends of Tomorrow is the number 1. That is the best thing that the Berlantiverse has produced thus far, by far. I love the other title that we're about to pick, but the truth of the matter is Legends of Tomorrow is the weird black sheep that turned out to be like the most brilliant fucking thing they ever produced. Every iteration of the Legends of Tomorrow is better than the last. Every new addition to the cast is a glorious jump in terms of like the quality of the show, that for me, like this show only got better as it went along, as it got more daring, as it got more weird, as it like appealed to stoners. Everything about it was so subversive and bizarre that I don't, and emotional. Like, I just think that each of these characters embrace their characters so much, and the interactions between, Darren, you talked about like how you just don't like the team vibe of a lot of these shows. This is the exemplary version of the team. This is where the spirit of a show is imbued upon every single iteration of the team, so that the team, no matter who is a part of it, has a standard to live up to regarding how fun it is, regarding how emotional it can be, and regarding how like kind of the vibe of collaboration is a important part of like what makes a great team great. And I just think like, as goofy as this show would get, it always boiled down to these kind of, to Kyle's point earlier, he liked a certain show's vibe in terms of the personal relationships of Black Lightning for him. But for me, it's like every single one of these relationships has a deep history, whether it's like 3 different fucking shows from the past now wrapping up. Laurel Lance in this, like, is still Laurel Lance, like from Arrow from the very beginning, and just has gone through this crazy journey, ends in a really great place. And it's
Sarah
all,
Lance, you mean?
Sarah Lance, I'm sorry. Totally. But to Chance's point, also diverse, also interesting. It's throwing a bunch of funny, weird characters together, whether it be like, Captain Cold or fucking Rip Hunter or the Atom. Like, they're all so good, and they're also thrown into the Legends of Tomorrow, like, paradigm. And it's just great by the end. Like, I think this show is perfect. It's a perfect, It's a perfect representation of what the Berlantiverse offered. So, yeah, I'm okay with what's happening here, by the way. We'll talk about the number 1 in a second. But yeah, this show is very, very special, and a really, like, sort of the beginning and the end of the Berlantiverse, in my opinion.
All right, Ryan there, obviously heartbroken that DC's Legends of Tomorrow is not the number 1, but happy to see it up this high, I have to imagine, to some degree. Ryan, this show grabbed characters from such disparate places that it grabbed an NBC character.
Constantine, a great character. Oh my God. Such a great arc that Constantine has.
I mean,
too.
Matt Ryan has kept playing Constantine in
he's just Constantine.
other things. Like,
yeah.
He's just like him in animation now. Like,
Kyle. Legends of Tomorrow, you played. Yeah. And everybody else talked about it. That means that is your final pick on this list. Very well done. And, of course, your final decision there between the top two stays as made. Darren. DC's Legends of Tomorrow. Here it is.
I'm gobsmacked. I'm gobsmacked. I love this show. This, to me, is number one with a bullet. But listen, this whole list has been overturning a lot of my expectations. The two things I will add to everything that's already been said about this wonderful show is at some point, I randomly tuned into it, having very much enjoyed it as a time travel show. And very early in the episode I randomly tuned into, it cut to hell. And I was like, oh, I guess they're doing hell now. That's fun. Haven't seen that before in a time travel show. The second thing I'll just say really quickly is Katie Lotz as Sarah Lance on this show is my favorite Berlantiverse hero. Sometimes when you're watching one of these shows, you just want somebody who is cool as fuck, and that is what she is. Sarah Lance is really cool. She is absolutely, to me, the, like, Captain Kirk, just, like, leader of this team.
Yes.
Cool individual. Everybody else can be as wacky as they want to. Love her. Sad it's here in some respects, but also, again, I always enjoy being surprised by a draft, and I think certainly the love given to some of the later, weirder iterations of the Berlantiverse is being showcased with what has wound up at number one.
I have received Chance's pick here at number one.
what could it be?
And at the top spot,
Vixen.
Coming out at the top of the heap from the entire 12-year DC Berlantiverse, the show that premiered second to last of this group, and then indeed outlasted all other titles. The final show to air an episode in this universe, Superman and Lois.
Superman and Lois shouldn't have worked. I remember when it was announced, and I was like, do we need this? Supergirl's on the air. Like, these characters introduced as, like, secondary characters that DC shouldn't have, like, the CW shouldn't have gotten the rights to. It's weird. Like, technically, Henry Cavill is still Superman. Like, this shouldn't have worked. And yet, you know, Greg Berlanti, who developed, who executive produced this with Todd Helbing, you know, they truly, and they did what they went back to Greg's roots, which was what? Family dramas. And they really were like, let's look at Superman and Lois and turn this into a family drama in the style of, like, Everwood and Friday Night Lights. And I think Black Lightning was sort of this universe's first attempt at this. I think Superman and Lois is way more successful in that it works as both a Superman show where, like, every episode you're getting Superman doing something cool and awesome and saving the day. And that could be at the beginning episode, in the middle, or at the end. It didn't sort of fall into a rhythm like truly any other show on this list where, like, when you're tuning in, you knew the beats. Superman and Lois, you didn't know when Clark Kent would, like, turn to Superman. And that was on its own, you know, a decade into these verses of something very, very exciting as a viewer, at least to me. Same time, I think the show did a great job of, you know, honoring its title, where this was a show about Superman and Lois. I think Bitsy Tulloch's Lois Lane was just as important as Superman, especially in seasons, is it 3 and 4, 2 and 3? I can't remember. Anyway, like,
3's the big one with
the cancer.
Her.
Yeah, the cancer. Yeah. So it's 3 and 4. But they, like, it never felt like it truly felt like a true two-hander where, like, I was never bored by what Lois was doing without Superman or vice versa. And the kids, I mean, we haven't, I think, given enough credit to Berlanti's whole enterprise for, like, how good it is at casting where, like, you know, obviously Superman and Lois, great. Their two kids, Jonathan and Jordan, excellent casting, especially for Jordan, or for Jonathan who gets recast. Like, it still works, doesn't miss a beat. I think the other thing with the show is that, like, I remember texting with Darren about this, even after I left VW, was like, oh, every time I thought they were going to do... Well, one is I think a lot of superhero shows pull from the same era. Superman and Lois pulled from an era that really hadn't been given its due. I mean, yes, the Snyderverse did it, but not well. But, like, up until that point, like, they all were, like, Frank Miller. Anyway, I remember texting Darren being like, oh, Superman and Lois is doing this storyline. And then an episode later being like, oh, no, I was wrong. They're doing something else. Like, season 1, it's like, oh, Wole Parks is playing Lex Luthor. JK is playing Steel. And then... And then they're introducing the Eradicator in a completely different way. And season 2, it was like, oh, there's someone in a green jumpsuit coming out of a cave. Is it Doomsday? No, it's Bizarro. And then they finally got to Doomsday, like, at the end of season 3, going into season 4, and, like, did Death of Superman, a storyline that, like, I read as a kid. It was like, oh, this is the most awesome thing I'll ever read. And they did it both well and also, like, in a way that, like, surprised me as a viewer and somebody who read it. And I think the world, and this is something that Black Lightning did really well too, where they, like, Black Lightning created this world of Freeland, where, like, Freeland felt like a place, a real place, in the same way that on Superman and Lois, Smallville felt like a place, and, like, Lana Lang and her husband and her daughter and the other reporter that Lois worked with at the Smallville Gazette, like, they all felt vital parts of this tapestry of the show and not just, like, filler. Like, and also I think the reason I put this above Legends of Tomorrow, I think that just, like, it benefited from, you know, being the last, and I think, you know, having Lee Toland Krieger as, like, the pilot director, like, from a filmmaking perspective, like, especially the pilot with, like, the use of the anamorphic lenses. And I think, yeah, this is, like, maybe it could be superficial, but, like, those touches really elevated it a bit more. Like, oh, they're putting thought into the visual storytelling in a way that I think Legends didn't, but also, frankly, couldn't at, like, being expected to, like, at when it was being produced. You know, I think Superman and Lois benefited from the fact that, like, it was being produced at the end of the Arrowverse, where, like, more producers had a bit more time to pay more attention to it, versus Legends was being made while Arrow, Flash, Supergirl, Batwoman were on the air. I don't know. Like, Superman and Lois, I think, is just the platonic ideal of what a superhero show could be, and also, like, a Superman show I think no one wanted, and yet it's turned out to be. And for my money, and I'm willing to bet, like, say this, like, the best Superman adaptation on, like, live action I've seen, I think. So I'm fine with it being number 1. I love it. It's great. I think, I mean, this is what I had at my number 1. The top 3 were my top 3. So I feel fine. I'm happy. I'm done talking. I'm so sorry, Kyle, for going on for so long.
Well, there you go. The big winner of the DC Berlantiverse draft, Chance Agard, at the top 3, reflecting his top 3 exactly. And a bold statement that this is his favorite on-screen interpretation of Superman. Wow, I guess I need to check this out more thoroughly. I was assigned 1 episode of this show. I watched it. It ended up being kind of a weird assignment because it was a very good episode, but it was mostly like the show just redoing, like, showing us the Superman and Lois origin story. And then at the very end, his, like, brother is like, fuck you, I was fucking with your mind. You know, I've got my own evil dad. I've got my own Fortress of Solitude, but it's in the desert instead of in the ice because I'm evil. And then at the very end of the episode, like Lana Lang is there and they're in like a kitchen. I'm like, oh, so this show is about this. This show is about them in the kitchen in the small town. Mm-hmm. Like not what I've been watching the whole time. So it was intriguing. And of course I love any evocation of Friday Night Lights, anything in that vein. And what's his name? The guy from Everybody Wants Some and Road to Perdition.
Tyler Hoechlin, man. Yeah.
Hoechlin. Great Superman casting.
He's
Goodness
so
gracious.
good.
He's the kind of Superman casting where you would be like, oh, who of this level of actor should play Superman? And you'd be like, oh, Tyler Hoechlin, obviously. And then he's as good as as his look would match the character. Kyle, we came down to the final two. It was between Legends and Lois. You went with Superman and Lois. Take us behind your thinking. Why is this the number one Berlantiverse show?
This is a show that is like basically perfect. It's one of those shows where every swing they took connected, and the level of difficulty here is just so intense. And as Chance alluded to, like nobody wanted another comic book show, and worst of all, nobody thought like, oh yeah, we definitely need to hear like another Superman story, like particularly coming off of the Snyderverse where it was just like where the whole premise is like, what if Superman's like a real asshole and he's like kind of a bummer. But like I remember when they introduced Hoechlin in Supergirl, and I remember thinking like, well, that's inspired casting, that's totally gonna work, and it did. And it just kind of kept happening. And, it's like the idea of anybody playing Superman feels, it's like it's never an automatic thing, right? Where like even like David Corenswet, looks pretty good in the suit. We're not going to know until we see that movie, but like I feel like everybody who plays Superman, you have that level of skepticism and, he obviously had a real redemption story when he was on Legends of Tomorrow, but like poor Brandon Routh, right? Like just like the least lucky man in the universe. A lot of what Chan said, the domestic stuff on Superman and Lois is so unbelievably good and compelling. I mean, this is like for a period of time, I believe in that third season, this is mostly a show about how Lois Lane has cancer. Mm-hmm. Like it's there's like 4 episodes where it's just like her struggling with the idea of dealing with this disease.
That entire season is about it.
And is it like, I mean, it's like it's utterly compelling. And yet it also does all the Superman stuff really, really well. It always looks cool. I feel like they're always coming up with, sort of like new ways to put him in scenarios. He's always sort of like the classic Superman, fundamentally heroic. And I also like that I love Bitsy Tulloch so much. And I love the fact that she's sort of the inverse of the type of character that you would think they would make Lois Lane into. Where like, I feel like on a shittier version of this show, she'd be like, oh, you guys, you should really like spend time with the boys or like, whatever. And more often than not, she's like, Clark will be like, oh, I should probably like coach the boys football team or some dumb bullshit. And she's like, no, you should probably be fighting Bizarro because you're fucking Superman. And I just like, I love the sort of like, there's a weird sort of domestic pragmatism about this, except you're dealing with these like literal like cosmic ideas. Also, and I don't think they ever actually call him Bizarro, but Bizarro is one of my favorite characters that there's ever been in fiction. And I love the fact that they kind of pulled that off, even though like that should be a thing that should not work because like no one's tried it and there's a good reason why.
I mean, Smallville did, but yeah,
I guess that's true. And also like I like the fact that it feels like it is wearing its influences on its sleeve very clearly, but never feels derivative of them. Mm-hmm. Like it's obviously a show that takes a lot of cues from Smallville, but it also never feels like it's trying to sort of like copy it or like even really like actively riff on it in a way. I don't know. I just like this was a show that I, like by the time this show aired, I was so burned out on all this stuff. Like everything else had wrapped up, and I was like, I don't even know, man. And I would still look forward to watching this week to week, and was just utterly compelled by it. And over time, I really got to appreciate what an impossible task executing this thing is, and how really incredible it is. And even in the end, I think they ended up. I think the creators had said that they had like 2 more seasons planned. They kind of had to conflate that into one final season. And usually that's a recipe for like a lot of rushed bullshit. And I think that final season works extremely well. And it's and again, like on paper it shouldn't work as well as it does. And it's a little miracle, this show.
Ryan, Superman and Lois, Chance's number 1, Kyle's number 1. We invited wolves into the hen house, apparently. Unfortunately for you. But I have to imagine you have a lot of love for this program here, despite its placement over the film that you would have liked to have preferred. We will say goodbye to Kyle now. Kyle, thank you for staying up late with us. You made an incredible impact on this, your first non-Billy Ray episode of Screen Drafts.
Woo!
Yep.
And we'll see you again at a more reasonable hour later on in the year.
Yeah, I got to get up in 3 hours. So.
Good night, Kyle. Thank you.
Kyle has become the specter of this draft.
Yeah. Ryan, Superman and Lois, this is the button on the draft. How are you feeling?
I feel fine. I feel good. Legends of Tomorrow is a personal pick. Superman and Lois is the obvious number 1. I'm going to be honest here.
Fascinating.
Especially in listening to both Chance and Kyle talk about it. It is now the bar, really, in terms of telling the story of this particular character. The Arrowverse started with Arrow sort of taking this sort of C-grade character and making it into something unexpected and something deeply resonant. And this was sort of like where they were afraid to deal with Batman. They dealt with Superman. They took this character and created something completely original. This is a story you've never heard before. And they knock it out of the fucking park for 4 whole seasons. Like, it is easily the most consistent of all of these shows. And that includes Legends of Tomorrow, which I think is consistently inconsistent, but so much fucking fun. I didn't like Superman and Lois when they were first introduced on Supergirl. I was like, oh, we didn't really even need to do any of this. These characters are sort of superfluous once you got deeply involved into the Supergirl story. But once these characters got their own show, they did Smallville, and every season kind of builds upon the last. And to Kyle's point, it's unexpectedly great. You are waiting for it to fall flat on its face, and it never does. It's also a show that is completely encapsulated into itself. You don't need to watch the rest of it to completely get enraptured in the story. And again, like I said, to wrap it all up, the bar is set with Superman and Lois. I'm telling you that as a deep, like, long-term Superman fan. I've read so many more Superman than I've read any other character. I started my life watching Superman 2 in the movie theater as a fucking 6-year-old. And Superman and Lois, I don't know. I know, Clay, without the context of the series, that episode may have just seemed a bit sort of redundant when it comes to telling the origin again. But when you think about the title, Superman and Lois, and you think about that particular story, when you get to the last 15 minutes of that particular episode, and all of a sudden it focuses very clearly on the relationship between Superman and Lois, why they became such a power couple, why they became married, why they then had kids. Again, a story never told before. All of a sudden the show focuses so beautifully, and I think that particular episode really tells you the same story, but in a completely different way. It recontextualizes the story you've thought and you've known for all these years. And it does that time and time again, even including the worst of the worst, which is Doomsday. All of a sudden, it's a completely different Doomsday, and it's so, so good. It's so much better than the books ever delivered. And by the end of the show, the last episode, I think, is amongst the best episodes. It is so, so good. And again, like, not something you expected, where Superman is he grows old, and that's not something you want or expect of this character. And to illustrate that after 4 years, I just think is so beautiful and such a really kind of, powerful cap on 10 years of fucking storytelling. So it's a great way to end this draft, I think, in terms of like what Greg Berlanti did with these characters, which we've known and loved for 100 years, and actually did something new, interesting, and honestly progressive with them. I think this is a good way to end it out, is Superman and Lois. So
I remember
A plus.
I remember texting Darren midway through the season where I was like, oh, it's going to end with Superman being too old to be Superman. And I was like, I can't remember if I said this to him. I was like, oh, that's lame. And then, to your point, Ryan, it ends so fucking... Like, hearing you talk about it was making me emotional. I was like, oh, am I going to cry on this podcast? Like, it genuinely... Like, Berlanti got what he wanted out of me. It was like, oh, this is, like, family, like, pure... like Everwood level, like, oh, family drama. I'm in it. I'm hooked. I want to tear up a bit.
Yeah.
So anyway,
when the Sons get their powers as Lois is getting her cancer, I mean, it's really fucking like strong shit. Like I was like just thinking about it now, it's like really, some of the most powerful comic book storytelling, I think, ever, in the sense that, like, you really are taking these characters you know and love and are turning them on their fucking head. And again, adding kids in there, which I just think we're all a little sensitive about, especially these days, as our teenagers are dealing with just very difficult things that we've never had to think about. In a way, this is a metaphor for that these kids are kind of going beyond what their parents did. And for that to be a Superman story is like really, again, like so transgressive and so ahead of its time. And I just think it's like, God damn, if the rest of the DC universe could just take a page and take a lesson. If James Gunn does 1/10 of what Superman and Lois did, like, he succeeded, because this show's way ahead of its time. I say that with all love to everything else that's going to come, but Jesus, so good.
That is the number one. That's Chance's final pick. That's the list. Round of applause for Chance and Kyle and Ryan Marker.
Clay, thank you for doing this. Darren, thank you for doing this. Chance, of course, thank you the most for doing this. And Kyle, good night. And thank you, of course. What a great, great night.
Good night, Kyle, sweet prince, wherever he is. Drifting
Clay,
off.
I just sent you a text.
To slumber. Chance is sending texts. Darren, concluding thoughts. Like I said, we've been, in our own way, building up to this moment for years and years and years. We probably started joking about doing a Berlanti draft before Superman and Lois had even premiered. And here it is at the top of the list.
Yeah, I mean, I'm astounded. This is such a fun list. Things that I agree with and disagree with. Superman and Lois at the top is super interesting because I do think this is maybe a show that even people who'd paid attention to the earlier shows were losing track of. Again, this is arriving as the CW is sort of falling apart all around this series. And what's interesting about Superman and Lois, even just like as a bookend to the larger WB CW superhero story, which begins pre-Arrow with Smallville, about young Superman in Smallville, this show begins with Superman having lived out a lot of his Superman life and gotten married and now having kids. In a sense, it's a sequel to to all Superman stories in that regard. It's him coming back to Smallville, and coming back to a Smallville which, like a lot of towns in America, is really struggling and is not the sort of classical Smallville of yore, which is now, almost a century old, really, if you go back to the dawn of the Superman idea. So I think it's really interesting, This show was ambitious on a level that a lot of the others were not. Maybe I give Legends of Tomorrow the edge because within its modest ambitions, it accomplished so much. Whereas sometimes with Superman and Lois, I did feel like, wow, this was trying to do so much stuff. And sometimes I would sort of feel like the actors all seem the wrong ages to me. And sometimes, like, Smallville doesn't feel quite as textured as it should. But God damn it, earlier today, I turned on the last episode to watch it for the first time ever. Because I said to myself, I was there at the start with the Arrow pilot. Let's see how this ends. And I was in tears by the end. This show pulled on the heart. And I think that Superman, more than anything, as a character, as a tone, it represents a kind of hard-won sentimentality. It's a sincerity that is not simple. It is something that is really taking you on an emotional journey. And this show got there. So I think it's a cool number one. I think it's the top of a very eclectic list representing a very eclectic series of shows.
Well, Darren, shall we see how we did in our...
Let's do it.
Predictions?
Let's do it, Clay.
Exciting.
You sent yours in the chat.
I've got yours here. Can I read them off, Clay?
We would need to read them off in full? Yeah, I guess so.
Clay, you did get Legends of Tomorrow, and you did get Superman and Lois. You didn't get The Flash. You didn't get Titans or Batwoman, two shows that are sitting way at the back.
Titans was assigned to me, so what was I supposed to glean from that? And then Batwoman, Ryan was always like, oh, Batwoman this, Batwoman that, oh, I like this thing on Batwoman. And I was like, well, Ryan must really love fucking Batwoman. And then it plays it to the back of the list.
So, Clay, you end up with two, which I have to say, given your level of awareness of this material, pretty remarkable.
Yeah, good. I got to say.
Not bad.
I'm impressed.
Okay, I got two. Let's see. And Darren, you just barely missed shooting the moon.
Just missed it.
Darren predicted Legends of Tomorrow, Arrow, The Flash, Doom Patrol, and Superman and Lois. Only missing.
Wow. Holy shit.
Wow.
Only missing
4 out of
Flash.
5.
I did my best for you, Ryan. This is the second time I filled in for Ryan, and I've been one away from shooting the moon. I'll get there someday, man. I'll get there someday.
You beat Clay, and that's what matters.
So there you go. Darren picked
Kept
up
the lead
4
alive.
out of 5. Not bad. Bringing our totals now. Ryan getting that edge back that he lost last week. 36 to 25 there. As Ryan, impressive.
Doing great. I'm doing great.
The miracle season.
All on my own
Miracle
talent.
season 2. He just had a miracle season.
It's time for another one.
Okay, there you go. Thank you again to Kyle and Chance for joining us. This was a fabulous draft.
Well done.
You can find the show at Screen Drafts everywhere. Chance, can people find you online?
They can find me, I think, at Chancellor Agard on Blue Sky, and then on Instagram at the Chancellor _ or the Chancellor 1 _ I can't remember which one it is.
Okay. We'll find
either one of those. Check out Kyle. He is
I know what my
writing
AAM name is and what my username is on Instagram.
Kyle is back at the keyboard writing on his newsletter, Up All Night, right? That was correct?
Up All Afternoon.
Yes.
Up All Afternoon. Up All Night was, of course, the television show with
Maya Rudolph.
And Will Arnett. Was he on that?
Yes.
Oh,
and
I remember
Christina
Up All Night with
Applegate.
Gilbert Godfrey.
And
Right. Ryan,
Anyway.
you're old.
I am old. Referencing Gilbert Godfrey is not in vogue. Anyway,
I mean,
yeah.
Up All Night's also not the most current reference. A one-season show from 2010 or whatever the fuck that was. Ryan, if you want to congratulate you on what a terrific draft this was, where can they find you?
Marker Ryan 625. I'm on Blue Sky and Twitter. I'll jump on either one now and then, especially now that this is over, because I was watching these shows for the last 2 months. So I might now log in and see what's going on.
Log in and see what people have to say. Darren, how come you're not on the Blue Sky app yet, where the rest of us have migrated?
Here's the thing. I didn't like old social media, so I don't know why everybody is excited about new social media. But I am on Letterboxd, Clay.
That's right. You are finally on Letterboxd.
Letterboxd is wonderful. Does that count as social media?
Sure,
I don't
it
think
does.
so. I don't think so.
And
Because
the
I like it too
Draftland
much.
scene?
Yes, and also draftlandscene.substack.com. Draftland's one and only zine is now a Substack. You can go there and see all of my latest writing. But while you're doing that, make sure you make your way over to the Screen Drafts Booster Club over on Patreon, because that's where all the good stuff
that out. I
out.
did also see the old Darren Franich byline at vulture.com recently.
Oh, yes.
Oh, sure. Clay, please do not take my write-up over at Vulture, the good people at Vulture who had me write a piece for them. Don't assume from the subject matter that I am hankering for a Disney live-action remakes draft. I know you've been trying to slot the Disney live-action remakes draft for years now. Don't assume that I'm first in line for that necessarily.
I mean, Darren, when I read that, I was like, when I saw the headline, I was like, oh, Darren. Is this why we had to push it a week? No. I was like, oh, this is why you missed out on Spring Breakers. So
you had to write about Aladdin.
Yes, but I will just point out, I'll be back on Screen Drafts soon.
You will.
Coming up, very exciting draft. And for anybody out there who loves all the teams, who love Team Flash and Team Arrow and Team whoever, and you think I'm wrong about disliking them, please do tweet at me or on X or whatever, still Mark Orion 625. I do want to hear from you. Send all your negative thoughts there, please.
Please send all your negative thoughts. Or if you would like to discuss this draft with other Screen Drafts listeners, patreon.com/Screen Drafts. All new episodes going forward will be ad-free on the main feed, in addition to all of our great ongoing bonus content. And the rest of the month, coming up on Screen Drafts, we've got Darren and Adam B. Very doing a Gilroy Brothers draft, both written and directed. Very excited for that. We've got a Body Swap Movies draft coming up. We do have a Disney draft coming up, Darren. Disney attraction adaptations.
That's much better list.
Such
a better list.
On the docket. And then at the beginning of May, the Gene Hackman mini mega draft. So that's what to look forward to on Screen Drafts. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for supporting Ryan in his ongoing love affair with the Berlantiverse. Ryan, are we going to stop hearing about the Berlantiverse now that we've kind of reached this pinnacle?
No.
Or no?
No.
Okay, all right.
No.
Is it going to be worse than ever?
I'm on season 2 of Black Lightning right now, so I'm rewatching that one. I've got other agenda items in terms of rewatching. So.
And Clay, apparently every Ryan Marker Day will bring us back in cycle with Earth R, so that's something to look forward to.
Ryan, I am starting an Arrow rewatch after tonight. So.
Hell yeah, Chance. Hell yeah. And hey, we're coming back for the DC animated universe next year.
Yes, we are.
On my birthday.
Yes.
So
on Ryan's new birthday, April 1st. Here we go. One final time. We did it, boys. One final time. The DC Berlantiverse Super Draft with co-commish Darren Franich and GMs Chance Agard, Kyle Anderson, and the man of the hour, Mr. Ryan Marker. Number 11, Titans. Number 10, Batwoman. Number 9, Gotham Knights. Number 8, Supergirl. Number 7, The Flash. Number 6, Black Lightning. Number 5, Stargirl. Number 4, Arrow. Number 3, Doom Patrol. Number 2, DC's Legends of Tomorrow. And the number 1 Berlantiverse show, Superman and Lois. Sweet.
All right. A+. Wow.